Hello, hello. All right, I've got some stuff to test out. What the fuck? What the hell is this? What am I looking at? Also, I think I found a reason. I think I found a reason why this was saying that my Twitch account wasn't bound. And I think anybody else, correct me if I'm wrong, but if anybody else has had this issue, have you changed your Twitch name? Because I think that this is the cause of the issue. Ah, shit. What is this? Oh, yes. It's not really a first time bound reward, but the game thinks so. So it shall be. Alright, now I gotta try a lot of things. For one, I'm gonna try changing my motive mix mic. I might do auto level and just do like hello. Okay, well I put the mic position near and it's not. I don't think it's changed much. Do you guys hear anything slightly different? Like, are you guys hearing? Okay, honestly, I think it might be a little different. But I think if I were to change this to manual, now you guys can hear like a lot more, right? Like I think this makes it a little easier to hear my surroundings. I think you can even I think my brother's being picked up a little bit. But if I do near, it doesn't really have the same thing. Maybe we'll mess around with near a little bit and see how that sounds. So let me know what you guys think about that. In terms of, I think that's all I wanted to do with the motive mix. I'll just save so that every time that I open this, it'll open normally. Okay. Let me mute that. Do this. All right. Now the second thing I want to try. Let's meddle with some utility settings. I'm actually interested in testing if Okay, on God, I think I'm just gonna like the one thing that I'm for sure gonna do here is I'm literally just like taking off these advanced keys. Not advanced keys, what are they? The gamepad keys, yes. I set up my gamepad keys to I don't think the gamepad keys are gonna make that much of a difference as long as the gamepad is deselected, but I feel like making a completely different profile, like let me stream this. I feel like doing a completely different profile for Naraka or for my stuff. So right, so this is I don't change this profile, but when I play PSO2, I have this set and I turn on gamepad. If I play with this and I turn this on, like now it's connected, but when I move my mouse around, it kind of like stutters in game. And I was just trying to figure out why that was the case, and it was because I had this enabled because it was reading two inputs at once. And when I disable it, it's all like it's back to normal. But I feel like if I want to do this, I might as well just. Can I even take this off? Yes. I'll just do that. Save to keyboard, and then I will duplicate this profile. I will move this to inactive. I will move this one up. And then I will edit this. Just name it like gamepad. And then turn this on. I don't really know if I really need these arrow keys to like change my camera on PSO2 just because I like I'm looking with my mouse, not with my arrow keys, but that's fine. What the hell? I literally just okay, I didn't even choose the gamepad. Okay, now we choose gamepad. Excuse me. Why does it keep on switching back to Naraka? Like, can it keep it on this, please? Save to keyboard. Save to keyboard. Like, stop switching back to Naraka. I'm so confused. Okay, thank you. Now it's set. Great. What else should I do here? Ah, yes. Here I was going to have rapid trigger for every key. Ends when the entire key is released. When disabled, ends at the actuation point. Wait, the rapid trigger has been off this whole time? What the fuck? Could that be an issue? Ah, what? What? Very interesting. Then I have to press this shit twice, not just once. Why do I have to press this once or twice? Oh, whoops. Wait, I didn't uppercut. Ugh, this is so annoying. Okay, let me try something else. Too early. Oh my god. Wait, that feels like worse, I'm not gonna lie. Feel my thumb? Maybe I press it with my thumb instead. The fuck? Oh, wait. Okay, this might actually be better. Maybe it's just something I have to get used to. Wait, what the fuck? I definitely have to press it twice. But I feel like I can get behind doing this. But that one felt nice. What's up, Jit? Wait, I like that. Wait a second. Oh, let me cook for a second. Oh my god, if I can uppercut though. Why can't I uppercut? I just feel so weird to do sometimes. Like that's like what the bro? Where's my utility? Actuation point. Deselect all keys. Putting this shit to 1. And I'm putting my shift also to 1. What will this change? Will this make this any different? Wait, wait a second. Oh, can I just uppercut, please? Wait, now this feels like way more consistent to do. Oh wait, I'm pressing the wrong button twice. Fuck. Oh, whoops. What? I just feel so weird to do now. I just switched my hand placement, or my finger placement on my mouse, and now it's like everything like shit's hitting the fan again. What if I hold my mouse like I normally do? What? Bruh. Uppercut, please. I feel like after switching it from my disarm from caps to X, it just I feel like I'm always on the second one. I'm always pressing caps, or I feel like pressing caps. Okay, so if I could just get the second uppercut like that, and it's perfectly fine. Wait. Why do I feel like I'm so like far behind? I feel so much. I feel slower. What? All right. The game has started.
They're able to deal damage or take damage and involved, they'll get their ultimate up sooner. Now, Mike, he's holding out the blue focuses. He's trying to go for a clink, throws a Soul Brave, but gets caught by the shotgun from those flying eyes, goes for a double hit. It looks like Light Polaris makes it known that he is going to be making this happen for the kill potential.
Here. Oh, yeah. I missed the Sarah stream, bro. I was asleep. Excuse me? It's not live. Oh my god. We can't even get the
off, but at the same time,
stream.
Once the players hear that heal, they're going to double down on the speed of ambushing. And it looks like Wufang might be one to hear it, and he's going to be making sure he can try to deny that second heal.
Mike forced to pop his combo break, but still making some moves. Using the verticality a lot of times in games, using verticality allows you to get away because the sound doesn't come in, but back-to-back focus attacks. Mike this time parrying the next one, and back-to-back parries Lipo now, throwing out the soul break, but Lipo from downtown hits him in the back with a double charge from behind, but Wufang's gonna get an uppercut combo onto Lipo. 1, 2, sends the big 3. Lipo max range parry, gonna force out the combo break. Wufang comes back in with the parry.
Why are we sending that?
Jumping into the party with purple armor. Wufang in a tough position. Can he bring this back?
Guys, look towards his orb because he's got one left to go. And if Wufang wants to take the time here of using his orb as a defensive manner, when they close that position onto him, Wei Xiao is right there onto him. Wufang can throw him in the air, get a little bit of a sustain, a little bit of time, and then back up. He throws the orb, he misses it. He gets caught by Arano. Arano forces that combo breaker in for Wufang right now. It's only a matter of time, taking to the walls towards Tranquil Courtyard and just making that time. But the R&B is out. Arano gets the elimination, +1 on the board right there. With that purple armor, he still has one target left, the Shail, or with the Justina, I should say. And as a Shail, Arano would have some sort of benefit in just being able to predict her out, but it's going to be a play later on. We do see Spider getting a kill off of Edward in the distance. That means that Tarko with one elimination goes down for his first life. And on to the next, we see Wolves PXT. He's up against ASC's XY, and as the orb comes out, the shield was there ready to go to be thrown. And just at the right time, we look at the slap. We like the swap, so we like the orbs, but the shield throw is available for second proc. He dodges it, and with XY getting hit by one pistol shot, he's looking for the armor swap. He's successful for it, and one hit left. This is going to to be the notion. And if you can find the stagger right there, PXT would go down, but it looks like it's going to be a draw
Just
between the two for
tether
now.
yourself to the fucking tree.
I'm
What?
surprised anyone backs off right there. The ult did run out. He had the possibility of going for it, but he chooses to play very, very defensive. Now, off spawn, a lot of the pros, once they get their armor shredded, they normally look for an armor switch. Now, Fong trying to get away from Mike with his tried and true blue dagger. Mike with nunnies. Now the nunny scale rush, not ideal for chasing down, but you get on flat ground, we start moving really fast. You see the speed picking up. That's where you start closing the distance on the dagger. Fong able to clank off of Mike, get a little bit of space here. Mike does get the stagger through the window. Doesn't get the wake up though. Fong able to jump up, looking for another clank. He is forced to pop that Justina F. Now forced to pop the ult. He will be dashing away, and Mike is just like, all right, let me go get my blue armor. See you later, buddy.
Yeah, setting up the reset, and might even look to the reset later through since Blowers
Pace
is
is
there.
still
Meanwhile,
here?
we have Star
What
as
the-
well as PXT off to the side of north side of the Purity
Why
Chamber.
is he still
So
here
we're looking
though?
to try to disengage over it by the Twilight's Fall. But while we're looking at that, Spider gets a double elimination against Edward. The Tarka is gone. And I kind of want to see how that fight went out towards it, because with the Tarka being going down as early as it comes through, it's also to that reposition that we might have seen Edward take. Could have been in salty res. Who knows at that point? We have to see how that ends up. But
Who will
PXT is
take
on the hunt right now.
first?
He finds Star for the uppercut, but the combo breaker is invested.
Will it be Spider
Star
or
double check
Mike
R&B. He
from
releases the
the end of
first
this
one. Now
day?
Pace has to keep in mind that he still has that combo breaker ready to go. He's been holding on for it for dear life. He goes for clink number 1, and he looks for R&B number 2, and he connects it. This time, though, Star is in a position. He doesn't have ultimate. All he has is his whip, and about him with the blue focuses. He throws it in the air, and the combo breaker is used. The musket shot or the pistol shot comes out. It connects number 1. Pace only needs one more left, and he uses ultimate as a measure of insurance. And with it, he looks towards it, and he finally realizes that Star is the one that he's fighting, because Star is the only one that's going after Vulpine's essence after all 3 days today.
And Pace has Star against the ropes right now. Both of them with dual Halbies.
I think
Star
Star
making the
has
moves, looking for
Pace
that
against the
armor
ropes.
reset.
Pace has no
Switches on over with
grapples.
the
He has
scale
no.
rushes.
He's not even half.
Manages to get some
He's
pace,
half HP.
distance
Star
here.
has
Pace
full HP,
decides,
still has
I'm kinda
grapple.
over this.
Or still has
He will be
ult.
setting up for that first realm of Yang.
He could all in
Now going
Star
back
right now, or
over
he
to
could
the
all in
north.
Pace right now and
Lipo
just kill him.
Mike contesting for this Yang. No more free Yangs right here. Lipo does have the ticket. Mike with the nunnies opting to go for the reset. And oh, the matchup that I did want to see. Agile with a Spider. Spider with
He's
the
dead.
Temion, able to get that nice stagger, able to get the reset, goes for the double charge, puts Agile in the montage, and takes him down with that ticket.
Yeah, and that says purple armor to be built up, and this is that fight I wanted to see. Perfect. Productions, listen to me. Listen, SR Spider goes ahead after Edward, and this is Edward's second life. You can see the common armor and the light between his eyes just try to go ahead and not flicker out, but 1-2s from Spider forces out that block extreme, forces out LMB neutral. This is going to be the case where the R&B can connect, and 1-2s comes out, and that's Spider's victory into that fight. Really clean execution, obviously, off of that chance there. Not even needing to have to worry about the Tarka ultimate was definitely an insurance. We do see Spider, though, with an Assault Smolder in his pocket, purple pole sword, purple cannon, as well as any sort of ranged weapon on standby if he does land those wisps. But over by the cave, I believe the Crimson Cave, no, but Brilliant Stash over by the north side, Fong versus Mike, and Mike was at that purple armor, and Fong has ult still. He's using that combo breaker even, but is he going to have to invest ultimate to get out of here?
Gotta be careful of those lanterns right here. Mike forces him out of there, more interested in the loot, scaling up, knowing that Justina, with those multiple dashes, can be too hard to chase given his current loadout. Now he's probably setting up to set up for next Yang. A lot of the times you see players go for that stash if
The
they're not able to
Polaris
get speared well. You see Mike
Versus Arano.
fully off Edward there. Now first from the Yang of the day, Wufong versus Spider. Both of these juggernauts inside the realm of Yang. Spider with the armor advantage, so purple armors will be coming through. Focus attack thrown from Wufong, but Spider sees it, uses the gold F to iframe the initial damage. Now on the pillar, Spider with the 1.2, but Wufong with the crossberry gets the 1-2 tray. Sends it again. We're just sending it all. Spider forced to space out here, looks for the stagger. He ends up getting one wisp off, but the pillar is going to block the second one. Now Wufong going to pop ultimate. Set up for the pillar. Set up for the phase 2 of this first realm of Yang.
Now the parry could be coming out here for Spider. He throws the wisp. He's got to worry about the orb. He doesn't dodge in time. This gives him an opportunity right now for Wufang to catch the RMBs, but with the new updated Temmie, he's able to have his combo breaker ready to go here. This could give an opportunity, but that second orb is still available, and as long as it's being held out here, so long as Wufang does not throw it out the corner, Spider is safe to go for a heal, and so will Wufang. We're looking for one armor heal. There's a nice tap dodge from Spider. Holds out to the stanch, tries to go straight to close gap distance, but no parry opportunity there. He knows the read for it. There it is, coming out for another combo breaker to be utilized from this Liam, and for Spider, all he's got to worry about are those woos, because Wufang's been throwing these 1-2s into the 3s, and then Wufang looks to go ahead and tries to kite out with the RMBs, comes right back in here, no fear, no malice whatsoever, just straight competition for that whistle throw, and that's Spider's win off of that hit.
Oh my goodness. Jump cancel at the last second, and as Wufang's just climbing over the pillar, getting stuck with that vaulting animation.
That was a nice catch.
Onto the pillar. Spider reads
a very
it,
nice catch.
Recognize it, gets the stagger, gets the nice range shots, and takes down Wufang. What a fun fight that was. Just the nature of the no melee aim assist on the knives gives Spider that little bit of edge.
Let me change this for now.
Where Wufang had the read, but he missed the actual punish for it. Now over to the side of the map. Post first Yang situation. Yang depletion going to be running amok. Pace is running for his life with 3 people chasing him.
Yeah, and that's not going to be it. Everything came down. Combo breaker, but he's still trapped within the Lonnie animation. Now Mike still at 0 eliminations. He's stacked out of his mind out of this fight into the Hall of Eternity.
Polaris won.
On over, though.
Let's go.
We still have fights over at Twilight's Fall. DRG Fong, Bowder Chuz, SR Spider, fresh off the Romy Yang, fresh off of picking up that gold greatsword, now converted into a pulse sword. So now it's going to be a huge damage spike if he looks for the RMB single point release. Now for Fong, kiting with the blue dagger, with everything common sense is that he's going to be escaping from this for a little bit of time, but 2 targets turns into 3. We still see 5-2-1's Lipolark looking to try to go ahead and be at the lead here. 3 Verm winners actually against 1 target. Worst case scenario to be in right now, especially coming off of that. Combo breaker is used. Fong still has ultimate. He knows the investment that he has to take in terms of using the ultimate, and he'll get out there for a couple of seconds at a time, but those players are
Spider
still
is on
counting
him.
him down.
Fong with his trusty dagger to make his way to the center of the map. Multiple bells there. Gonna be tough, but with 3 dashes head
Polaris got to
start,
get active.
he
He
will be creating
he
enough
actually
space
won.
to get away
He
here.
won
Shen
his
Yuan
Yang the fastest.
sizing up Wufang here. Now Wufang is another Liam here. Both Liams. Remember, we had a triple Lonnie and a triple Liam opening day on Perdora. Shen Yuan also did lose his Realm of Yang. So both of them desperately need a Soul Bloom here. Are they going to turn on to each other?
2 of the 3
Or are they
Liams
gonna
lost their Yang.
continue looking for another victim? Ajao, seeing the 2 Liam gang roll up, immediately recognizes the game, and now Justina is in the crosshairs of these 2 Liams. They both desperately need this Soul Bloom. How are they going to split up Ajao, though? You can't cut a Soul Bloom in half.
You definitely can. The only thing is going to be splitting out the loot. Of course, Wufang finds a nice blue focus. He notices the lower health target to Liam, and the Liam is at 1 HP. He can go for this kill. He misses the timing for the orb because of the ultimate focus. Unfortunate. He decides to throw the second one. None of them get any value off their ultimates. A nice armor swap for XY, but the threat is high. WZ Dorano gets caught to the parry. Wufang looks to try to scare rush. Unfortunate misstep on that pillar because now
Betrayal.
it's going to be a case scenario where XY could be looking for a heal here. He's going to be denied it. WZ
Betrayed.
Dorano looking for a cannon shot, but the whole LMB coming out for Wufang. The Soul Bloom picked up. That is Yang depletion gotten rid of. We still have 8 players left for WZ Dorano. He's not going to take the time to chase. He's going to look for that reset while Ajao is in the distance. Even though he's a bounty target for Wufang right now, all it's going to be a case is whether or not Orano wants to find out where this Liam is, and he does. He looks behind the rock and he spots him out. It's just another player could be on the board to try to hunt this down as Wufang makes his way towards his bounty target.
Tough break for Genuine. Wufang is not
Wait,
the homie.
what?
Immediately, both these
got the
guys
fucking thing.
get a little bit too peppered up, and they turn on each other.
Just got that shit for
midway,
free.
Chasing Ajao, now setting up for that second Realm of Yang. Wufang going to be using this rooftop, plus the ticket, plus the fan to scurry on over there and get into the second Realm of Yang. Now, even though it looks like he's at a disadvantage with the blue armor, as long as you got those melee resistance Jades, which he doesn't, we got a little bit of attack. Never mind, we are actually scuffing. We're going to be going against the Chuz, switching from knives back to pistol, going with the traditional grapple up. Now, a little bit of peppering on both of them. The Chuz sitting for that scale rush, but Wufang using those knives, waiting, daring him to come out. But Chuzang
Oh my god.
is going to be going to the
It's
other
gold
side.
versus blue
Looks
knives.
for the
Ooh, that was a nice
cross
catch.
carry.
Look how far that
Wufang
catch
does
was.
not bite. Peppers in again, some more focus attacks. Chuz being very, very disciplined, looking for an opener right now. They've only exchanged a little bit of chip, but now the ult is out for Chuz with the cannon shots. Now Wufang is going to get a little bit of reset here, but the stagger's going to be coming out. Doesn't get the follow-up. Wufang gets his ult out. Now ult on ult action to close out this second Realm of Yang.
Goalie stance comes out here. Wufang takes a lot of damage, and the tap dodges happen from Chuz, and he switches to cannon immediately. He knows that he can confirm his kill with one cannon shot, but he's missing it. There's the proc shot number 1, proc shot number 2, armor number 3 comes out here. The orb is not going to connect here. We got combo breakers ready to go here for Wufang. This is going to be the case scenario. He throws the blues. We've seen this before against him and Spider. He just doesn't care. He's just throwing every single one.
He's
2,
on
3.
parry,
And
motherfucker.
that's all that
What?
can really handle. No. I didn't get my combo break out of here. This is going to be a blue focus coming through, but notice how this change of chip gain comes out from Wufang in this fight. It absolutely deplorably puts his
There's
in
no
a
way.
terrible position.
There's
And with
actually
blueberry armor,
no
with blue
way
weapons,
that
it
he
doesn't
just
matter.
fucking
Wufang
won
still
like
comes out
that.
on top with all of the gear at hand. Incredible.
Casper, thank you for the raid
The
of
Wufang, I noticed that the
98,000
other Realm of
people.
Yang, he was just throwing out the
I
1, 2, 3s,
appreciate it. How was your
the
stream?
R&B or
That is the method.
vertical
There's
on
no,
the
bro.
flying knives comes
That shit
out
doesn't
just
fucking
so
work
fast.
anywhere
It's
else. There's
kinda
no
like
way
dual
that
blades and dual
that's not the
halbies.
method.
It's just
I don't know what
S
to tell you,
tier.
bro.
You think you can react to it, but you just don't see it
That
coming.
shit is
You're
most
getting
definitely
hit
not
by-
working.
I would still say, since knives are so new, it still feels uncomfortable getting hit by the auto combo of the 1-2. That third hit though is so sneaky, and you see Wufang get away with it back to back on 2 different opponents. Now we are going to go back to Rumble Yang. We got Mike versus Star, Lonnie opener for the day.
And looking at Mike here, knowing that this is going to be the case in the round of pillar, this is where Star can look towards the ambush. Of course, those 1-2s, we're talking about the 3-piece for the horizontal. Make sure he can go look for a pistol pepper shot, and then again, he throws the hold horizontal, forcing Star to look for a parry there, and he cuts the corner. Combo breaker is utilized here. He catches LMB. He burns
It
the
was
Star's
good.
combo breaker.
Brain
This is
cam
going to be
function.
an even Steven fight. Of course, the ultimates are still available. One
good to
parry like
hear.
that, though, will conceal the deal. That's going to be one elimination.
I wanted
Over
to
by
start
Heaven's Watch, though,
earlier,
HL
but I was
has
just
been
like,
founded by Mike. 1-2s from
I
these
kind of
gold
feel like
powers,
just
picked up from that
watching
second
some
round
shit,
game.
and
Having White Tiger's prowess, looking to try to go ahead and keep that heal over time active, and of course, any
I
other targets
was
that are
gonna
looking to
go.
get
I
rid of
did
that
wake up
Roman
at like
vision are gonna make their way towards this direction.
10:45
It's Wufang and Mike
PM,
know
but then I was
what's
just
best,
like,
because since they're both
I wanted to
players,
stream,
they
but I
know
was
that
just
both of them are
like,
gonna have a
servers
lump
aren't
sum
even
game,
down
just
right
looking
now,
at
and
that
I don't
third
really
opponent
feel
that
like.
is at low health, which was Justina.
I wanted to
But of
stream
course,
at
since
first,
he
and I was
ulted
just
that
like,
with
nah, I'll
the
just wait
dashes,
until
it's only gonna
NBPL
be a chance
starts.
there for the grapples to catch up over by the east side of Imperium.
I shall put on some running shoes. My man was out of there. He created so much distance between him, Mike,
Polaris has
and
3 kills.
Wufang.
This is actually
Now,
a very
the
good first
Chuz
game.
is in there. He did lose his Rami Yang. He needs to use
It's
that
a mirror
salty
of what
run
happened
back,
in the
even though
first
he
Yang.
can't get it.
First Yang,
versus
2
Wufang. He needs
Liams
to find
lost,
someone else, and it looks like Arano, unfortunately, is going to get
and one of
spotted
them
out
won.
on
Polaris
the
was the one
Shayol.
that won,
Shayol, not
and
one of
now
the
Mike
best
won,
at
and the
that
2 Lani's
multi-way
lost.
fighting, but
The other 2
Arano,
Lani's lost.
no stranger to the macro play, playing the long ball, playing for that endgame situation, leaving Star to fend for himself versus the 2 Liams, Wufang and
Blew him in the
Lipo.
back. What the fuck? That's a
This
free
is
kill,
a dangerous
Polaris.
game right now for Star. Look at the goalie stands right there. Throws it right back, but he's anticipated to be over there. The players are looking for him, bro. They got making a chance out here with the heal back, and if anything comes down for Star, he's got to break noise right now. Weakness escalation is not going to start stacking up here in an immediate sense, and for Star, 2 minutes on the clock. He's got enough time right now to go for a full heal, but looking at where he's at right now, gear-wise, I mean, he's got a lot of armor patterns, maybe not as much vitality, but in hand, he's got a chance of actually picking some up at the soul altar. Excuse me, who left those behind? He's going to take the catapult instead, though. Pendulum's going to be thrown out here so he can get right back into the zone. The only difference is that now it's going to be in the flurry of mess. We see WZ's Arano getting chased out here. OUG Mike up against Shang. The countdown comes down towards this, though. Considering that Arano still hasn't used his ultimate, they are just looking to try to get that investment for him before that, before his skill comes up for the next combo breaker.
Something consistent between everyone today is that dagger when you're running from multiple people. Arano also has a dagger in hand, and for some reason, every time we see someone running away, we see Mike chasing them down. Now, Mike does have the dual blades in.
I was gonna
It's better
see,
to run with
every time we
dagger,
see them
but
running away,
chase with dual
they have a
blades and
dagger. I was
dual
like, well, I
halbies
mean, that's
just
pretty
'cause of
self-explanatory.
how fast the weapon is on the ground and how much reach it has. Its scale rush, not as good as Dagger, but still up there as one of the better scale rushes in the game. We do have Star. 1 minute left, a little bit desperate for a Soul Bloom cleanse. Arano doing a good job of keeping that space between him and Star.
Oh wow,
but
Nova,
Star
you're
is
so
very hungry. He's
talented.
looking all in. Now, will he just take his life to not give up the points? He is going to connect with Spider, who is on the lone Temmie of the lobby. Star's hoping to get more people involved here to take down this Temmie.
Spider is dead, bro.
Mike jumps in, comes
And he gets a flower
with the assist, but Chuz ends up stealing the kill, but Star does
Ain't
manage
that
to cleanse
Savo?
himself.
Thank you for the
Can
follow. I
he get
appreciate
away
it.
using his ultimate
Wow.
and these ball dashes?
Going to be a difficult chance right now. 40 seconds on the clock for that Yang completion. He finds no connection off the hit, but it doesn't matter. He's going for the heals. He cancels ultimate. He wants to try to conserve his ult. The case scenario is that if he finds that Soul just at the right time, Star being the lowest health target, the only other Lonnie in the game right now, if he finds a lobby is taking her out in the next 30 seconds, he could get that chance of picking up the Soul Bloom and having his ultimate right back up over the course of those 10 seconds. But Star is down. The Soul Bloom is going to be a temporary respite, but that's not going to be the case for Chejang. He did not get it. This is going to be a chance right now for that combo.
Oh my god.
That orb comes out, and I think Wufong actually
Fucking five-way
Gold standard
parry.
weapon comes out. Shang looks towards this and try to tap dodge left and right. He gets hit again.
Let's
and
fucking
again,
go,
Lars
Polaris.
able
He
to
has
find
4
elimination,
kills.
And Wufong able to find that solo.
Could you imagine if he wasn't an ult and he had sap? That
Chances
would have
in
been
the midst
insane.
right now. I know a lot of things coming out here for that Spirit Well, and every single one of these players love it. But this Flying Moonshard Jade, having Octa/Blade, still no eliminations for that Juggernaut to be stacked up. It's a little bit of a dangerous situation, but that Gold Dagger looking kind of tasty right now, Raven.
Yeah, Spirit Rail's gonna be coming out, and Wufong ends up getting it. Lipo doesn't really want to contest it, willing to follow.
This is
Wufong
looking real
around
nice
here
for
with
Polaris.
that Mystic Might, nowhere left to hide. Mike and Ajao gonna be sitting on this rooftop. A lot of kiting up capabilities here. I wonder who the third is in all of this. We got the 2 Lonnies, I believe. Oh, Arano with the Shayo out of the picture right here. Doesn't want at all anything to do with this. I don't know if we get to a heal off situation. This rooftop though, very, very hard to lock someone down, but also very hard to run away with dual blades and a long sword chasing you. Wufong with dual blades, a light pout with the gold longsword. Nice dagger gonna come out, sets him up for the trap. Agile goes for a ride right here. Gonna get a ton of damage from the uppercut combo from Wufong. Forced to pop that ultimate. Justina, Agile trying to get out of there. Is gonna get dropped down and focus attack now. Double dash is gonna be coming out now. Agile down to a last hit situation. Able to get that one hit off, but he turns around and just like a nightmare, Wufong comes
Polaris,
out
get the
of
kill,
shadows,
steal the
finding
kill.
that
I know
1-2
you
now with a
can.
sliver of health. He is gonna get clipped on his way up. The ball is going to come out. The capturing is now victimizing Agile and the Moonbane. Even if he didn't die, he would have been taken out by the Moonbane.
Yeah, big time, especially coming out.
Oh my god.
Damn, bro, I can't. He almost got
Wait,
diagram
he just
right
stole
there
a kill.
for one moment. He finds a Rano in the orb, and that's going to be a 5th elimination. That's 2 sacks right now, folks, for that Juggernaut, by the way. F1 comes out, Wufong shoots the pistol shot. One thing,
Polaris,
you know,
get the
what's crazy
fuck out of
too
the
is
Bane.
noticing
Stop
how he threw out
looting the
first arm
Bane.
early on
Or stop
with
looting the
that,
body in the
the
Bane.
dual blades, and then just showcasing that he had the Octa/, just to kill confirm at that point. But you know, Asia had a lot of chances out here.
Bro,
Tried to play out the
you do
seal.
not need this
Oh,
shit
White
that
Polaris
bad.
might be
Fucking leave, bro. Holy shit.
He's getting out of there. All right, we're chilling out. But one
What
thing
is
to
this
note
guy
is
doing?
that even though there's going to be a case scenario for Wufong, this match is going to be a great testament to his skills right now coming through. Fighting in the depths of blue armor, he is now with gold rarity. He just knocked down Mike with that Moonshard Storm, and up to 5 eliminations. He is putting himself at kill leader position for just one other opponent, and it's another Liam. This could be the longest end game. We could look at the fight right now, but Liam versus Liam, whoever takes this takes MVP, Raven, and I'm not sure what's going to happen with that parry at the start off.
All right, sir. Both of these guys close enough in kills that whoever takes this win will be taking this down. Nice job by Wufong to turn that gold knife Jades back around, not
nice.
giving a chance to land a parry right here. But Hepta is going to be coming out from Lipo. Both of them with ace cards of their weapon Jades. Nice. With punish coming out from Wufong. Going to take Lipo for right now against the corner. He is going to force to pop that ultimate. Wufong fading away, but he's sneaking in these focus attacks left and right. Lipo is gonna be able to get a ball, a toss, and a heal. Advanced heal is gonna be chipping away or adding onto his health. Now crosses up, throws a focus attack. Wufang gonna create some space here. Parry's gonna come out from Lipo, but still the ball will come out. He'll get another heal. Can Wufang bring this back?
This is going to be a difficult situation. Combo Breaker should be back up. The parry's good, the sap is good, the double dodge is coming
Let's
out.
fucking go, Polaris.
Reveal at the last possible second. Polaris gets the
Wait, that was an insane
himself as
fucking
MVP there.
bro.
And having that advanced CO really
Deserved win.
That's the sustained game, especially considering that we saw Wufang cancel ultimate. If you guys noticed that, and that cancellation coming through, that orb not being available for the second one, just because he didn't know how long he's gonna last in terms of getting, you know, full blue spam focused attacks. But at the end of the day, decisions were to be made. Polaris comes out through, MVPing out here with 5 eliminations in first
Will
place.
Polaris qualify for his first bi-weekly final?
Closing out that game. Wufang was on a tear. He had so much momentum going for him, and a great read from Lipo in the last 2 reads of that fight. Closes the distance on Wufang. Wufang has been sneaking in focus attacks on all of his opponents throughout this game 1. Lipo with that longsword, with that quick parry that longsword provides, able to guess and react to
Also,
Wufang
Dab, thank
getting
you for
that
the
first
prime
parry.
sub. I appreciate
Closes
it.
the distance,
We
stays on
are
top
indeed
of Wufang,
vibing.
ends up getting a nice cross
What's up, Mizzino?
dodging the focus attack from Wufang under pressure and closing it out with an engraving RMB. Normally, Lipo gets the end game, has a really difficult time of closing it out. We are on day 3, last qualifying day for this NBPL season, this bi-weekly for day 3, and Lipo, it looks like things are coming together for him.
Especially considering how he's able to come out on that game. We got a question for y'all Twitch chatters out there. How many players chose Lonnie in game 1? Was it A1, B2, C3, or D4? As a hint, first phase, we had a split option between Lonnie and Liam. So that should kind of give you a quick hint in terms of how many are on the board right there. Like I said, Twitch chat only. YouTube chat gamers, you know you guys are out there, but make sure you guys get a Twitch to get yourselves that special gift, random gift choice. But like we said, you know, going through there,
You know damn well I got that fucking C.
It's kind of interesting seeing no Shios, but then again, Shio is going to be countered out if the Liam does things in the right way. We saw very early on where that Shio gameplay can really just end up going in snowball.
Yeah.
Again, Justina's were in the mix, and Asia just
That's
got
what's
hammered down,
up.
peppered out really into in terms of the game. And then seeing Spider out there in the distance, Mike getting eliminated, like back-to-back eliminations coming between all these foes. And one thing kind of made into the notion that even with the case scenario of what the players were kind of working off the macro sense, they did have those, you know, pocketed picks, those ace up their sleeves, especially at the end, what we saw there from Polaris, just being able to reveal what he's had at the last possible moment before it was over.
Going
already
into
like
end games, I feel like
9 points.
to a certain point you have to assume
That means he's at like 21
Lipo,
right
with
now.
a longsword out, probably at minimum has
21.5.
maybe has Hepta. With that first place, he's able to get 9 points. 3 of those from ranking points, and the other from that MVP, 5, all the way up to 9. Now Wufang did have more kills at 6, but only got 8. 8 points for it. Spider with 4 kills at 4.5. Chuz with 3 kills at 4. Mike with 2, going up to 3.5. Arana with 1. Star with 1. PXT with 1. Edward with 1. But Agile, Genuine, and Fong starting off the day a little bit slow with a goose egg. Rarer sight to see Lipo at the top of the lobby. Big bet is, can he do it?
The Liam has ran that lobby, to be honest,
for this qualifying round.
Oh, well, there goes Shaw. He's out in
Good
game
motion,
1.
especially considering we've seen the past performance, because Fong right
Polaris
now,
just
he's at
pushed
the
him,
bottom
but
of
Star
the
was
game.
going to
He's
push
at
him
18.
anyways. I'll push him out.
12.5 so far. Edward with 13. Asia with 14.5. 16 for A. Arano with FPX Star at 19. And then with 20.5 for G-Shot. But he's not playing today. He's already out. He's already out of the top 12. But these bottom 5 players, they are going to have to try to make that work out. Especially seeing Fong at 0 points so far.
Oh, he's
did
actually
get
at 22.
eliminated
Okay.
early on, but the more important part is how many of the players saw him after that first round game. We still have the chance to look at the leaderboard to Shang, 21 points in 12th place. Polaris still catches himself 11th place overall, 24 points for XY for ASC, PXD with 25.5 and 9th, and Wufang with 27 points in total and 8th place. So in terms of just making sure he can be there, pretty sure Wufang has enough points to kind of collateral out in case, you know, the
Yeah,
next
bro, playing your first 2 days
out,
feels like
so,
playing
you
day
know,
1 and 2
0.5s
feels
and 1s.
so
But
so
we're
troll.
top 6 right now, not playing today. Frostbus in 6th place with 32.6, just observing from the sideline, saying We got Mike though with 34.5, 5th place. JL's AS with 36, not playing today. But Spider, 3rd place overall, 42.7, definitely nearing to not on track for 1st place, considering his first day of playing on day 2 for this week. 38.2 points was earned. So it's just really a matter of how many proposed points he's able to capture in going through. But we got some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, where we've seen the first fight between Spider and Edward, the only target to be chosen out in the game, getting caught out here with a grapple blunt blue.
Spider gets to wake up, covers everything, and this is one of those fights I was looking forward to seeing today. We get the first one of the day, Agile versus Spider. Nice Temi ultimate, perfectly catching him in the wall and getting that uppercut combo.
This was so
with the blue
stupid.
armor, with the Scuff Jades, able to go on to Chuzang, showing
The
how
fact he
Miles
doesn't
are gonna
parry it
use
here
that 1, 2, 3
is crazy.
once, not twice, and twice going in there. Cold combo breaks gonna be coming out, and Wufang with a light attack into parry, baits out.
Me, I want to believe that he got
Chuz shaking his head
long
in
staggered by the second
disbelief.
hit.
Did I really just get baited that hard? Now Mike with the stagger on to Star.
What?
Their matchup gonna be
What is
coming
this?
up, and Star tries to.
What the fuck?
This counts on a SFX. Look at the t-shirt he's wearing. His color gradient is pushed up so that the green screen NBPL tag stands out more. The same problem, but with vampire ghosting my skin tone when Al had us on green screen backgrounds. He might have keyed the red stronger for the NBPL wording to stand out without getting pixelated.
What's up, boys? The book, the Avalanche, Setsu, Dance. What the fuck is that? I do not have that command.
Wait, did someone type exclamation mark?
They
dance?
did. Bro.
Dance for us, Frosty.
What the fuck?
If I don't
Actually,
call for finals,
I mean,
it's time to goon.
I still don't know if
Win,
the view.
win.
We
Go,
can't hear
go.
it. We can't hear it. Wait, say something for us.
Hello, testing, testing.
Okay,
Ni hao, wei.
there we go.
In the Chinese, in the chat.
Oh, Polaris has got the shush as his pose.
Monga. This is his day. Spooky.
So, Muggs, you're welcome to join if you like as well. May though too again. I think Plum, you're at work. No, you can't join.
Yeah, I think my main job is actually a dancer. Dancer is number one, and then the second one is playing games. Any emotes for what? Don't have any emotes.
I know, Moxie, no rush. You lie in and enjoy it. It's fine. Come whenever you fancy.
Come whenever you fancy. So British.
Okay, mate. All right. You.
It's so British, bro. No one says that except British people.
That is true. Look at the English cast right now, bro. What the fuck? It's getting worse, bro.
I don't have it on.
Bro, if you're listening, man, you need to fix it.
Whoa, why is he so red? Bro is angry.
Reaction at the same time. Oh my god.
Yo, he's pissed off.
He's as red as Raven's shirt, bro.
Are you okay, sir? Why so red?
I don't know why. What the fuck?
I typed it in the chat.
Hardcore blushing right now. XD.
Thanks for the raid. The bracket next to the viewers, I think it's like the viewers count and chatters count. I think it's like one of the extensions I downloaded by accident.
All right then, bruv.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You alright, Moxie? Yeah, how you doing, man? You right?
Hello, mate.
We're going full British.
Full British. Yeah, lovely, jubbly. Yeah.
And I don't have a British accent. I can't do it. Bottle of water. That's all I can do.
Oh my god. The classic.
Bottle of water.
Classic.
Bottle water.
Yeah, you really gotta drop the enunciation on the water.
Water.
Yeah.
Just make it one big long syllable.
Bottle water.
And the easiest one is Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Tuesday. So funny.
Like, Sub's entering target ult, that's why he's so red. Someone just wrote that in everything.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's so sad.
We're chainmail for protection. What does that mean?
Yeah, no, it's
We get stabbed?
because like it's glitching his microphone out.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Like he's amped the red so that the NBPL background stands out more, and then he's
But I don't
also
think
like
it can.
done it so that the black doesn't pixelate.
Because the thing is though, the NBPL background, the way that NVIDIA broadcast works is that it doesn't, like whatever your camera settings are,
Wufong was actually
It-
throwing
like,
focus
it
attacks. He's looking
doesn't
like
change
225 out there.
anything
Now,
to
no
do
one
with the
takes the cake
background
from
that you set it
225.
to.
I've seen him throw 5 focus attacks
So
in a
I don't
row
think that's the
before.
reason.
Just
I
back
think-
to back to back to back to back. Just keep setting it until he gets
don't know.
parried. You see Wufong. I feel like
mean, I've
there's
noticed
a little bit
that
of insight into
the-
his gameplay. Is he tries
When I send
to
my
do
camera
that-
feed through to the cast to the broadcast through Zoom, it just it does look a little bit more red than it should. But
This.
Not
Oh.
to this
Yeah, but
extent.
Ravens would look red then too.
a Ravens looks a little bit more red than normal, I think, as well. Like a little bit, a tad.
I think that's because he's wearing bright red sweater. Because like I have to put more warmth into my lighting whenever I use
Yeah,
my
I put
webcam.
a little bit in mine as well.
Do you put
I watch
makeup
it
before you cast, Duncan?
Yes, he.
What?
Put makeup on, bro.
Like, oh yeah, I just needed to have 15 minutes to prep before tech check, and I'm like, oh,
Must be nice.
lucky sod. I have to get up at 4:30 in the morning.
You use makeup, bro. Makeup is busted.
You been using makeup for your dancing doyens, bro?
Well, not
teacher better not
not
get that kill.
exactly. Sometimes
wait a minute.
Moisturize.
sometimes I do the dance on the day of NBPL, so like there's makeup, so I don't have to do it.
Ah, the
That's
double up.
optimal.
And that's optimal, bro.
Let them do the makeup, and then you do the content after.
And then you can feign ignorance and be like, oh, I happen to have it on. You know, I
This
didn't
is
do it
me
myself.
au natural.
But there are days that I don't use it and kind of look the same anyway. Because like the camera is not that good.
It's just that good looking. He just looks good.
It's not that, but
Exactly the same.
Bro. It's mainly to do the hair. The hair is the hardest part to do.
So like all of the guy casters that I know all use BB cream on LAN, because like it stops you from like having the camera pick up on how much you sweat.
Wait, really?
Min maxing.
The fuck? I need some of that.
Dude, you know there's like the makeup game in China for guys. They have like one, like all-in-one makeup. You just put it on and you
Yeah,
just.
BB cream is like all in one. It makes your skin look like more supple, but it also stops you from like outwardly sweating.
Is that new or like always been a thing?
BB cream's been around for a while. People
Goddamn.
in
Tell me
China were
about that
using it, like,
in China,
2020.
Monksy. I don't remember.
BB cream isn't a Chinese thing.
I guess
No,
it's
know,
everywhere.
but did you tell me about it? I can't remember. I don't think you-
I told everyone before that. I was like, you guys might want to
don't
pick up
remember.
on BB cream.
I don't remember.
It was so funny because like one of the casts that we had, Dunk was like actually just sweating buckets.
Insane.
His entire face was just dripping water.
Whoa,
It was like such a
whoa, he's
dick on a
dripping.
faucet. I was like, huh?
It's actually true. It's ridiculous. I don't understand.
Like someone had actually turned a tap on onto his forehead. It was crazy.
It's like that fucking Key and Peele meme where the guy's like sweating his ass off. Literally.
Oh, the porn history, bro.
Had to come by and like
History.
reapply, and then 5 minutes later it would all be sweating again.
Who fun with light up Polaris? You can carry.
I have no idea how you sweat that much.
I don't know either, to be honest with you.
Would you say this is the Giga lobby? There's Mike and Spiders today.
And it wasn't like out of it wasn't out of nervousness. It wasn't like
No, it was
wasn't
like you
anything,
like
like-
legit getting super duper warm.
yeah. Like I've run really hot. Like my average like baseline body temperature is just pretty high.
Mhm.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I'd like literally come in after makeup and he would be just standing in front of the fan.
Yeah.
After they did his hair and makeup. So it would be displacing it all.
Wait, Moxie, what is your Twitch? GOTT Moxie?
Yes.
Okay, what's
Oh,
the?
dude, the knock knock.
No, I'm just adding the on the title. But which one is your account? I don't want to add the wrong account, XD.
Lol. Yeah, it's literally just GOTTMOXI.
It's got a little sort of like animated chibi kind of thing as a profile picture.
Oh,
Holy, so many like
Maybe
mixed
that one.
picks.
There's a talker! Mike's on talker!
Okay.
wait, should we do the knock knock? I feel like it's.
Could do it.
Good.
Yeah,
Like Google
I'm
Chrome.
not streaming. I'm coming off a 7-hour coaching block and rivals.
I heard, bro, you're goated now. you goated?
Yeah, we're a top 6 NA team.
Ow.
In MLC last round.
Yeah, damn.
And we beat Shroud and Luminosity in the next tournament. We've only lost to Shroud and officials.
Wait, are we connected now? Are we connected?
Hive mind.
但是这首特姆尔他也说了，他其实在看到轩辕使用到特姆尔的很多发挥也好，包括私下的一些交流
I
也
think
好
you，need to
他其实
activate
理解
the
到里
share.
面很多很有意思的点。
How do I activate it?
高度的
I don't remember.
就是轩辕这个选手很有意思，就是他
If Polaris makes it, he's taking my spot.
出了一些很有意
XD?
思的一些操作，然后会让他们其他去观察他发挥的选手持续学
You
习。
Do you
go
think
to
Mike is gonna be a
the
fireball?
chat.
Ah,
Chat.
Mike's fireball!
Mike is always fireball.
F2v1 dunk, your favorite tackle loadout.
Wait, how do I use the share chat?
So you know the little like pop out window, like the screen that shows both of us in there.
The chat is there, but
On the
do I
right- on
pop
the
it up?
right, it should say share, enable share chat.
Wait, what?
Like there's like make the window bigger and it will give you like the right hand side of the screen.
Eh?
Isn't it for create a dashboard?
Oh, there doesn't look like it.
一个很好的发挥，但因为 T25 的挑衅啊，他直接引爆了，
Air.
追爆了一个 T25，当时 T25
Oh, got his ass.
For the next game.
还没有真正击到梅花桩的位
You're
置被
so
点爆
bad at using
And you're Duncan.
I would do it, but I can't because you're the host.
Wait, what? I'm the host? Okay, maybe you the host.
Yeah.
You go be the host.
Okay, I mean I'll leave it and then I'll invite you.
Looking to try to get into the spotlight. I know that one thing into the west side is that we have a lot of players that might be just looking around, to pick apart the pieces. But I think Raven, this off drop spawn is gonna be kind of enticing for fights between 3 different directions.
These off spawn positions.
Is this live now?
We see there the players' icons like
Let's
this.
go.
Something tricky about the landing positions, just because for us viewers and casters, when you see the actual team logos up, sometimes they're landing on the same square, sometimes they are stacked up, but a lot of the times it's not very accurate of where they are. It is accurate to the point where they are in the same location. And speaking of that same location, on the money position, we got Mike on the Tarka. Gets double gold. Oh, we got the great sword. Are we going to be using the great sword? We got the Dunkin' Donuts set up. The long sword, great sword off spawn. We do have Agile as well. We need to go back to that. We're going to need that POV back. But first, we are going to get Lightbow versus Paste off spawn.
Now the 1-2-3 piece comes out for the hold, and this purple dagger is chonking.
Hey,
We know
Polaris
Pace
is
gonna be at one kill to death.
cooking.
There it
What
is. First
the
elimination on the board.
fuck?
GG's. We have Grizzly Eyes to loot, but to use Wufong down onto the ropes with that drop down blue focus vertical is going to be something we have to note out. We see DRG Fong go down by Wufong, his antithesis of a player name. But for Spider, drop down RBs, we hate to see it. One blue focus comes out here, one blue focus to the next, 1-2. Wufong, you better not release that 3-piece because this is exactly what threw out the other players. And instead, 1-2 swap is good, it's clean, it's fresh. We're looking at the RB, we see the combo breaker for Wufong. He looks to back away. He might actually put a shunt out here. He might actually look for a scare rush if he wants to play that game. He literally just bring around the Rosie. Hold check out to the R&B, gets caught again. Wufong goes ahead, gets caught. I think Terrain might save him. Nice rollout. There's the ult for the Justina proc. He had the soul blooms for it. He dashes for stagger number 1. Combo breaker is still available for Spider. He is not investing towards it. Even with it, he jumped to negate it. Now R&B is good, and Wufong's on 2-piece eliminations this round.
Whoa, that's some high-level stuff coming out for both of them. Wufong with the tricky Spider does a fadeaway light attack. I don't think I've ever seen someone hold dodge a fadeaway light attack. Wufong's able to do that. And Spider did have the Hong Sword and Katana generic on deck. Sitting there, he did do the weapon swap between the two. Very subtle stuff. I was like, what's that? Did I see an R&B and an LMB? We are going to get Fireball coming out from Mike. 2 pulse wood surrounding him. He does get the white armor reset. Opting for that long sword pistols. They're going to make himself through the window, but again, surrounded by a spear, and Pulse Sword has to make his way out of here. He is going to go for the scale rush. Looks for the parry into the double charge. Not able to get it. Target ult's going to be coming out. Whizzing by, remembers where his armor friends are, goes into the basement over here, and no one wants to go into the dungeon with Mike not on Tarker and his greatsword.
Wow, this is going to be a dangerous position right now. I mean, the players know that this Tarka is at
Black
somewhat of an ultimate,
Hypernova? What? How you feel
But
about
for
that?
Edward right
I
now,
don't
wanting
know.
ultimate close quarter position,
I don't
that
know
would be his
about
best
that
case
one.
scenario, and
I
just
mean,
trying to
I'm
take
already
that fight.
black,
The problem is
so
he knows there's a third out here. Ajal being that Liam, and even though the Liam
that
ultimate
doesn't
is ready
mean.
to go right now,
Hey,
it
I'm
makes
already
sense to
black.
make sure that he can space
I
out,
will
go
not
for the reset
stand
on
for
blue
white
one. But to start
Hypernova.
right now,
Okay.
he's outside of that the salvation podium. He's up against XY, who has purple nunnies ready to go for those 1-2 slaps. Finds a nice blue focus vertical.
That's what
Velocity
the
on total,
X2
nice
is for,
JB
brother.
picked up here for the
White
start. The problem
Hypernova
right
would
now
be
is whether or not he
crazy,
can survive
bro.
off this Sire versus Tumult. Kind of a dangerous position right now. If we can see the read coming out from XY with his ultimate cast, forcing out Star to use his combo breaker into that wall, that would be done deal. But he spaces away. They are looking for a complete reset on both ends. And for right now, that's going to be the case. We're switching down south. Mike gets eliminated. Rano finding the kill. But these fights are not stopping.
Damn, look at this
Accelerator.
damage. Oh my god.
Everyone jumps down here
He's
now.
melted.
Rano's going to be falling to Edward's great sword. Now coming out of it, everyone wants out. Edward going to go for the overhold. R&B focus attack on the great sword. Agile too quick with it, able to
Ooh,
dodge
nice
out
parry.
right here. LMB R&B is going to get
I'll
caught
rock a
by
Black
Agile.
Prosper
Gold
for a
Axle
week,
about.
then
Does
switch
not
back to
gonna matter,
Numza?
though. The nunchuck
What
is
was
a
the
singular
inspiration for
parry
Black
punish, but
Prosper?
wait a second, we just went back to no. Edward cut the corner. It's Wufong and then get juggled right now. As I was like, wait a second, this is not my target. Edward on the bottom right here, gonna get 1-2 to get out of dodge, but still Agile. 1 hold 2, sneaky, trying to get this focus attacking, trying to dodge this Lonnie ultimate. He's gonna get juggled right now into a freeze. Wait a second, Edward's gonna get taken down by Wufong, but Syra ult's gonna be coming out. Can Wufong kite this away before he gets bedazzled?
It might be a chance right now for a last dash effort, and it looks like Wufang isn't going to consume it just yet. These orbs comes out, but these alleyways are too tight. He's going to have to really look to cancel out the ultimate. When RMB comes out, the blocks come out. He still has a full meter to go for a block extreme here. If he catches the blue focus, he finds a grapple bump, but the consolation for that, for the ultimate to be expended into the combo breaker.
I got handled by Prosper, so I have to hit the Prosper training arc.
Back in the mix.
See how it works
try to come
out.
back in here with that nice parry. Wufang finds an A-shot, anticipates that combo breaker directional, and with a scare rush, could he?
I didn't know that these were the requirements.
Not gonna be the case, but he does find one regardless.
To be the black version of what is this? It does what? Does this shit just not work on LAN or in China? Like I've seen that shit miss twice now. That was actually the reason why Frost died to.
He can still look to the reset, but there's
who was it? Was it Frost versus Star? I forgot who it was. It was on Morris. But he tried to hit the double uppercut and it just didn't work.
Able to jump on the rooftop or jump on the ceiling
or a double aerial
get
dash.
A white armor reset, but still Agile hunt on the skills with the nutties right here. Wufang with a fadeaway parry on to Arano, I believe. No, Agile. And now following it up, he wants to secure this kill. Edward's going to be coming up, vibe checking everyone. Unfortunately, Wufang does not pass the vibes, and Agile's going to take that kill with the pistol.
Yo, where's back?
Now, this is a dangerous spot right now for Edward. He's at 53 percentage points right now for ultimate. He's got a fan, so he can start kiting this, but he has no other lives. A-Shot does, except the timer is ticking down, so he's not going to have that soul rebirth that he's hoping for later on. At the same time, his ultimate is about to come on.
You know what there should be?
Edward, there should be 60%. So for Asia, this is more.
We need more like
has the goal of the
quality of life shit when it comes to. I saw somebody was making a
30 seconds left
suggestion to make it so that you see in team modes what
so for right
weapons
now, all Asia has to hope to do is that if he does capture
your teammates have.
He's praying that
under the like who gives a shit about the kills your teammates have. It's probably best if you can see like you can press J. All right, bro. You can press J,
trying to hold on to his ticket here, but and
you can see the stats of your team. You don't really need to see the stats of your team, or at least if you want to see them, you can put them underneath your character's portrait. That would be so much better, right?
Pressure here. He does have his armor stripped of him now. Wufang sees that.
That way that there's still space, then you can have weapons, the two weapons in your slots, or the weapons in your two main slots. You have it be right underneath
Wufang, but Wufang at the last second dodges back again.
Your teammates' names so that you can see what weapons they have.
Someone
was also saying that maybe instead of like you could do that, or you could make it so that you have like their cooldowns for their skills show up underneath there or in like their status bar.
He's got one chance to get out of here.
Whether that be right next to it or right underneath where you see the rebirth and kill count. I think that seeing your teammates' cooldowns would probably be much better and way more helpful, because then you could actively see like, oh, do you have F or not? Well, it probably wouldn't show up if they do have F, but if they don't have F, it would tell them how many seconds you have until you have your F. And I think that would be very helpful.
Dropping down from the top roads, Lipo did have success. Game 1, can he keep it up versus one of the Terminators of the lobby? Spider going to scale out, use the pistol shot to pepper it in. Now Lipo mirroring Spider, looking for the pepper in, but this time Spider ready for him to go for the focus attack.
He's not doing as much damage as he probably thinks to be doing.
Both of them going to be at the pillar right here. Lipo throwing in those dagger attacks, trying to get some type of reaction out of Spider.
Is doing way too much damage, but he actually gets a heal off.
Lipo's troubles, he ends up just getting 1-2 again. Now just sending
it's time to switch to the pistol.
It like a burger, as Duncan would say. Lipo not flipping it, played very, very conservative. He's gonna get a full reset here into a parry on Spider, and now Spider's on the back foot.
The scare rush is great. The RMB might be coming out, but the staff comes out. That LMB is gonna be making its way for the neutral. Nice try ultimate. I was worried about we're gonna get an RMB in the face, but then Lipo looks for an uppercut. The attempt right now is kind of sublime. If he gets staggered by one hit, like the combo breaker,
that was a little too early.
This is gonna be a case where Lipo can just start turning out.
Okay, that's also too early. Why are we?
The escape though for Spider.
We should not be
right now for Spider. He's looking to get caught 1-2-3s. That's
kill him. Oh my God,
Polaris. 1-2s back and forth. Polaris takes his
Polaris is actually cooking today.
Still, up against Bad is Shane. Shane finds victory there. That's gonna be our solidified 3 winners. Gold fist blades. A infernal slash with a warrior pace to be picked up for Light Polaris, so nothing really too crucial here, but that purple musket can definitely come into clutch just because of that rarity as well as just the usage in general.
We do have Mike taking to the skies, throwing out those pumpkins, throwing out those fireballs. He is gonna have to cancel his ult with only 10% left, and he is getting chased down by Mr. Edward, I believe. Temmie ult's going to be invested onto the Tarka, no stamina, and then another
Mike is dead as shit.
attack's going to be coming through from this knife player. Who's this?
What are you saved?
Arano?
Okay, never mind.
Genuine. Oh my goodness, it's Genuine and Arano. Genuine, no teammates given right here, just brawling it out with Arano. Brave Soul wants some more room for the combos.
Drain Grief.
But nice job from Arano, just keeping his combo break before he gets looped in some type of shenanigan. He is going to make his way back down to the bodies. Maybe there's something he can get.
I can just imagine the cutaway with Duncan's like, you should be using B2 here. This is all you need to be doing. This is all the case scenario.
If he just did a focus attack, he would have killed his ass.
For round 2 at least. Serrano, though, he is earning out his keep. If he can escape XY with that gold longsword, everything comes down to make its noted. It's noted effort, I should say. For XY, his ultimate's about to come back online, though. He's at 92, 93 percentage points, and that is going to be making its stride. It's very important because PXT, Wufang, they're on nearby vicinity. I think, if anything, the Ballista Tower might be occupied in just a moment.
What was another thing? Wufang is on 4 kills.
Justina ultimate ready to go. 4 eliminations set to be set up, and then
what was I
looking at Rano as an easy prey.
I was talking about.
Dash attempt comes out. Well,
it was another thought that I had.
He got it back after the fights in the dunes, but over at Moonfall Pass, it's only a set amount of time right now before that shadow starts to collapse because we do have that Romy Yang. Now Wufang has combo breaker to be burned out. XY still placing out that motion, having a full reset on hand. 4-4 right now in the supply.
Talking about the suggestions of like underneath the names. But there was one more thing.
Player decides to disrupt this fight, like the pistol shot in the background. That's chip damage. That's going to be where he's going to have to really just keep his investment at a low and a minimum. And for PXT, just to make his notice.
What was the initial quality of life thing I was thinking about?
Here on top with that armor swap from Mike.
Now I have to go back in like my VOD.
And as a Liam to be able to get the
let me do it on my phone.
We see another armor swap there, just in case one of these players need to take it for the future.
Genuine needs to pick up some heals leading into this second round of Yang. Now looking at the overall kills, Spider still has a Yang depletion. Wait, we took their names off very quickly. Someone was at the 4 kills already. Is it Lipo? I don't think it's Lipo, but Spider down to a last hit point situation. Arano is going to secure the kill. Genuine, remember, he got his soul back, and then he's ready to get out there and get active. Everyone's just kind of run away from him. He's successfully gotten away. Speaking of runaway, we have Star in Siren ult fiending out PXT, but Edward is there as well. Everyone's looking for that last hit potential, but now, careful, Pace just immediately gets betrayed out of left field by both Arano and who's that? Ashao.
The Wufang. Yeah, this is kind of that position I was talking about. After that second round Yang, how many players going to be left?
That was
the
it,
more
yes.
players there are,
I was saying that like we needed more quality of life stuff.
Since Arano has only 5 players to worry about right now, 3 eliminations
for your
on the board,
remaining lives, I think it should show in like minutes, and it should have like a timer that like counts down instead of just like a bar that empties, and then you kind of have to like.
This is going to be a moment right now.
Kind of have to like guess.
This is a wall that XY can take full advantage of as long as that Liam ult doesn't come out in time. That's a free double R.
You have to kind of guess like where.
In a dream right now. I'm not sure Arano's
and
get
when.
Yes, he will, but then again,
not where. You're gonna have to guess like when your life actually goes out instead of just like having even like somewhere in your inventory. If they don't want it to like be.
He's robbing it.
If they don't want it to, I don't know if they wouldn't want it to obviously like be underneath.
Right now with how many kills he's got.
But I feel like
he's got on hand.
There's room. Like they could definitely just put it under there. But if they don't want to do that, they could always just put it in when you press tab, and you can see like
slowing this down, going back and forth.
How many people are like souls? You can see how many people are like alive and everything. Like how we can see in the top left right now. Maybe if they just did that with a timer for like how long that your soul alter life, your free life lasts for.
Gonna get one uppercut.
That would be extremely useful.
Now, Senuan in a last focus attack situation is going to pop that Temmie wall. Now, if he line of sights perfectly here, he should be able to get a full reset here. And now no ults to these players' names.
Oh, they could probably also put it in your buff bar or like your stats bar.
I
don't know. Maybe not in your stats bar, but they could put it there if they really wanted to. I just think
right
that
now.
there's a lot that they could
Way for
do.
XY, this is the best position he can take right now for the moment. The horizontals, the meter dumps, if he can just try to get one over the other, he's gonna look for the LMB neutral. There's the F1 combo breaker. He's still got just ult to worry about. Meter dump is good, but the ultimate was preemptive, reactive, if we will. And for Wufang, he looks for dashes, he's looking for staggers, he's looking past this point. He misses the reset because the F1's back up again. XY uses it to corner off. He finds a nice whistle, but will he be able to go for the grapple
What the
of
heck was
R&B
that?
as well? He spaces out. He's looking for the R&B into the drop down, but of course the dash is good. The grapple bump into the R&B is free, and that might be just a jump LMB situation, and exactly the case scenario to use Wufang. 5 eliminations, getting gold armor and another gold weapon in his pocket picked up, and he's also being able to go through with the Pride's Fall and a gold pair of nunnies with a purple dagger.
Little bit of everything for Wufang. We see the gold weapons. Big part of that second realm of Yang, getting those gold weapons. Now, red weapons actually same amount of damage as the gold weapons. We do have 6 alive. Going to that first store here, a little bit of a high five. You were winning.
So
Yeah,
Polaris
winner.
lost
The
Yang.
winner's
Did
buff.
Polaris have 2
Moving
kills
forward, we're
before
gonna
this?
see
I guess
how
we'll
Cuz
see
was
real
able
quick.
to beat Lipo. A little bit of fadeaway focus attack, but then Lipo opens up with one. Greedily
He probably got
sends
caught in his
another
ult
one.
here.
Now,
That's the
I
only
get
way
it.
that he dies.
We are Captain America. The problem is if you get parried, as long
Yeah.
as your opponent just like cancels out, he can always try to double charge on different weapons.
Oh, this is
So
how he
like
got
spear,
caught,
pole
yep.
sword, long sword, all these weapons have a singular charge. And it
He
looks
has
like
2 kills.
Syra
I feel like he probably shouldn't have
being
gone
a victim
in Yang.
to- I mean, that's crazy to me.
It is definitely crazy.
Yeah,
The light players
I feel like
double bow shot,
he
headshot,
gets
boom,
2 kills.
XY, 3
I think we
eliminations.
chill.
After going
Like,
through,
he's already
picks up
got
his
the
solo
momentum from
out
the
of
first
game.
game. He doesn't
5
need to,
players
like,
left.
play
For the case
too
right now, right? We mentioned
aggressive.
6 players and then how 2 players went to Romy Yang. We do see Moonshark Storm though picked up.
And especially
Okay,
because I
Cyan
don't
comes out
think there's
here,
like any
as
other
well as the scatter
Shayles
shot we
that
saw
were.
earlier.
Did
Still
anybody
has a
else even
pyro
play
target lock to
Shayol?
build
There's 2
up. If he
Temis.
can get that target lock, that would be great considering how well that Valley comes into dodge ban for 3 seconds. All I need to know is whether or not XY can be that only Temi to make it through, because considering he and Tusheng are still in the game, Tusheng being the Romy Yang winner and having that buff active, there is that Syra, there is Star. He is on standby. 1 elimination left, or 1 elimination to earn this game, while with a Liam left, with Arano being the only Liam. I'm curious how these players are wanting to try to tag out between one and the other. For Wufang though, Pride's Fall, Rupture Gale Orb, Kabloom. We're looking at the aerial dash. We're looking at that alchemy level 2. Not really much of a deal breaker, but he does have the necessary kit right now in his body to be holding on to all of these weapons and having, you know, just the necessary amount. But for Tusheng, he wants to make sure that this Syra has no space in this final circle for the top 4 that he's trying to make into a dream to reality.
We will be chasing down Wufang. Wait, spoke too soon. We both had the white tiger buff. Not an optimal target.
Okay, this is actually looking a little sketch for Frost because there's
no one does have Yang Depiction, so we're gonna have to go by the auto target depending on how strong your
there's XY with
character
3
is in
kills.
the
There's
game.
Chuzhong with
Star on
3
Syra.
kills. So 28, 25.
Like,
Polaris is at
someone
25.
spots about
Pace
from
is
the
at
lobby, he
27.
will be getting focus attack, and you see Wufang
And this is
using
only
the
after game 2.
cannon for the
And
easier
who
to
knows?
land,
Maybe
but
even there's a
guaranteed
possibility that
splash
XY. Okay,
damage of
the
cannon. You
the
can still
Temis
iframe
are
it
teammates. They're for
by
sure gonna be
dodging
getting
it
like
as
top
it
2.
lands on top
Actually,
of you, but if you have
Temi
higher
plus
ping,
Temi doesn't work the
kinda
way it
need
used
to
to. So
counter
who
things
knows?
in
Maybe.
advance in order for them to
But they're
work
definitely
as
like the only
intended.
teammates in the lobby.
Now WZ Arano backing off, looking for a solo kill, but it doesn't look like anyone's doing that on Sentinels.
Well, the thing is, Arano picking up a
Mike
Sanchez
is Spider
He's
out
got
with no
the-
kills. What happened?
How much do you enjoy your morals? Maybe.
Well, Spider
Arano has Palm Lightning on
died
standby.
to Polaris
Palm
in first
Lightning in
Yang
his
and
hand,
probably
Saturate
died
on his
out.
hand. He's got everything
Mike
kinda
was on
working out.
Tarka
Great,
and
not
he
only
got
great, but
obliterated.
jabbing
So
actually on Star, as well as a Vajra script to be built out. Actually, scratch that. It's going to be a Starfall that he apparently used once. We are going to see Wufang.
You know, I was
just
talking
keeping on
about
around
like
the
how
corners, but I
Tarka's
really want to see how this
change
Palm Lightning comes out to
makes him
Arano's
like
benefit. Blue rarity, it doesn't matter. It's still range blue.
like
Even
Tarka's
after the
not
hot patch,
like
I'm not even
he's
sure.
inherently his
Raven, you
change
can
is good.
clarify if
Like
they
right,
had updated that hot patch
it
for
makes
those
him like
flying,
slightly better.
the
It makes him
Palm
like way
Lightning
better in duos and trios,
nerf,
and it makes him slightly
but
better
that
in
was the fix.
solos.
If it's
A good
effect, 'cause
Tarka
even
would
so,
like
even in the
obviously
light patch,
be like
that
better
Jay's
and everything,
still a
right? But like
menace throughout the
this
base.
change doesn't
Yeah,
really
the
do
nerf
that
ended up being a
much
buff. I heard that they
It's
like,
able to be parried.
in like the
Yeah.
grand scheme
They
of
were
things
widen-
whenever it comes to
widen like its
to
hitbox,
BR
though, so
in
it's
terms
so
of like
big, it's
ranked
even
and
bigger
everything.
now. Easier to land.
It
It's
doesn't make
definitely
that
more
big of a
menace
difference in
trios than it is
China.
solos, just because Solos,
or
you're
like
not getting the buddy system
in a low
here,
ping environment,
where
because
two
most
with a palm
people,
line are going to be hitting
me
you,
included,
and rotating
and I said I was
off.
gonna do this
In
for the next
solos,
stream,
that could still happen,
but we didn't really play
as
anything this
players,
stream. So the next stream
kind
after,
of double down.
I'm going
and
to
work together versus a
note. We're
neutral
gonna
enemy.
have a
We
counter,
haven't seen it in
and we're
solos
gonna
yet. It's
note
a
down
lot more
every
common
single
in
time that
trios.
I dodge a
Definitely
Tarka
didn't feel a
in
difference
ult,
from it, so
and
I
I
don't
get rubber
imagine the
banded.
pros are going to feel a difference. And utilizing it, we are going to get that Spirit Well coming out. And one of my favorite parts of these end games,
Because that's quite literally
fostering of
the
good
only way that
Jade
like people
or
are really
playing
dying to
range for
Tarka
this,
is
and
that
we
like they're
are gonna see
getting
that palm lining from
they're getting
Arana on
caught
the
out of their
outside,
dodges when they shouldn't be.
immediately tossing it in to two people.
And I even
clanking,
played
going about it. Arana
Look,
gonna
I even
come out
played my
with the
VOD
first
back
parry,
or my VOD back on
8 out
stream
the
where I
next one,
dodged and I
forcing out
still
the
got
combo break
hit by the
for
knee
the
that I
Chuz,
dodged.
And now Wu Fang is going to take the center, trying to defend against everyone. Looks like everyone's peppering in with everyone, giving the green light for Star to show up on the Cyro. Now, will everyone turn and kill Cyro instead?
That's going to be the question, because the Tumult ult is invested. Siren's still on the back line. XY's getting a free reset
The
inside
box
of
is
it
broken.
for it. And this is going to be where the Temis are going to be wanting to make notion for each other. But there's going to be the Moon Star Storm coming
Even
out.
if he
next to
misses
two
knee, he
targets.
can
It
grab you.
immediately comes out
Well, I
towards
mean, no
Arana.
one's playing
Arana gets
V2
a
in
pocket to heal
solos.
here for a moment. We see a combo breaker. We see another Tumult
And you
ult
can
come
double
out here.
dodge. You
And
could
for
you
XY
can
right then
double
and there, he
dodge
gets
like
that Moonshard Storm
the
pocket
knee and the
again
grab.
in
The
back
problem
line.
is
Shank going up
it's
against Star,
ping
burning up the combo
oriented,
breaker for
right?
that
So like
Cyrus. It's
even
gonna be
if
a
you
big moment.
dodge,
This is
he's
be
gonna
where the
grab you
Temis
out
can
of it,
really
or you're
lock
gonna
down.
get
We'll
need
see
out
one
of
or
it.
the other.
Whichever
Obviously,
one
the ult is done, but of course for 50%
you
on the
succumb
Spearwell,
to first
XY
due to
wants
ping.
to make it his goal in order
It
to
doesn't
earn it
work
out.
like
Star,
that in
jab it,
China.
boom, bam, there's 500 armor gone, and there's going to be a chance for the army
Or against
to
other
Shank
low
parry
ping
from the back line
Tarka
against
players,
XY
it doesn't
another
work
base
like
lane,
that.
or maybe
And it's
perhaps
not like
chance to
a
get chased
spacing
down.
thing that you can do against like Tarka and everything, right? Like
XY
obviously
makes
the
his way
answer
out from that
is when
small
Tarka
little
ults, you
hole in
just
the
you
ceiling.
disengage.
But Star on the Syra,
But
not
in the
into
events of you
Spirit Well,
disengaging,
immediately wants to
if
try to secure
you
his
get
kill. One
caught
of the
out of
players
something where you shouldn't,
diving
you know,
in
get
as
caught out
well,
of, that's not
sensing
really
the
on
weakness,
you.
but Star gonna
And
invest his Syra
it's
over
kind of
it
like
with
how
a dash
Justina
through from a Wu
is
Fang
stronger
with a
outside of
quick
China
work,
than she
lands the
is
armor
in
beam
China, or
on the
like
back of Shen Yuan's head,
on
and
low
now
ping,
Star's gonna be in an awkward position coming
because
out
of
of the
what you can
Cyber
do.
ultimate, but Wu Fang is gonna take advantage of it at first by hitting onto Chuz, but Wu Fang immediately checks the vibes for Star and puts him out, puts him down, and now Wu Fang's up to 8 kills for this game too.
Potentially could have gotten a 10-kill game. Unfortunately, Arano looked to fiend it out. And there's going to be a horizontal block extreme coming out. This is going to be the Moonbane play. Pushes him to the corner, does not connect the strike. Of course, there's another LMB opportunity here. And to the ultimate with Justina being available. Since there's no TOD, it's all going to be used in a micro sense. There's a block, another one. A meter dump attempt coming out. And with this ultimate from the Liam, we saw the play from Wu Fang. He ulted, dashed away.
No
He didn't know if the orb was
TOD.
going to come down.
Nah, there's a way.
He finds another chance to try to look for those cannon shots.
There's a
Looking
will,
to
there's a
try to
way.
proc that
Okay,
Rough
I don't think you should
finds a
even like
beautiful
have pushed
dash
this.
across the corner, goes for the 1-2 and making sure that he can go for
Okay.
a block. He burns that second orb. And
It's
with it,
perfectly
forces out
fine
a
now
weird
because
position right now for
he
Arano in
forced
this
out
closed
his
corner.
both balls. What the hell was that?
Rano throws it, focuses back by Wu Fang. Wonderful timing. Uses the dash through. It's denied.
I couldn't even see the
Cheeky
dash. The
focus
game,
attack.
the screen froze.
Wu Fang all day so far has been on point with these well-timed focus attacks. I haven't seen anyone else deploying these focus attacks like Wu Fang has, and giving an argument for Justina being that third phase pick. Wu Fang puts on a clinic on Holleroth. I believe getting that first place and a 9 kills. It's going to be a massive, massive point game for him. Now, Rano, thinking about the fight versus Wu Fang, not much you can do there. I would say Justina is really in question of maybe being the second best at yoinking kills in the end game, in that mid game. Just because the dash through is reliable to one, close the distance, and double down as an escape option. And a lot of the times, if your opponent is on
I've always
top
said that
of
like
them,
time and time again that
do get the option of that double dash. Or
the characters that
actual
are
freeze
strong,
animation. Wu
like
Fang,
Justina is like one of the
letting
strongest
everyone
characters
know,
in
maybe you
in
should
NA.
also consider
But the
whether or not
reason that
Justina
she is
a
the
third pick as
strongest
well.
is not really like it's not the
Born to be raised, I swear. Everything comes down towards these plays. I know. We got to continue though. We have to mention
what do you say?
in terms of this play for the Justina, a light hyper Lexington. born to be raised. I swear, everything comes down.
Light
towards
hyper.
these plays.
What?
Light hyper Lexington, born to be raised. I swear. Everything comes down towards these plays. I know. We got to continue, though. We have to mention in terms of this play for the Justina, like you said, getting a free refresh is definitely a icing on the top of the cake. Another thing, too, is the fact that he was able to gain that aggression by picking up
What
that
the
buff.
fuck is
It was
light hyper
contested for
Lexin?
a mere minute.
Bro.
What it costed was both investments from the Tumult Ultimates. And then once that second time, once XY decided to disengage, everyone shifted their focus. What does that give Justina in that case instance? What gives Wu Fang the best ultimate that he invested? What Wu Fang tried to do there was just try to see about what was his next move after he procs his ultimate, because he got it right back up again. And then again, once the Justinas were out to go off against with no Liam orbs in that corner fight, I know that Ron was just thinking about,
yeah.
okay, maybe going through in that fight,
Justina good,
a better spot, because Justina's with the dashes cuts around the corner like butter.
But how
once
people
she
play
finds
Justina
that line of sight, knowing that your target's going to be within that sideline, that she can just
in
cut
NA is
and
like
mark them down and shoot it out is where
she's good, but she's good for the wrong reasons, or yeah, basically good for the wrong reasons.
But Wu Fang, first place Raven, 13.8 points, massive.
Yeah, no. Like I said, he was up to 8 kills. You pointed out that last kill sends him to 9, and a massive game. Like 13.8 used to be a lot more common before 2025, but with the point changes, with the MVP systems, and with less kill multiplier, we're seeing less big games like this, almost up to 14 points. Arano had 4 kills, so at 6 points. Baldus does.
All right. Well, after this first game or the second game, Wu Fang is now in contention for like
at 4 kills now.
reaching first.
Overall standings. Remember, you get 2 days from this. Long and Edwards starting out the day slow. First 2 games, they got their work cut out for them because they do have to make it at least to like 26, 27 if they hope to qualify. Now Wang Liang or now Edward.
Bro, it's not at least 26, 27. This is like, look at where they are right now. 12 is 25. It's not gonna be 26 points to qualify.
Secure right now.
It's for sure gonna be around like 31 to like 32 points, 31 to 33 points to qualify.
Weekly third day of solos.
The thing is,
8.5, keeping up on pace.
What I was saying was that like if
at 2.5. 27 points, also at pace. I would say around the cutoff is probably gonna be around 30 points. Genuine 4.5.
The thing that I'm really thinking about right now is that
it's like, all right, if you do 2 points every single game.
I was just saying in Frost chat, unless everybody has a magical, like everybody magically just plays good today underneath him, and then they all pass him, that's the only way that he gets pushed out. But like now that I'm looking at it, it's game 2 out of 6.
Wu Fang, massive
and
game. Already
12th place is 25 and Frost is 7 points. In a perfect world, when they get 0 points, 25 is it. Exactly. Like unless you're getting like, unless they're getting like 3 donut games, like 2 or 3 donut games, and the rest are kind of like between 1 to 3 points. Like that's the only universe where
and Spider will be passing 225
26. But if we're already at the cutoff point that you're talking about, like it's definitely going to be higher.
Which is the gear difference, and the damage spike comes out from Light Polaris getting his first elimination there. And then for Wu Fang, the Fortress Kaviani fight.
Yo, what is happening with the YouTube stream? What the?
For the RMBs, and with an active Justina, it was only a mind game at that stage. And for Wu Fang, getting out Asia after that Realm Yang had closed off its borders. And for Asia taking out this fight, having post Syra ultimate, all you need to do is a combo breaker, but at which point never had the opportunity in doing so. We did switch out over towards that second Realm Yang, where Chisheng went up against Polaris. Xiao ultimate active usage, but Chisheng looking for those pistol shots due to that Xiao active ult for the pistol shots.
Oh, okay, it's every time that I tab into like the game,
fight, this is where we switch on over to
or like I hover in the game for a little too long.
Genuine versus Lipo 1-2 Trey. Genuine sends it and sneaks it through, this time with the 1-2 hold. Gonna pop the Temi ult to secure the kill, secure the range. Lipo in good spirits, gonna laugh it off. Always another shot to get another pop-off game like game 1. Wu Fang on the Justina. Absolute juggernaut here. Gets a layup from Chuz, and that Temi-F Arano with the overhold. Not able to get that focus attack through. Wu Fang's able to react to him, and again reacts to him one more through Wu Fang F.
Yeah, this
Arano
for sure is
with the overhold,
like, this is for sure hitting you. for like full damage here. Like he dashes right here and he gets the freeze because his blue frame ends. But like if you do this shit on NA, like you're just for sure getting fucking like kicked out of this. There's also like so many instances where I've been playing Jusino recently and I just get like I'm getting a hit out of my V, I'm getting hit out of my fucking my dash.
Jades for endgame. Now it didn't come down to it. He ended
It's
up
like,
being
bro,
able to
it just
play
feels
Spirit
like
well,
recently you
get
just
on
have
top
to
of
like
players,
pre-input
managing the
everything
buff and secure the
like
kills. But
way
to get one of those Jades
ahead of
if
time.
Wufang was pushed to it, we'd probably see even more damage than the 25 or about 25k damage he did this game too.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of interesting bringing out the cannon, bringing it to the fight. Something that we saw, I believe, last season with TTD5 having more prominent usage of said weapon, and then having a chance of actually just being able to pop off with this Wufang really guarantees that in the usage. But we got a question for Twitch chat: which player chose target G and Game 2? Easy answer: A, OG Mike, B, SR Spider, C, WZ Toronto, D, 521 Life Polaris. If you guys notice the pause, might have given me a little bit of hint. But we do have a chance here for Twitch chat only, so make sure you guys in YouTube chat get a chance of swapping on over to Twitch, and as well as having UID ready to go for Unaraka UID. But going into chance off of the round 2, we got 2 rounds down the way.
Fuck, I did too early.
A break coming out here in just a moment, so we will be back for you in round 3. Don't go away. We'll be back soon.
Jesus, it's always so fucking loud. Okay, now I'm really wondering. It just feels like it's so slow. Wait, let me just like Oh, what? My crazy just yin yang pool, not new. It's not new. It's the same one that we got back in September. What? Wait, maybe it'll just be easier if I just... Do I really have to do a timing for this? Oh my god, but having to do a timing for this is like so grief. Use scroll wheel swap or 1-2-1. I use disarm. I'm starting to get used to using disarm, but it's not working in the way that it's generally supposed to. And I couldn't give you a reason why.
In front of Spider's name instead of WBG, but on the backside we do have Wolves Paste coming in, interrupting the GOAT battle. But Mike, with his armor fence, able to find that first one, baiting out that first parry. Pace, closing the distance though with the staff, getting right back into Mike's face. Now Spider jumping, taking the vibes, seeing who we need to go after. But Spider opting to go after Mike, but decides against at the last second. But Pace wants part of this action. One charge gonna be coming out. 1.2 release. Where you going, Spider? You ain't getting out of here without a little bit of scratches. Spider gonna jump and cancel his focus attack, but Pace is gonna
And he sold a
keep on
flower.
sending it. With all of that work, though, Mike's gonna come through and steal the kill.
I figured Mike was going to go for the Congeneric. I saw that katana in your second slot, my man. But this is going to be the F1 into the R&B attempt that Mike might have looked for a parry. And that is kill elimination 2. 2 in the first 2 minutes, essentially. And this is going to give Mike all the gold necessary later on. Edward, though, looks towards his elimination, does not get it. Polaris finds it. This is going to be purple staff pickup for Polaris if he's able to get this elimination off of this Akos. Akos ult is ready to go for Edward. Grapple cancel from that blue focus. Mind games left and right for Polaris, though. But blue focus comes no avail because of the Akos ultimate. One leap invested, and Edward gets the elimination. This means he gets upgraded to the armor. That means he
It
also
looked like
gets
it
his
was his
elimination
second
on the
life
board.
because the way his screen
Beautiful rush down from Edward.
dimmed
No
for a second. I was like,
hesitation.
wait, bro,
Wants to
was that
just
his
secure that
second
kill,
life for
even
real?
if it means he's gonna blow his ult a little bit earlier. Kind of how Tarka's kind of played. We don't see any Tarkas on this Morris. Back to the old meta. Back to the shadows Tarka goes. Sad days for Mr. Tarka. But traditionally, we always saw Tarka use on Firefly days just because when Tarka gets a Firefly in his ultimate, that's definitely one of the worst case scenarios you can be in as a Tarka's running around with Fireflies in his sights. We are going to see Fong unusually with dual Halbies and a great sword ready for that weapon swap. Usually we always see him with the fan, but Wufang is going to keep out the pressure. Sends in the LB, not able to get that tech chase. Fong fighting back right here. Is going to get caught on his wake up. But Fong going to be backing off, looking for that armor reset. Fakes it though. Immediately comes back in. Throws the light. Pops the Shio ult. And now Fong has the option. Does he pop his ultimate? He is going to get choken and taken down. Popping one of the shields. Going for the follow-up. And now Spider's going to be
I
moving over
will
with the white
be right
armor.
back.
But I
Let
believe this
me-
is Spider's second life. He has to be careful right here with the Shio ult.
Yeah, I'll be right
here.
back.
He is going to pop his ult as well. But still, the Lottie in the back seats. This is very, very dangerous for Spider. He's playing with fire. He might get burned.
I mean, spotlight the armor swap. There it is. Wufang finds it. And it makes it, a very good notion about where that Justina really comes in. The imprint was a great opportunity for Spider there just to confirm the guaranteed enhanced dash. Just shield throws can come left and right. And that's exactly what happened. So he had to use a dash for an escape. Meanwhile, back to Victim's Haven, we do see Edward go for clean number 1 against Mike. Remember, Mike has a katana in the back pocket. Blue rarity goes for the Congeneric swap. Does not get any priority off of that. And there's going to be a chance right now for Mike to look for any engagement from this Akos, whether for an ultimate or an F2 cast. But for Mike, having the chance to get one heal off is definitely going to be the benefit for the matter. He still has ultimate ready to go. He goes for stanchion hits. After he confirms the gold focus, he could just go for the dash jump LMB, but he goes for it. He gets caught by the roar. He rolls forward. He looks for the R&B. Then again, he looks towards it, and too late in the manner, he might have to invest his ultimate in this fight to guarantee this kill against Akos once that ult comes out.
Ooh, nice catch from Edward. Ends up catching Mike with his left full dodge out of the building. Tap dodge rolls are going to be coming out. Nice job from Edward. Able to gold frame through that first ball coming out from Mike. Now Mike has a lot of time. Needs to really, really calculate this one. He does get one. He's going to get a heal off. But the scoop does not land. Edward with the mash of Tiger ends up being able to drop the combo. Now Mike on the side of the tree trying to get away. We're here to create some space, but Edward doing a good job jumping. LBE's coming out with that staff. Now Mike trying to look for the scale. He's going to switch to the staff. Sends one more focus attack, but Edward's ready. He closes the distance and catches Mike with the parry.
That was really close. He was almost getting griefed by the terrain alone on both ends, really, for Edward and for Mike. Mike attempting to go for that side uppercut off of the Liam orb and the throw, but since terrain was at like a 2-degree incline, that's all that Edward really needed to go ahead and proc out the V2 for that lunge. We switch on over to Zest Winery. WZ Toronto, Flying Knives of Purple Rarity. Nice introspect in terms of that Roman Yang being right there, and then over towards the realm of Yang in the Sunwings Rest region. Spider has finally found a better armor upgrade. He's still on blue and lower rarity weaponry, but he is making his notion against Asia, who does have that long note ready to go. Combo Breaker is invested, and Spider's throwing out the RMBs. We're just going to have to see how this Roman Yang turns out to be in his benefit.
Yeah, still 12 people left alive going into the first realm of Yang. No one has overextended off spawn. Lipo setting up for Realm of Yang again. Forced the combo breakout. Pace. No free Yangs allowed. He's going to be pressuring Lipo right here. Immediately rolls up. Throws a 1.2 focus attack. Gets sneaked through Lipo. No armor to his name. He is going to be backing off. And Pace does not want to give up the ticket at this point. Wants his priority pick right here. But Lipo still probing. Isn't willing to just go and leave just yet. Spoke too soon. We are going to be backing off. It's like usually the players who cannot get into Realm of Yang will go for a stash or will go to the Spirit Well. Long already posted up at the stash waiting for it to open, and Chuz lands from behind, threatens the one charge. Both of them clank. They both go in right here. Both grab all the Jades. Long immediately scale rushes off the wall, gets an uppercut on the Chuz. Wait a second, Chuz is going to nice job with the knives. Bait back twice, get 2 staggers, bait out the combo break, and now Chuz sending Fong for a ride. Gets 1, 2, does he get the 3? He's gonna overhold the 3 with the cancel. Get the ball onto the Chuz, and now Chuz going for a ride. First combo break's gonna be coming out, but we still got 2
I'm
more
back with some
balls
golden grams
in the deck. Now Chuz with the ultimate going to be popped. Fong is going to opt to be running away. Will Chuz end up chasing, or is he just going to go back for the loot?
Definitely wants to take that purple armor. Definitely does, especially considering we know how low that Lana was and taking her reset. We're going to see that chance right now, though, into a swift cut Sat Jade for Star, as well as looking at whether or not that Rogers can come into usage. But, of course, Spider looks towards this pistol shot back and forth, looking for the R&B throw out. He gets tap dodge, and that combo breaker is going to be invested mad early. But for Spider, fist blades, scare rushes, it's going to be a memorable game right now. There's going to be the uppercut attempt coming out, the F1 the ult proc coming from Star in midair. Wait a second, this actually forces out Spider in a spot he'd rather not be in. 1 R&B. Extensions from Star could come out to one-hit wonder. Immense combination off the orbs into that first Romy Yang, but we still have other fights that you had. Edward versus Pace after a successful parry. It's still going to be a game right now for the Ultimates.
Edward with the half charge, R&B. Trying to lock down Pace, but Pace is going to be able to back off, get that scale rush off, but double charge is going to be coming out from Edward.
Oh my god.
Temmie ult's going to be coming in, and
bro, he almost just
what I thought was going to
nah,
happen.
that was way too close.
Aggressive, gets the stagger off, forcing out the ultimate from Edward on the Akos. 1 Tiger is going to be down, and now Edward's on the prowl looking for the pounce, but Pace is going to take to the sky. It's not going to matter. Omnidirectional Tiger is going to scoop him out of it. Gold combo break's going to come out. Edward tries to use his F2 to get his former teammate staggered, but it's not going to work out for him. Pace is doing a great job kiting, and with 27 seconds left, it's going to be a nail biter of who is going to take this.
Lethal Jab confirms, damage is met. That's going to be the best option considering the F2 Roar is still available. We still got that Tumultuous to be available to come out of the combo breaker. One R&B in a dream right now. That's an Edward's play. Look, 10 seconds on the clock, and Edward looking for the side uppercut doesn't connect it.
Yo,
this is going to be
take out, like, do you have a pistol or some
There
shit?
it is, connection. Spoke too soon. Cast a curse, your boy. I'm sorry, Pace, but this is going to be Edward's victory, getting out the gold weapon, and of course taking out any Jays that comes through. Gold pole sword picked up. Sasa Gecko foot, not really that much of an upgrade, but definitely just an HP Jade in general, and having that purple Hong sword on backup duty. Now, looking at the Jades, Tuna is on available status. We do see that Blistering Edge. This is going to come out in clutch moments. He also has an Overlord, so if he decides to get one proc off of that Soul form, getting a level 3 stage horizontal release, big damage, especially coming out with the Blistering Hedge being a single hit.
One person looking to get their Soul Bloom back, but still 11 people in the lobby alive. Red buffs are going to be coming out, looking for possible victims right here. Akos of Edward wants to run back with Wu Fang. You left too early, Wu Fang. You wanted to fight. Why wouldn't you fight on the side little corner? No siree. Wu Fang with the long sword, battling it out, just eating roars left and right. But still, that's the score looking at Wu Fang. Looking on pace for himself. With one kill. But he is at 13.5, so Wu Fang. No, I'm looking at Fang, not Wu Fang. Wu Fang's at 3 kills. Never mind.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
I was
Wu
like,
Fang
wait,
This man, this shouldn't be this good right now. It's great. I'm sorry.
I was like, wait a second. I'm pretty sure I saw him at the top. I was confused. My bad. Wu Fang. He is going to get taken down.
Edward is turning up
with the staff,
now.
with the flank, and now Orano is going to be following up onto Edward. This is a dicey moment. Minute and 30. Edward's going to switch over to the pole sword, but Orano wants this kill on him.
I think Orano's going to have to be very careful out from here. He's looking to try to burn out the F2. Oop, there's a nice catch there. He burns the F2. There it is. Orano does not have the terrain to his availability, though. There's one clink to trying to close this. He looks for a single R&B stagger. He gets this. Could grapple bump. He's going for the extension manually off of that shotgun blast. That's elimination number 2, if I'm not mistaken, onto Orano. No, first elimination on the board. Still having Edward on that Vermilions, though. Seeing XY, though, proccing out the Shy ultimate. It is now up against him and Mike. Now, Mike should have the advantage here, right? Straight up. Okay, yeah, there it is. He finds the orb and escaping target. That's going to be free low. That's going to be Mike on his 3rd elimination and then picking up the gold there and making his way towards somewhere else. But for Life Polaris dies in the zone. Spider finds the elimination off of his Realm Yang depletion. It's going to be getting rid of. And now it's going to be where he is going to be in a weird nifty spot because Mike's right around the corner. If he's there over towards this area, he could just spot it out. We'll have to see. Over by the Daily Meadow, we do see Wu Fang out here. Has himself an Aerial Ren, no great sword, but then again, gold long sword, that's pretty much all you need, especially in this current meta.
Oh yeah.
The armor supplies though, are looking a little bit
today
nifty,
or
27
yesterday?
seconds. He's gonna have to try to get.
I went to my older brother's graduation
because he is limited on those resources.
he got his master's degree.
After
When I
this
came
round,
back,
he should be good on resources, but
apparently,
Wu Fang to get in. 50
my-
seconds left. Oh, no,
My PC was
Stop.
recording for like 12
No,
hours.
He does Wu Fang dirty
Out of
and
nowhere, just like, oh,
sneaks
recording
in that
saved. And I was just like,
RB
wait,
to the back
what?
of
I was
the
recording this whole
dome,
time?
goes
And I was
gold.
looking
He's
for
just
like
doing so
5
much
minutes. I was like, where the
damage.
hell is this recording? Because
No more
I just
free
used up
realm
200
yangs,
gigabytes
and
of space.
Wu Fang is gonna get griefed right
I
before
found
the
it.
end game.
Luckily,
Good
because I was
googly
like, there's no way,
moogles.
bro.
That
I didn't
army
even
just does so
remember
much
pressing the
damage
record
now
button.
on the nunnies. Now, Star gonna be setting up for this Rumble Yang. Has Mike now waiting on Liam. And wait a second, everyone kind of just been shopping right here. Where we're here hitting the discount store.
Black Friday.
Fong ended up stealing a couple jades here, and Mike's like, wait a second, I just get that end of the deal. Now Star's still posting up, defending his claim to go Yang, and now Orano debating on going in on the Akos. We are gonna get Star versus Edward for the second realm of Yang of the day, and we are gonna get Yao or Alliance versus Bauda, and the other one, probably see the highlights next. But Pole Sword on Edward versus Star. Both of them throwing their first focus attack. Nice job from Star. Dodging that.
What's up,
forward.
Seb?
Now blocking with the nunchucks, sending it through. Edward with the double hold is going to get the combo breakout, but Star, nice job, is going to get the stagger on Wake Up. Now we go to the races. Both ults are up. Tiger is going to be ripping apart Star, but he is going to get one ball and one heal. Does he get more?
Oh, he just misses it.
Wait,
He goes
well,
for the
I saw the
uppercut,
vision.
and I think right there is going to be a reset angle potentially for Edward, but he does not stop. He's going for the leaps. He's going for the scare rushes. He's looking for the R&B. That's exactly what Star would want to take advantage of. This pulse sword action, though, is kind of scary. The F2 can go through walls, and Star knew that, so he's got to spend a little bit more time looking at towards his corner. Looking at the R&B, that Phantom Step gonna do some work later on. I'm calling it out. But for Star right now, he's looking for a scare rush attempt to try to fight out Edward's position, leaving out his pillar to the next. There's a nice R&B from the staff though. Star's still not using his F just yet, waiting for the opportunity right there. F2 roar, doesn't get the double tap dodge he was looking for. It gets caught to the R&B, no purple staff focus, comes out. We get a clink number 1. Star looking to try to go off the tower again, gets caught by the R&B release from the blue focus. Unfortunate. Edward though takes that victory. Switch on over to Aja, and this is going to be up against Bowders Jashang, where there's going to be a Shio ultimate, I believe, unactive. This is going to be that erudition hit
Shoot him.
that
Wow.
makes Aisha such a threat. And he stayed on the ground. Can you believe it? To guarantee the RMB. Crazy.
Gonna keep it simple. Now, Ajao be getting that gold armor, setting up for the next Spirit Well, waiting to the last possible second to grab the buff. We got 12 minutes left in this round, and already down to 8 players. Soul depletion on, I believe, 2 of them right now. Now we are all the way at Sunwing. Couple players hiding on the trees. Very hard to lock people down. One of those players who does need a soul bloom is the Chuz from Bowda. Star on Liam this round. He's gonna get a parry. Dodges out versus Agile. But Agile with the gold katana is gonna want to keep on the pressure. All of the competitive players are all now chasing down Star. This is one of the phenomena Duncan was telling me about, that even if you have a buff, sometimes the people without a buff gang up onto the buff player just because they want a chance at winning this. Azal with a light attack into parry, opening up Star, but Star with that gold combo break is able to get out of there, not really get focus fired and trapped. He is poisoned by the purple mushroom though, but moving in and out, going from high to low, low to high. Running
Every time I turn on, like I try to type recycle bin,
but
that shit does not like fucking.
Wasn't enough. Wufang's tracking it just so good. Now Chuz with
Pin it to like the start or some shit. I don't know why the fuck.
Looking cooked from my friend.
Oh wow, Nova, you're
Is it not pinned to quick access?
Chuz pops his ultimate, looks for the scoop, not able to get it. Star's doing an excellent job though, Server, of getting away from this focus fire.
Yeah, he definitely is. He was looking for the
now it's
there,
pinned to
almost
quick
cost him his life,
access.
but then again, he is still spacing out. I do want to note that this is going to be the chance right now. If he can get a successful orb on a target to throw in the air, he could get a little bit more sustain, a little bit more time on the table. He's going for a manual here though. Still has an orb.
Daku for Damu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Because Aishao is looking for
Star
him.
is dead here,
especially off of the White Tiger's prowess. He's looking for the strike back. But for Star, he's getting nice
might
scare
be
rushes,
looking like
and
he's
using
alive.
The
He might be alive here.
Advantage, and there's no armor swap for him to want to take. He wants to go for this manual heal, no matter the cost, and just trying to conserve that purple armor that he's got on hand. Ooh, one misstep to the scare rush kills Noise for
Stand there, stay there.
He is definitely just breaking their ankles as well as their eardrums. Incredible for Star, because now he's getting a full armor reset. So long as Asia doesn't want to keep that pressure, but all the players around here, that bell could be on rotation every other minute for the players to get full vision on towards his target. This low health Liam that is just trying to skate out here. We know it's a fan, we know it's a Liam, and at that point, he's wielding both of those characters picks. And now it's going to be where Star gets caught with the R&B. Arana looks to try to close this in, making sure he can look for another tree top to get into, but he gets caught. Chuz is looking for it. F1 to push him back and getting back into the second story off this building. Star doing this like clockwork. He's got 2 minutes on the clock though, trying to make this a worthwhile effort because he still needs to get that Romy Yang depletion rid of. He still needs that soul bloom, and there's no target that's going to be looking more of a threat than Shang right now, because he as well is at that Romy Yang depletion state. Considering that Asia is coming out with this Romy Yang victory, no more buff to be on standby. He is going to be trying to go for those nunnies that we saw on towards Star's hands. Gold nunnies, he's got velocity untold. If Asia can succeed in picking that up, that could be one of those jades that are just going to make or break that game, especially with that erudition.
The mic, help me!
Jades is the name of the game in these end games. Besides the Spirit of Well, it's really punches you to take these. But Star getting pressure from Azao and the R&B knives. Now Sunwing has a ton of kiting positions. You see Edward and Spider posting off in the distance on the tallest treehouse. We see Star, Chuz, and Arano kind of poking at each other. Edward and Spider are joining in the fray right now. Drop down attacks with their purple and gold armor. Star in a tough position right here. You better hope Arano doesn't vibe check him to see what his health is working at. Too late. I cast a curse him. Arano for sure checked his health to see what we were working with. And Star with a tricky ceiling kiting play, able to create some distance here. So far, we've seen these plays though at max get 1 heal so far. Might have to like go into the lab and figure out better kiting paths. But Star doing a clinic right now of kiting in Sunwing with the fan, breaks everyone's ankles to the point where they stop chasing him as much.
Yeah, he's gonna get a reset off of this. But he's only got seconds on the clock, so for right now, his only other person, like I said, Shang is the only other threat right now to try to get him out of the game and then pick up his soul bloom. But either way, it's only seconds on the clock, and I think if Star doesn't go down here soon, maybe Shang can find his body right afterwards. But this is only a matter of time, either because the Veil comes out to be available, and he just has to go back there. Otherwise, don't get eliminations to your enemies. That's going to be the position Star wants to make, and that's the position he's going to take. This is going to be a Spirit Well position right now, though. For 6.5 minutes left, these players are making it happen. And Edward getting fiended right now. An active Octopus ultimate. Shang looks to try to go through with this with the Shio ultimate with a couple of seconds on the clock. I'm pretty sure the lobby is going to be making sure that once they realize that this is going to be an immediate elimination, they're going to go for that Soul Bloom immediately. Back end of this pillar, though, we do see Mike up against Edward. He finds a yoink, and that's elimination. That's going to be coming through here as he should. And finding it out with the Rano and active Aqua's ult with the Spear Well cleanse. That means that he has that secondary ultimate on standby. The orb comes out here for Rano. If Rano wants to throw this opponent out of the ringer, he can. But of course, he's gonna have to want to decide upon using just his bare, wits about him, because when it comes down to it, he finds that second leap. He throws Mike for a spin. Mike immediately knows the position he was gonna take off of that, so he had to bring the combo breaker because he would have gotten pelted by range shots and thrown in a position he'd rather not be in the bottom of the floor of Sunwing's Rest, where poison streams could be tested.
Right, literally
towards.
everybody
for Spider,
under Frost is
he's
dead,
got himself just
except for
ultimate. He could invest himself to look for the yoinks, but there's no buff in active use right now for him. No White Tiger's prowess that would allow for him. The one thing though he does have in his pocket, he knows personally, those Moonbane strikes, Raven. This is gonna be where Rano is living it out here with 2 strikes, 1 HP to his name, and one thing is for certain right now: if Rano can get out of here, Raven, this will be a miracle in itself.
Just have Mystic Mike so he can cherry pick, even though the 80% Moonbane is up right now. Navigating Sunwing. It's a lot of verticality here, so I'd say it's a very good chance that we get the heal off here. Unless everyone has become the GOAT of Chase Down. 80% Moonbane. Arano getting really, really close to getting blown up here. Dodges another one. Making his way over to see if we can get a little bit more loot. Ends. Oh, he doesn't really see Mike or Spider. Spider's here somewhere. It's like everyone's content.
Why do you get so many
zoning
blues
out
from
for
that shit?
now. Everyone going to the store when they can and buying. Look at the overall leaderboards. I saw a couple with 3, but 4 being the standard of the lobby right now. SR Spider all the way at the top of the ballista. Gonna be peppering down range. Looks like everyone is going to be backing off, though. Doesn't want to feed.
He just got like 8 blues from the fucking the Spirit, or 8 blues from the Spirit. Well, I didn't even know it dropped that much.
This is like the calm before the storm.
Yeah, I was looking at HL's build. He didn't even pick up the velocity untold from the Hiromi Yang, surprisingly enough. But then again, options on the table right now. Mike, he's gonna be the first to platter. This is gonna be a difficult opportunity for him to get out. No ultimate, no nothing. It's hopes and dreams, really. HL does get elimination, but not the Soul Bloom. This means that the Lonnie ultimate's still gonna be not used. Oh, at this case scenario, it doesn't need to be used. But Spider has his 3rd elimination on the board right now. It's gonna be a 3, I believe, 1-3 position right now for the eliminations on the leaderboard. But for for Spider, he's got Moonshard Storm, so once he reveals that, it's going to be too late. He also has a Sap Jade as well as a Jabbing. DRG Fung having that tune in the background, having the Overlord and that Blistering Edge with a Gold Pole Sword is something he's got into his hands. Got a Hong Sword as well as the Halberds, but the drop down blue focuses is definitely what's going to be looking to try to yoink out here, because whether or not these targets really just want to try to poke it against one another, once one hit gets hit by a soul or by one of the poison shrooms, that's going to be a mark for striking. And now for Arano, he also finds himself with a, if I'm not mistaken, an Aurora Burst in his hand. Finds it, clinks it, enables it. A-Shao locked in, loaded, released, and deleted. That's 2 eliminations right now for Arano, and that's 3 players left on the board. For Arano not having to invest his ultimate, it's one thing. But for Fong, Lonnie with no ultimate, hopefully the lobby doesn't take the dictation to go for it, but Arano definitely wants to just try to test the waters out. These 3 players are here for the next 2.5 minutes, and if not, sooner even.
Sooner or later, these guys are going to be engaging, but it looks like they're very much okay with taking this heal off. Now Spider with a Justina. And Arano with the Akos. Who's the last one? Mr. Fong with the... We haven't seen Fong's loadout. These knives have been doing a ton of work, especially with the Gold Jade. Probably one of the safest things that you can use. Oh my goodness, Fong is using Pole Sword. What a rare instance of seeing him. Now we are all the way on height. Doesn't look like anyone wants to hard commit, especially if Spider gets to charge his focus attack first. Rano is just sitting on the bottom tuning. And now Gaines is moving up here. Or not Gaines, Fong is moving up here. With the Lonnie looking for the focus attack. Switches over to the Pole Sword, looking for that drop down scale rush. Spider still at the top here. He's going full heal off right now. Arano with the Aurora Burst also is going to be icing this off. No one wants to hard commit here with only 3 players left. Whoever commits right here is going to be odd man out, leaving it to MVP. And with all of them neck to MVP this round, it's still up to anyone right here. Fong looks to engage with Spider, but quickly Spider backs him off. And again, we've been seeing this lately with the Spider, or not Spider, the knives change. Everyone's using blue knives, even in these end games, just because of how good it is with the Jades and with verticality. You see Spider using the top here very, very well. With that gold Jades, the gold frame of it, just super, super good for spacing us out. We are going to go to the last 35 seconds. Who do you have taking this serve?
I don't know. Fong is going to have to look to combo break. He misses out on getting caught by the Blistering Edge. He actually might be one of the few targets that if he doesn't get focused off early on, I think he has the best chance. He still has Lonnie ultimate. Spider, though, has a chance of just looking to try to late game Justina at the last possible second, right? Just to make sure that he can get the most aerial position. Yeah, look at that. Incredible. Sensational. This is where Spider actually has himself in a weird tough spot. Arano as well, he got poisoned too. Boom, there it is. There's Spider getting elimination. But Fong, I don't think he's having a problem here. I think we see the Fong come out on top, but I think due to elimination, Spider takes the MVP, and that might be the case. That last hit that he needed on Arano for second place as well, that's definitely best of both worlds, I believe. If not, this is going to be a really close one just because of those multipliers with such a small amount of kills that comes out. And it looks like Edward makes it past his MVP. Incredulous.
Yeah, the poison mushroom right at the end there. Oh, I know Spider says like, oh, we've done goofed. We went to the low ground. There's a poison mushroom right as the zone closes, but he still manages to salvage the situation by getting a heal off right as the zone closes. Perfectly times the ult with Justina, able to gold frame and armor through that situation and dash through. Probably would have been able to get first, but he loses the high ground control. Still stays active, stays with that resolve, and still manages to get that one kill. Able to secure. Wait. Is it Edward? Or did Edward seal it away? It looks like Edward did seal it away. Maybe?
Oh yeah. MVP game. I need to look at the eliminations. I need to look back onto that. For what I'm seeing though, for Edward, I think since he got himself 5 eliminations, plus his placement later on, that, like I said, the low kill count came through by that endgame circle. But I think just because of the 1.5, he was able to secure it out. By a 0.5 difference, I would assume a 0.5 difference away from Spider. So maybe 6.5 points given to himself. Definitely a point right there for Spider, though. You know, Poison Stream, definitely insult to injury. If he didn't have that Poison Stream active, I think he would have had that, obviously, to the books. But That's a different future. We're looking in hindsight. We do see that chance stuff for that final circle, the Sunwings. It's a big final circle. It's a risky final circle. Like I said, the floor is lava at that point. In most directions, you got to watch out for both the purple shrooms as well as the red shrooms. Now, as much as the red shrooms delay that poison effect, the only thing that comes out is that aggressive attack boost that you can get off rip, and then later on, you start feeling the repercussions of your actions. But then again, having the weapon selection, blue flying knives, definitely an optional, an optimal usage of just not only just seeing the weapon if you have the jade, but even without the jade, just having that range, having the derelict choice of blue focuses that can be thrown up, down, left, and right for the R&B as well as with the horizontal. That just gives it enough, enough synergy to be classified like a dagger, right? Except for dagger for escape, you'd use throwing knives just for defensive and offensive pressure.
Yeah, especially when the patches come out for the new weapons and new jades. A lot of the time, it feels like we crank up how common the new jades are for the newer weapons. We see palm lightning all around right now. Now in Mortal War, we haven't seen it as much, but definitely the gold jade on the knives. Oh my goodness. Just the amount of positional control you have. It's a lot like the staff gold jade Merciless, where you can turn the initial blue focus attack, which is parryable, and then turn it back around when it's actually gold and hit your opponent very safely. And the name of the game in solos is do as many safe moves as possible to be able to control the situations. And I still think Justina, the name of the game of this game 3, is a lot stronger than the players are giving credit for. But even though they've nerfed a lot of the touch of deaths, the full 100 of zeros that Justina and Lonnie could do, they still have a lot of other tools that allow them to take advantage of those 1v1s. And we did see Mr. Edward from OA able to steal the MVP away from Spider at 5 kills and 6 points. Wait, are they tied?
Tied for points, but more kills given to Edward.
Yeah. The tiebreaker of more kills goes to Edward. Spider with 4 kills at 6 points. Mike with 4 at 5 points. Arano at 3 kills with 4.5 points. Fong with 1 kill at 4.2. Taking that first place, so we see those placement points as being very, very juicy. When most of the league is average of like a good character average is around 3 to 3.5. 4.2, very, very solid. Star with 3 kills at 3.5. Wufang with 3 kills at 3.5. And Ashao, 2 kills at 3.5. Lipo, a little bit slowing down right now. 1 kill at 1 point. And Chuz at 0.5. Now, Pace and Shenyun having a little bit of a slow start. We are passing that halfway point and looking at the overall standing serve. Time is running out. We gotta get to top 12 if we want to make it to the 4th bi-weekly finals.
Can't believe we're at round 3 and my man only got 4.2 points today. It's a miracle if he can get past the top 12 right now for DRG Fong. But Asia is also on the bottom of the board, 19 points in 17th place. Tina OA Edward, 20.5 and 15th. Star, 25 and 14th. And in Life Polaris with 13th place. Fake Gatekeeper, though, big man, Truz, capital Z. Put some respect on the name. 26 points in 12th place, though. So he's got to make sure he can get a little bit more later down the road for these next 3 rounds. 26.5 for Rano and Pace at 27 and 10th. ASC's XY at 9 to 28. And 28.3 for CDY. BB's Frostus now down to 7th in the overall. Still looking pretty healthy as long as we can see, lack of a better term, seeing how the bottom 6 really does perform out. But for the top 6, we do have Mike, who is performing today with 39.5. Wufang at 44.3 in 4th. And then seeing Spider take out that leadership spot with 49.2 in 1st place. Overall, at least, in terms of the points, taking those proposed points definitely will be an optimal path for him, especially in these next 2 rounds. Really just mustered out between catching an overall 60 up to 70, in copium terms of points. But we'll still have to see how that ends up for these next 3 rounds. We're going into Padoria, Morning Dew, into the next 2 Fireflies, which stat line does show that Tarkas do show up in the Firefly maps for definite, for sure. But we got some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom Gamers United.
Mike versus Paste off Spawn. This was a biter. Mike with the Congeneric. Longsword, Katana, or not a longsword, Hongsword, Katana. Setting up for the fancy new Congeneric stuff. Spider taking, I believe, who's this? We got Wufang going for a ride into the parry to close it out. Arano versus Edward going with the uppercut combo Following up with the 1-2. Ooh, sneaky little R&B chip from Max Range. Gonna get a nice stagger and sending Edward for the classic 1-2 focus attack to close it out. Haste and Star. We see these Dunnies an absolute nuisance going forward. We saw the execution of the R&B onto Wufang, who just wanted to go Yang. He just wanted in.
Back.
The frustration.
He said, "Have my headphones on."
80% health just take him down.
In the
and
kitchen,
Arano
bro
with
said
that Aurora Burst getting that big
Edward.
damage. Fong.
He pronounced it as
at the top
Edward.
ropes, playing the
Eduardo. I
hero
was just like,
situation perfectly.
like,
Spider,
who the hell is Edward?
Unfortunately, hits that mushroom, not allowing him to survive. Even though he probably has a little bit of health, Jades. Looking at his health, but Mr. Edward or Wang Liang being able to take the MVP, stealing it away, and he's been doing super well on his Akos lately. Sir?
Yeah, he actually has. I think his average right now is now upwards of 3+.
Oh my God.
At least no, up to 4. 11 MVPs. My man cooking right now, man. Skyforce picked up somewhere in the midst. Did it really come into effect? I'm not too sure, but that Tuna definitely did. Having over 10,000 healing, 17,000 damage overall. Staff was his primary. Ultimates and skills, meaning his F2 and his ultimate, 4,200 damage. Kind of
In
impeccable. But once he
CN,
was
there's
able to find
something
himself
called
that
a
Aurora
Valorant
Burst, then that's all
Evaluation
he really
Cup
considered
Series.
using. Not gonna be a problem. Just making
What is
sure,
this?
making sure that he can guarantee an
That sounds like
AoE
Fortnite.
effects, as well
Fortnite
as
has
stays
evaluation
going,
cups.
focus, so that way when anyone comes towards him, he'll get targeted. He'll focus them out and release it. We actually saw that earlier with Alani. I think Asia was the one who was a culprit because of that, getting a drop down to that silence, allowing for Asia to then get continuously pelted out and then getting the elimination as a result. So seeing the Akko's gameplay coming out from there makes it so that anything comes through at the end if you know the player as well as the characters you're going up against. But we got ourselves to be thinking about that later on. We got an interview with one of our players in just a moment. We'll be back for you guys in Bedoria round 4 after this moment.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have OA Edward come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 有请王来先跟我们大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是欧威的爱华。
Okay, welcome. So first of all, congratulations to you to win the MVP of Game 3. How do you think about this game? 那首先也是小小的恭喜一下王亮拿到了第3把的这个 MVP 啊，怎么评价第3把的比赛呢？
我只评价我的表现的话，就是地麦的处理有问题了。
哦。
然后别的，但是我现在的目标是进周先管好自己。
Okay, so for me, I think I have a little problem with the spirit wall, and for me, I think the only target so far is to qualify the bi-weekly final. Well, did you think about you will get the MVP after you died? 那其实，在第3把的时候，并不是说站到最后一名拿到这个 MVP。当时有没有想过自己死后仍然可以凭借这个击败分去拿到最后的胜利？
主要是这个胜利没有什么用啊，就分还是那么多分又不加，其实没有什么就是感触，有或者是或者不是，都对我来说不是很重要。
Oh, so I think the victory of Game 3 is kind of useless because no matter how like the score, the points is just like that many. So if I got the MVP or not, it won't like give me more scores. So I think it's nothing for me. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did OA Edward use in Game 3? 那这次我们的问题是，第3把王良用的
Oh, that was pretty obvious, you know, from the MVP screen.
榴莲 C 是顾清寒 D 是胡伟 So please count down the time. 也请王良给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
D.
Okay, the answer is D. Well, you know, so for the hero of Akos, we know like no matter how many times we change the patch, no matter how weak or strong the Akko is, we can still see this hero on the stage. So how do you think about this? 那其实我们发现，关于胡卫这个英雄，无论这个版本怎么样去变化，无论他是有加强或者削弱，这个英雄始终都活跃在我们的这个赛场上，从来没有就是说完全被代替过。你怎么看待这个问题呢？
现在的胡卫的强度还就是一个末选的位置吧。就末选的话，没有其他英雄能玩，就玩胡卫没有什么问题。
I think for Akko now, like so for the whole a hero selection. If there's nothing to choose, we choose Akos is good for it. Well, and also for this time, like for game 3, your teammate is Arano. How do you think about being like a teammate with Arano？ 那其实，在第3把的时候，也恰好是跟阿冉去做队友，觉得这个队友怎么样？
反正对我来说，他没有起到任何的作用啊。就是在我的视角里，他没有任何的作用，因为我一直是进回阳界的那个，他是我的小弟啊，我是大哥。
Oh, okay. So actually, we don't have any effect between us because, in my opinion, like he is kind of like my little brother in the game, and I was the one always getting to the young, so I think he didn't affect that much in game 3. Okay, so we know that you already got one bi-weekly champion of solo, but maybe for the points, it still have something to do with. So, like, how do you think about this bi-weekly final？ 那其实我们也是知道拿过一次周冠嘛，但是对于目前的这个积分来看，怎么看待就是说会不会要去打复活赛这个问题？
进不了周决就要打，进得了周决就不用打，很简单，先进周决再说。
Okay, so I think this one is a really easy question. If I qualify this time by weekly final, I don't need to play for the qualify competition. But if I don't, I have to play it. Okay, thank Wang Liang come to our interview. 也谢谢王良来到我们的赛后采访。That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
Holy shit. So fucking loud. Who won? Edward. What the? Any new character picks? Nope.
Fong back to his glory days, so able to win off those heal-off situations. Same thing with Wang Liang, now known as Edward, able to secure those end games, and that's what those two have always been known for in the league, being able to play out these end games consistently, setting up their Jades, setting up those health Jades to win that last heal-off situations. We still see Spider valiant effort trying to fight it off. He does accidentally hit that mushroom, but going into game 4, Perdoria, hopefully we'll see some more Tarka. And again, we saw Wang Liang or Edwards, Akos perform very, very well to the point where it's arguable now that Akos and Justina are back in the meta and in contention to be in that top 3 spot.
Exactly, yeah.
It's
And
on
it
right
kind of
now.
comes down to what the play styles of the players really just evolve out to. And, you know, in terms of where to utilize the skill of the character, how to kind of operate off of that. Obviously, we've seen Justina's take full approach like Wu Fang did in round 2, just taking that offensive gain and just taking full capability of the situation in his own hands. Then we see how the Oxus with Edward ends up going through, having an offensive skill, having F2 for instances of just being able to launch out those free staggers into the knockups and then having the opportunity. He killed out Mike early on, giving him the necessary gold gain after the first eliminations that Mike was able to concur going through with into that first Roman Yang, and then earnestly going through the second Roman Yang after feeding out FPX's star. For Edward there, as played out the Akos, we even saw how much spacing he was able to apply towards himself, having that Mystic Might buff to be picked up, or rather being able to pick up that Spear Well in general, just really kind of came down towards it for Arano, where he was playing his Akos game and is coming back in, right? He had the secondary ultimate ready to go, and for Akos is having that chance of just being a 100% to 0 ultimate usage type character, having that type of mechanic in play for him really does make Akos one of those premier options for those last moments, especially when the lobby has to space away. Otherwise, he would just go straight into the loud perspective of an aggressive player, more so an aggressive character.
Yeah, we see Akos thrive on Morris, and it's like I was saying before, it's just the Map has so much verticality to it, has so many nice kiting spots. We get that Sunwing endgame, that big tree houses, really tall trees, and different layers that you can really set up on. We see, I believe, Waleon had the Aurora Burst with the Hong Sword, able to space out both Fong and Spider, sitting on that middle layer. Spider did hold on to the top, but at the last second, Fong did retake it from him. But everyone did have a gold jade, and then that's definitely one of the macro strategies you can do throughout the game. You get a ton of money from finding kills.
Yo,
you get
what
to
am I
pick
looking at right
at
now?
the end of the day what you
What
spend
the
it on.
fuck
Do you
is
spend it on a
this?
weapon?
Wait.
Do you spend it on armor, or do you spend it on jades? You can gamble to get lucky on it, but most of this stuff is very calculated, and it's really what really favors you if you're able to find kills within Yang. Outside of Yang, you're building a lot more money than your opponents, and it doesn't guarantee that you end up winning the situation.
Bro,
So
look
we
at
saw
this.
Spider. He had a blue weapon, he had knives, but he did have the gold jade, and it ends up dictating a lot of those situations. So Chance definitely benefits the prepared
Wait.
mind when it comes to these end games.
What is it being shown right
Different
now?
terrains, different
Oh, okay.
advantages. Morris definitely one of the more
How's this not live? Oh, okay, never mind. Bro, look at this shit. For some reason, there's no audio. Okay, first off, what the fuck is this? Is this a Yodo fit? I mean, this is mobile. This is not PC, so that's already like the first L, right? Akos Feria. Feria already has this fit. Akos doesn't. This is very clearly, this is obviously Zai. What in the Ari is this? Yo. Who the fuck is that? Is that Kylan? I don't even know who this is. This is obviously, oh, this is Wu Chen and Tessa. Never mind. I just saw who it was. Or I saw the face behind the goggles. And I was like, ah, okay, never mind, bro. It's pretty clear, pretty obvious who it would be. And we have, like, obviously this shit that we have. Mobile's getting this. I don't know who the fuck or what all of these are. But you have this. You have this. Need more. Oh, and they're also getting this shit. Look at this dual blade skin. Oh my god, bro. Like, this is actually criminal. There's still no update to this. Like, an updated, like, I don't know. Feel like this is still a typo.
Seeing the return of Syra into the phase with pick selections for the lobby, at least trying to look for a single to a double pick, especially considering that once we enter to that phase 4 through 6, we might end up seeing more about her and making her approach back into the scene, at least in terms of those phase selections. I think in consideration right now, though, is if the players really want to try out the picking up a double pick Kylan to the round, that will definitely be something in the spotlight for those remaining phases afterwards, because if it's not a last round phase, it's a notoriety to the players if that is a ban to come through, which also means that the players are finding some more niche options to be made into the Midoriya map rotation, at least specifically for Morning.
So I hate that opening
Otherwise,
Discord.
though,
There was
FPX Star, my man
one
loves, you know,
period
like,
of time
Wolfine
where I
Texas
opened
is his
Discord
bread
and like
butter. He
it
takes every single
didn't
opportunity of
black
getting
out
that
my
quest line done just because
browser
he knows
source
the value
for
of
whatever
it, but
reason.
Also, he goes.
I don't know what I did
too
to
much
that to
for it. I
have
think
that
the case
happen,
that we saw in his first day of playing this past week,
but it's
was
no
that he
longer
actually ended up
working.
going out of the zone. Frostbus was there to burn out the Vulpine's essence, knowing that it's gone, and was able to kind of burn him out. But another thing too is just seeing him even in further past to the week 1 or 2, where he ended up going off and to the zone, gets Vulpine's essence, and then ends up burning it inside the zone regardless. And it's just like those deep, meaningful location. If it's deep in the zone, if you want to take the opportunity going for that, the players will make sure to get rid of it, at least to the extent. But for him to take the opportunity of doing it every single round in Midoriya really goes to show that this man said, I don't care. This is my macro. This is what I want to do today.
I'm trying to remember, looking at the chairs, do you remember in the other studio whether or not they had the Soul Bloom on the chairs? Or is this new to
the chairs they had last season were Thunder Robot chairs. I remember because they had the blue inline on the sides.
Yeah.
These chairs, if I'm not mistaken, we've seen these chairs before. If not, these are definitely brand new chairs, and they look a lot bit more comfier. I'm gonna be honest a little bit, but these chairs definitely looking a little bit spiffy. What's the brand on those?
I mean, I like it because it has the Soul Bloom on it, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, I don't think that, I'm pretty sure they had like standard gaming chairs because they used to, all the trios players would lay back in them.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't look like these chairs have the reclining feature, but they do have the custom etching of the Soul Bloom. Has noticed all of it. Genuine.
Lumbar support.
Looking locked in for this next pick. We'll have to see. What is that? Oh, never mind. I thought his mouse pad was different. It's just scrunched up. It's just a full mouse pad.
I thought it was a binder for a second. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, it looked like a binder or something. I was like, no way is my man using just like a notebook for a mouse pad, which I actually used to do back in the day before. There's like that nice plastic covering before
Laminated.
hard pads really came out.
Yeah.
Now going into game 4, past that halfway point, a lot of Naraka to be played here. Midoriya, always enjoy seeing the nuance of just like new terrain. We've seen so much of Hollow, so much of Morris. Still haven't seen even remotely all of the possible end games for Midoriya. Now, it is going to be a daytime, a morning dew. In first phase, we're going to have Wufang and Lipo. Second phase is going to be Fong and Ashao. Third phase is going to be Arano and Paste. Going to the actual picks. Will we get a split again? I feel like
Double
the split
Lonnie.
only really happens on game 1.
Yeah.
Where it's almost like a mix-up. To make sure that your game 1, there's going to be 3 of you, could be the optimal play because you don't really know who you're paired up with for the day before game 1 happens. Now we are going to get the standard Lonnie Liam for phase 1 and 2. Going into phase 3, a little bit of disagreements here. Arano going to be going with Syra, Pace going with Shayol. We're going to get a triple Shayol group. Edward and Spider going to be going with that Shayol.
It does seem like Syra has
pick. Now going to 5th and 6th, like I said, Shen
primarily fallen out of like
Even
she's
when
still
he's been a
picked,
solo
but it's
pick
not like
on Midoriya. I've seen many MVP VODs
in end
of
circle. Like she
Shenyuan
just takes so
pulling
much damage
through
now, and like
just
she doesn't
crush
really
the
get any
lobby
value,
with
even
no
in
one
end
really
circle.
helping him at all. The Chuz is going to be going on that Justina, and finally rounding it out.
That's
Star
probably
and
what
Mike,
makes like
last
Syra is
pick.
to than Valda
We get Star on the
in regards to
Akos.
how like
Will
her ultimate works.
Mike
So
follow through
she's also
on
like more
Midoriya
mobile.
Akos? Does Mike really play? Yeah, I don't think Mike plays Midoriya Akos. He mainly plays his Akos on Morris and Hollerath. He will be going with the solo
Wait.
Temi Shayol.
What was that?
Split again. I feel like the split only really happened up Lonnie Arano and Lobby going last. Mike follows
4
through
separate
on
characters.
another Tarka. I mean, it was kind of hyped that Mike decided to go with the Tarka pick earlier. Will we see Spider do a Tarka pick before the end of this day? We still have 2 more rounds after this. I have hope. Maybe they busted out for the later games for today.
Yeah, we'll have to see because I know for a fact that Mike enters phase 1 for next round, so we definitely have that Liam potential because he already chose it sort of as a double pick. We are looking at the skills though and looking at the variations, having an opportunity to see in the Kyle Ultimate to be variation 1v1 for the ASE member for XY. Now for F1 as well as the combo breaker comes through. Nothing else has changed, right? Lonnie's still on the F1v2, Shayol's still on the F1v1 variation, Liam's still on the F1v2 variations. And then seeing the Justina on the F2V1 with FPX Star on the F2 Akos with the V2 variation, Mike on the F1V3. And hoping to see how this kind of goes out in terms of the what's available for the players to spawn in, that always is a dictation for what is allowed for best slot value for them. And at least in terms of Mike, we see him take Tincture Woods, but other players love taking that spot as well in the West. So if he ends up taking the opportunity there, we'll have to see how the players there react if he gets better gear, or in the vice versa. They could get better gear off rip as well, like we saw from last round, and seeing how Light Polaris was able to kind of, or even in round 2 from Holoroth with Light Polaris getting his purple dagger. Looks like though PXD making their way towards Ascension Forum. The whole west side of the map is free low in terms of gaining through. Star, look at this man. Bro, he's still going for it. Arcadia, in terms of getting that Volpine's Essence, he wants that to be frame 1 objective, and he's getting it. I think in the majority, though, in the East, WZ Toronto and ASC's XY are off by the Lomsa by the Skygaze Cove. Over by the Mandate Yard, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be TE's Wufang, potentially for the color of the logo. I'm not too sure about the symbol, but Ascension Forum, Pocketed Spawn, Bao to Shang. He's going to have a lot of foes to kind of go up against. Polaris over by the Imperial Camp alongside with Alliance's Asia, but DRG Fong over by the Statue Workshop by himself, but Mike and T.U. Fong on standby. Always Edward at Ascension Forum, PXT north of that. This is going to be the fights off of this is going to be 3 pocketed fights between players, potentially immediately Raven into round 4 as we enter into Midoriya Morning Dew.
Going over to Predoria, Morning Dew. Lipo versus Fong off spawn. We're gonna get that Lonnie versus Liam action. Fong gonna get this gold trophy. We get the blue armor. Throws a 1-shot, but Lipo with the nice cross gets that light attack out, forcing the combo breakout. But Lipo trying to cut off some of this loot. But we have a third party coming in. Looks like Ashao coming in with the Nunnies. Gonna find a 1-2 onto Lipo, stripping his armor away. Lipo backing off right here, looking for an armor reset for himself. But Ashao is going to keep up the pressure. Find the restagger. Sneaky catches the dodge out from Lipo, but Lipo gets that armor reset, fading out. 1 holds 2. But now Ashao getting flanked by Fong. Wait a second, no, Fong is content with focus firing the Lonnie first right here. Nice dagger to come out from.
Damn, he's already dead.
Fong and the
oh wait, I thought
Polaris
was at. I thought Polaris was pace. Fuck. Okay, well.
Stealing kills.
Wow, look how many people.
Day to day. Fong
28, 28, 26.5, 26, 26, 25. Wow.
Liam is going to be looting up right here, but Ashao with his armor shredded. Fong sees an opportunity here.
In this one game, Pandaman is probably going to be out.
And now Fong, tricky. A little bit of a hop, skip, parry on the outside. But Ashao not going to be biting on that. Is going to keep the pressure. A brave man finds a white armor reset. 1, 2. Gets the stagger. Fong trying to reset right here, but Ashao has something else for him. He has a 1 through 3 on deck. Now Fong trying to get away here. Press against the corner. Gonna pop the ultimate. Gets out of there behind the pillar. Sends a double charge into the ball, into the throw. But now Ashao has the option of popping his ult. Looks like we're going to get a short little reset here, but the action will continue.
Now this is going to be a spot between these two because they're both at the bottom of the leaderboard. Ashao has his ult active right now. DRG Fong looking to try to get that last investment. He finds it. That's elimination number 1 to be earned out on both ends. But Fong takes this victory and with the goal alongside of it. Switching out over here. PXT from Team Wolves up against Always Edward. Former organization for Edward to be part of as formerly Wang Liang. But Forbidden Seal is active. Big blueberry on the field for everyone to look at this in the map. So this is going to be a spot right now for all the players to kind of decide upon going towards this region if they're done with their fights off the early off rip. Otherwise, though, Edward is making this approach very difficult for PXT. Throwing out the blue focuses, getting caught to the grapple bump into the blue focus, getting a nice R&B for the halberds into a splice. This is going to be that lumbar position that the PXT does not want to find himself in, and it might be just one clean to death. And there's the 1-2. There's the first elimination for Edward. Now going off on this board, DRG Fong finds another elimination. This time though against TE's Wufang in the back end. Over to the side though. Edwards making sure he can try to get out of the clutches of the bottom 6. Like I said, today is the day before the players can try to decide upon making it into finals week 4 or going through for last chance qualifiers. Otherwise, pre-finals will be the next notion. And again, DRG Fong, he ain't stopping, he ain't rolling. He found Ashao, and this is going to be the second life for Ashao in this fight.
Light attack going to be coming out from Fong, setting those R&Bs, but Ashao is able to find that white armor. But Fong camps out, the cross catches him. Trying to sneak behind him. No, sir. The horizontal will catch out A-Shao, and those R&Bs coming out fiercely. And Fong
A-Shao's already
making
dead.
quick work of A-Shao, just keeping it very simple. I was about to say, the previous fight they had,
Okay, honestly,
Fong
running back
was
on your
just
teammate
had the
pick
timing,
is
just that
character is
small
insane.
little bit of hesitation from A-Shao led into the most basic stagger into ball. But speaking of not basic, Pace with that 1, 2, 3 carousel lifting Edward off. But because of the Shayo ultimate, he is going to be backing off. Doesn't want to hard commit to the situation. Double blue armor reset there. Really not worth it to take that fight. We are going to go all the way to the east side of the map. Arano versus Shenyuan. Full armor reset, but Arano has a little bit of a weapon advantage. Actually, no, both of them have purple weapons. Going to be hitting like trucks, looking for the opening. And Shenyuan, the only Kylan in the lobby, just like Arano, the only Syra in the lobby.
Yeah, these are going to be both individual picks here. It's going to be, I believe, Katana in the hands of XY as he's trying to space around here. Rondo finds a nice jump LMB to try to cause a stagger. Nice visual opportunity for the combo breaker. Then it's going to be the case for XY whether or not he wants to release. He does, but it was too early, and this is going to be where those jump LMBs start to really hammer in. As Rondo puts out the pressure, we know there's another target on the board right now. OUG's Mike still has a potential to just cross pass between these both players, and with the 1-2 opportunity for Rondo, this is going to be a lot of noise to be heard. Mike is at the shop right now. We can see the F1 being invested here for XY, and that's going to be one LMB to the uppercut. Free elimination,
okay.
2 on the board for Arano. Now, obviously, the gold comes out here. The eliminations had, Arano gets the gear. Now it's up to the case of whether or not Mike peeks around the corner or hits and strikes the bell. This is going to be that lava conductor coming into play as well for Mike to try to start the proc off, getting both of them down and then starting looting. But it's already been picked apart, picked apart piece by piece. So by Romy Yang standards, that's where he's going to be looking for. Meanwhile, Star, we already know the name of the game. Volpine's Essence Wielder, he's going to be having that. He also has his quick charge Thunder Claw on standby, so he's going to be holding on to that weaponry. But for it as well, blue Flying Eyes to be picked up for both Spider and Star. So if they start contesting between this Romy Yang, now's the time to try to start peppering off between one and the other.
First Rumble Yang coming up. We have Spider, Star, posting up. Remember, no free Realm of Yangs. Spider switching from the knives back to the nunnies right here. Star is going to be scale rushing around, trying to hold on to his ticket on the Akos. You definitely do want to get in for that nice isolated 1v1 Akos. Actually does very, very well versus Liam and Lonnie, both of the 2 strongest meta picks, as well as Syra. Syra's still, I was talking to Frostbus, one of the strongest 1v1 picks in the game. It's just, even though she's really, really good at endgame, she always gets focus fired out because everyone knows she's too strong when it comes to the heal situation. It's kind of like Valda, since she has that second health pool, no one wants to let her live. So we've seen a lot of players kind of
gets like
fade
little
out
value
of picking her. Arano though does have a very high average point at 4. We are going to see the Spirit Well situation kind of play out briefly. For this round Yang, we are going to get Arano versus Edward. Syra versus Shayo. Pillar camping at first. This is the new line sitting on the backside waiting for the trap of land.
What in the buffer is this?
Rano tricky goes for the cancel, camping into each other over and over. Edward guarding against the scale rushes of Arano. F's going to be coming out. Nice dodge back from Edward. Not going to get staggered from that.
Nice
Bedazzle comes in. Light hold 2. Tricky gets that parry onto Arano. Cold combo break.
Oh my god, he messed up his
catches Arano
combo.
slipping, but the ult is going to come out. Edward not able to land a focus attack, and now he has to run away onto the races to get away from this ulted Siren.
Shy ult might be coming out from Edward at the end of the Shy ultimate. Now having to earn himself right into the kiting corners. He gets caught by another dazzle. This is going to be a free LMB. The combo breaker comes out from Edward. Still has the chances right now to go ahead for those double RMBs. And this is going to be a chance right now for Arana to try to keep as much of the line of sight broken as possible for the scare rushes at least. Now, of course, Edward making sure they can try to cap onto a grapple stagger, forces the combo breaker, forces a drop down into an R&B, doesn't get the blue focus. It was too much of an angle right there. And then for Arano, he jumps to deny himself to getting caught by neutral, but the 1-2-3s gets released, and the 1-2s make it happen, Edward. He's getting those victories. In the meantime, Mike is up against DRG.
Polaris versus Star, winnable.
Mike does go ahead and continue the onslaught with the nunchucks into the uppercut. Looking for a block here for a horizontal. If he's holding it, he's making sure that Fong releases that blue focus as a wild haymaker play.
Mike now versus Fong, looks for the one charge into the cancel, gets the nunchuck block. Fong, a little bit of a mistake here, and it's gonna cost him. He goes for the dodge cancel to the side, doesn't create enough space, and Mike is gonna catch him
No.
with the uppercut combo. Now moving
Polaris
over to the
lost.
sashes. Spider is gonna be forcing, I didn't see who he forced out here, is gonna be able to claim that sash for himself, upgrade his loot, and Arano now on the outside on the Syra. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Tough position for him to run out here, find a person to get a soul bloom from. Unfortunately for him, he is going to be running into the gold dunnies of Mike with a buff for sure. Mike is going to be engaging here, and Arano is going to have to slay Mike if he hopes to continue this. The Temmie of Mike, only Temmie in the lobby versus the only Syra in the lobby. Mike finds finally Arano, slowing down. Looks for the light attack, able to get the cross parry off, forcing out the combo break. Still, big damage gonna be coming through. Bedazzled though, forcing out Mike's combo break. He is gonna get the stagger though, and the uppercut combo isn't gonna be enough.
That was an insane
yes,
wisp
it
snipe.
is. The RMB buff to the Nunnies just doing so much damage. Arano is gonna die to 2 uppercut combos.
Yeah, it really does hurt a lot. Edward, though, finds himself in a nice situation of catching the LMB. Of course, with the stagger coming out here, Spider will find the ultimate cast to come through. For Edward, getting a full reset on both ends. Both shy ills are in active ult usage, so it's only a matter of time, but the Vermilions has around 75 seconds left for Edward. So taking the opportunity right now and chasing down SR Spider, who doesn't have Vermilions, means that this is a limited time target right now. Nice tap dodge coming through in there. We do have 10 seconds left on the set shy ill ultimate, so for Edward, just keeping his notions about him, just keeping it, making sure that he can catch Spider off.
Why are they
Sure
fighting
there's no
again?
opportunity for him otherwise. We switch on over to Imperial Camp. We got OUG's Mike fighting for another opportunity for the grapple RMB. Horizontal griefage coming in from Fong, and he finds elimination. Will he find the soul bloom? No, he won't. It looks like Mike is just too quick on the cookie cutter combination, but wait a second. Mike actually finds himself actually on a meter dump situation. RMB to the 1-2s. No whisk throw means that there's no confirmation for him to get that F ability back up.
Hey,
And
Fong
that's
has 5 kills. Wait a
both,
second.
not only his soul bloom getting rid of, but forcing a salty run back from Mike Raven. Ooh, ooh.
Well, Mike. Wait, he doesn't have ult up. It was a little bit sus. Yeah, I mean, Yang is up here, so Mike is probably just gonna res here just so he can go Yang immediately. But
Wait,
if
that is
Fong was
interesting.
a little bit ooga booga, if it was like
Wait a second.
Shenyuan or
Who was the
Wufang, they
third?
might just follow up and continue the fight. Seeing
Because
the
Edward is
salty
dead.
res as a little bit just
Making sure that
Who
he
was
wants
here?
that
Edward, Spider.
Shio ultimate. So for Edward, right now,
Did Spider lose Yang?
Situation
No, we
of catching
didn't.
the LMB, of course, with the
So
stagger
they
coming
just-
out
they're
here,
just
Spider
fighting
will
to
find
fight?
the ultimate cast to come.
late in the game. Could be
I
two
mean, I guess it
Temmies,
doesn't really
you know?
matter
You never
that
know.
much.
Did I see one
since
Temmie or
it's,
two Temmies this time? Now we
red
are
buff.
going to go.
They could have used that to like go and
second
find
Rumble Yang.
somebody else
5
though.
players here out of the 7. All posted up around this Rumble Yang, but I believe someone has Yang depletion here. It is Lipo with the blue armor, and you see Spider again using terrain, using those knives to an advantage, finding that uneven terrain and holding. He also switched back to the nutties. I saw the same thing from him earlier. I was wondering if this was a deliberate like tempo change that he's been doing. Knives, then back to nunchucks. We're seeing Lipo get lit up by the range of multiple players. Now he is going to be able to throw out a lot of these balls to try to get Spider focus fired here, but Spider does have his shadow ulted up. He's going to be defending against a lot of this, and now from the top ropes, Star with the Akos and the F2 is going to send Lipo flying into the choke, and then Chuz is going to finish him off. Not with the Jacino, but just with a simple light attack, and everyone disappears into the Yang, except Lipo disappears.
His
to
balls
the
didn't
lobby.
work. Rip.
And we got 6 players left in the game overall. Spider still doesn't have a target there yet, so we'll have to see. But Star able to go ahead, losing out on the Vulpine's Essence. He is going to go up against Edward here with that gold staff rarity and with those purple dual blades as courtesy of his previous target. Now for Edward, this is going to be that parry opportunity right now. He's seeing these RMBs being spammed back and forth. I mean, I would look for a parry too, but that's exactly what Star is trying to lean himself up into, having F2 already on cooldown, meaning that is now a forced fight between Edward and Face Value with those flying knives. He finds a nice combo break here to kind of go for a jump LMB, doesn't get it. Procs ultimate as a notion just to force out the aggression from Star. Actually looking for a knockback from his F2 or for his ultimate. He finds the shield block, still has ultimate to think about here from Star. There's a second block, so he does have another shield ready to go for a throw. If he's looking at it, he's making for that pounce. He negates one pounce. He still has his third block. He's still looking to try to go for the shield throw. He connects it. Now, what's the play here? Because we got that pounce to be really worrying about, and it doesn't get invested until now. There it is. Edward still has a combo breaker ready to go here. No shield throws to come out. Looks to break that position right there throughout the pillar. And while both of these ultimates end, the aggression does not stop.
Double charge is gonna be coming out, lifting up Star. A little bit of a mistake there. Star goes for the parry instead. I don't know if he had another tiger in the chamber. I don't think he did, because he might have had one. Yeah, he did burn both of them. He gets double charged instead.
Damn, this is just so much damage.
Versus Mike, the GOAT matchup. It's over there. Too quick. I needed it to be a little bit longer. We needed to start from the beginning. Just one uppercut combo from Nunchucks with the grapple chain. See, they don't have the 2-on-1 anymore. It just does so much damage that we're seeing at half armor. You're for sure dead to an uppercut combo if it's Nunchucks.
Oh yeah.
I'm wondering.
Got gold nunnies too. He upgraded.
We come out. We are gonna see Star on the Akos. Nice little chip. Skip to the back of Star, crossing him up. Dodging that F2 sneaky, but the giant pillar here is going to offer a lot of mobility for Star.
Wait, both Sales, one Yang. That's actually insane.
Enjoyer going to be looting up grapples for the inevitable chase for Mr. Star here. Star does have Yang depletion, but he can opt to wait this out and have 2 minutes left before he takes an engagement, as the buff players do run around the map. A little bit risky, just because White Tiger Buzz does give you a huge advantage. He tries to use the catapult, but he's not able to get out. And unfortunately for him, both buff players are going to be closing in right now. Spider, the first one, looking for the stagger as Star hops for his life, trying to get away at least until he finds a better situation where he can get a solo.
Yeah, and the Hall of Military is a really great spot for him to start kiting. He's got ledges, and he's got the internal building of the Hall of Eternity. Now, for Star, he finds a corner. He's trying to scare Rush out of here. I think he's stuck for a little bit of time, trying to break noise. Of course, that's not going to be the case. Edward is looking to try to speed line towards him with double R&Bs. Throws out the F2, backs away, thinks that combo breaker was going to be used just in case.
He has the fucking
space right now as possible, and he gets into the centerfold building for the Hall of Eternity. But for Spider, there's also a placement of where he knows what the other side was looking for. That
so
target,
he knows exactly where he is.
That gamer? We need to find him, because now for Star, he looking to try to use the extension of that grapple, but it gets caught really early on, which has to cut it short. He finds a nice F2, can't do anything about it. Combo breaker from Shio comes out for number 1. Edward looking for the R&B for kill number 2, maybe potentially even looking for it if for kill number 4 actually for Edward, considering that he is one of the top killer leaders in second place. All we need to see is whether or not other targets want to make their approach here. Star finds a nice tidy R&B with focus, but of course cannon shots are coming out, and Star can't release F2 for the life of him. Even while in midair, there's the cannon shots, and Fong finds kill elimination number 6 and the solo boot.
Fong now with this tried and true dagger. 5 people left alive. Mike's gonna keep up the pressure with these gold nunnies. Nice cross up, able to get around Fong's defense here. Looking for the stagger, but Fong moving, grooving. We're out of there. Slams into the ground. Forced to use his combo break, though. Edward on the low ground with the knives, able to keep up the pressure. Tagged in from Mike. Now Spider coming in with the third
Fong
party.
is fucking dead.
Multiple players all jumping down, and Fong out of nowhere gets his armor shredded, and Mike found him again, wants to take him down, but Fong gonna be popping that V2. Finds the snatch onto Mike, throws him to the wall and said, "Get off me, Mike." We got 2 blue armors in right there. Fong is going to be able to kite for a while here, but it looks like there's an agreement with everyone. Let's get Fong on the dagger. This blueberry running away. Does Fong have it in him to kite the rest of the lobby in order to climb the leaderboard?
I'm hoping to see, because we got 4 targets for him to look at now, potentially earn himself 1+1 to each other. And now for Mike, It's only a matter of time. That Romaine depletion, I can't even see it. It is probably under a minute right now for him, and he's looking the fiend on Fong right there. If Fong can get himself another blue armor, then he's set to go. But Mike, he's got an ultimate, and he's casting it. He throws it, the energy depletion's in effect, and I think Fong actually looks to hold blue at just the right amount of time. Still has purple focus. He gets to F1 to throw him into the corner inside of the tomb, so that's enough time for him to space out. Mike looking for the 1-2s, goes for the Cyan Fang for that flying kick. Of course, one jump elevates the arm. You'd like to see it, the unconventional, but one uppercut is enough. But Mike gets caught by the trap. He might be delayed the timing. He still needs that soul bloom to get rid of this Yang depletion. And for Fong, once he's stuck staggered in midair, it is free real estate. It is a Golden Corral buffet. This man is looking at that medium steak, medium raw steak, if you know what I'm saying. If anything comes out here for Fong, he's going to have to be really mindful of whether or not he can get out of this fray, because all the remaining players are looking for him and they're hounding.
5 people left alive. Spider at 2 kills, Mike at 3 kills, Chuz at 1, Edward at 3, Fong at 6. Mike's gonna have to close out a lot more kills here if he's hoping to steal this away from Fong, but Fong knows what he's working with right here. White armor, purple dagger, gonna be kiting around, but the zone is closing in, plus the 80% movement is taking up a lot of that map. Fong gonna be able to do a basic scale rush using verticality to his advantage. He's going ring around a Rosie. It's gonna be very hard for him to cut noise that no one knows exactly.
Yeah,
where
bro,
he
he's
went.
out.
Wait a minute, I spoke too soon. He did end up getting out. No one realized that he was the one grappling out towards zone. Nice job by my man here. But Mike, on the other hand, 2 seconds on Yang depletion, ends up giving up his life while the rest of the lobby is posted up here at Spiritwell. With 4 people left alive, you're not part of the Spiritwell faction. You better run.
Oh yeah, and Mystic might mean he's get full vision. He also has jabbing, and I think he just picked up a gold staff. We'll have to double check that later on. But Spider also has himself and just trying to locate the players and throw in the blue focuses. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. King. There's a release. And then he's forcing out the first block. Since he still has ultimate active, he catches Fong. Fong might have 1 out here because of the chase right there. There's a nice chance here to see about the shield block. It's not going to occur. He didn't throw it right in time. And Fong finds himself a nice and tidy time to escape for 2.7 seconds. Hopefully, because then that would get him a heal, and that means that he can potentially contest this Shio. If Spider decides not to want to invest a second Shio ultimate, of course, then again, this is only going to be the case scenario for Spider. He finds it, the orb for number 2 gets denied by the second Shio ultimate. Now for Fong, if he staggers her, he knows he can get immediate shield throw, at least in the case if it's in a locked position for a scare rush. But for Spider, there's going to be enough chances right now before there's Liam to get out the game, and he's trying to make it happen right now. Of course, back line, you see Edward and Chishang actually in their own tassel. Last 4 players between 2 battles that are happening on side from the top and below. And for this, it's a Hong Sword parry coming through here for Fong, and this is going to be a pickup that he could be using. Of course, Spider still has a shield, and he's still throwing them out here with the target and with the 80% Moonbane dropping down.
Spider, 80% Moonbane gonna be coming down. Has an isolated fight versus Fong. You remember Fong has that 6 kills. Force under white armor. He's keeping up the consistent pressure. Gonna get the uppercut combo into the RMB, and now on the wake up, Fong's able to find that white armor. But Spider keeping up the pressure. Fong can't create the distance. He's smothered by these dunnies. Light attack's gonna be coming in, but the Vermilion Shade is gonna heal him back to full. Wait a second, white armor reset, but Spider's unfazed. He's still sending the blues.
If
back
Fong
to back,
survived
goes
from
with one
5
charge into
to
the
2,
block.
okay.
LNB doing tons of damage to Fong. Now Fong creating up the aggression onto Spider.
Wait, does Fong make
Spider
this
less
reverse
inclined,
okay.
be like, hey,
Fake comeback?
Crank. I was just
Real
I
comeback?
was just seeing where we're at. I don't have ult up, but now he has to deal
real comeback.
with the Liam and ult up. Ball's gonna be coming down. He's thrown into zone. Is that rough skill? Enough burn damage? Spider is throwing
Fake
the
comeback,
light
bro.
or the cannon shots.
Crazy.
And Fong gets the stagger, but like doesn't complete. Did he get the stagger? It looked like he got the stagger. But Spider just ends up lighting him back, taking him down. I thought
Fong still
had
wins.
it, just because of how far he was when he got the R&B.
I don't know. The rough that goes came through. I think he just came out with just a whoop in the head. We are going to get a replay, though, because that Soul Bloom that was there was 2 Soul Blooms that were there on the bodies. And that was both Edward and Bowdish Shang to get eliminated by Moonbane early on. That's why Fong was able to survive for as long as he did. But then again, Spider, getting in first place. Doesn't get MVP because, like I said, Fong was racking up kills left and right. He was actually able to get himself those extra 2 point replacement, which was 8, and then that gives him that MVP slot. But having to consider how well he's been able to kite throughout the whole entirety of the final position, especially when Mike was on him, he invested ultimate in the underground. However, wasn't able to kind of hold him in place that he was looking for. It just really kind of came into notion that all the players, even with the lobby chasing down a single loon, that Fong is just the disengagement king, S tier, pretty much making it happen, making it look like light work, and then of course making an MVP for this round. Surprisingly enough, though, still just trying to get out of the bottom 6 on the leaderboard stat.
I mean,
scales.
Well, I mean, Fog does get the 6 kill and ends up scaling up perfectly. And we're seeing, he started out the day very, very slow, but this is something that Fong really excels at, playing these endgame scenarios. Now, normally Fong rushes during qualifying rounds. He farms a lot of like the bottom half of the league, but now I'd say the bottom half of the league has pretty much caught up, that the edges of being very, very strong in around the Yang is probably closer to 60-40. Before, it was definitely a lot more favorable.
Oh, this is what happened.
Being at like 80-20.
Wow, so they basically just both died.
Gonna be taken down
I was
confusion. Pulling off a Frost.
I was typing in the official.
Oh.
I was typing in like the official channel,
even if you have gold armor,
and I was just like, I didn't see what happened. I just remembered that there were 5 people, and then I looked back, and then there were only 2.
It is a gold moonbane, and the rarity of the moonbane just means how frequently it hits. When you have those late game moonbanes, they hit in the same area multiple times. But speaking of multiple times, multiple choice question for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. The spring split random gifts are dropping. Which player chose Akos you in game 4? Was it A, OUG's Mike, B, SR Spider, C, WZ Arano, or D, FPXZQ's Star?
Hopefully you're paying attention, you know what I'm saying? Hint, he had Wolfine's essence. That's the hint, bro. That's the easiest hint I got for you guys. That's gonna be the biggest hint if you've been paying attention to these games. But yeah, like you mentioned, you know, it's kind of coming through out here. Looking at his scoreboard, 8 points in first place. I think he's what, in 15th overall right now? Maybe actually in 14th. We'll have to double check. But Spider right now 6.6 in second place. Edward with 5.5 points are in third place. Mike with 4 in fourth. Wolves is PXT with 2.5 in fifth. WZ Arano in sixth, and Bowder Shang in seventh. 2 points though earned out for FPX to start in 8th place, while TE's Wu Fong as well as A shall take 1 point each. Light Polaris takes out 0.5 replacement. Donut for XY from Team ASC. Still having an opportunity, man, to see if it makes it through into the middle 6. We still have a little bit of time to check. 2 rounds left. Fireflies, specifically Holoroth Dusk into Moore's Isle Night, and then seeing about whether you know, whether players can just make it out of the depths. I mean, we've seen it happen time and time again. Not a problem. But, you know, having the slow roll in the beginning and then, you know, obviously coming out on top into the latter half of the games, definitely it's a good notion in terms of where that player kind of makes those decision makes, you know, in terms of the fights that they can take, especially off of the beginning that we saw from Fong against A Xiao. Talking about A Xiao, he is at the one at the top of the bottom of the pool. And we're looking at DRG Fong, he's at 24%. He's not even in the top, you know, 3 of the bottom 6 bracket. He is in 16th place. He still has 2.3 points and then some to catch up towards where FPX Star is, who is at the gatekeeper spot at 13th place, at least right below it, with 26.5 for Life Lars and Edward at 26.
Polaris is now at 26.5.
Edward, you know, leaning back on the chair because he's just thinking about.
He slowed down in the last 2 games. He needs to pick up more steam.
Into the weekend.
So right now, it's, I mean, it's so close.
Is the gatekeeper contending for 28 points and 12th. SS1's a CDY, who is not playing today, but is at 28.3, most likely to be slightly knocked down to 12 or even below that. But 28.5 for just Shang in 10th. WZ Toronto 29 points in 9th. Wolves PXT 29.5 in 8th place. Really close between 8th and 12th, to be honest. We're talking like 1.5 difference between the range. And for the players in the top 6, obviously, Mike is trying to clutch throughout the top 3 bracket, but 43.5 versus T's Wukong in 4th with 45.3. Then TG5 not playing, of course, 47.3 versus 47.9. Upwards to where Spider is in first place with 55.8. So between that, 8th through 12th, 8th through 16th, that's a little bit of a scary zone to be in right now, especially for those values of the points to make into qualifying for this weekend right now.
And in order for Mike to catch up at this point, or even Wufang needs to go back to back, just massive games here if he hopes to get over that 30 point at 24 points. He's gonna have he can have like a solid kill game, like 4 or 5, but ideally he wants the MVP next 2 games if he hopes to secure it. A lot of people are on the cusp of looking at the highlights. We're gonna have Edward with the dual Halbies versus Pace. Nice lot of attacks gonna be coming in. Fong jumping LMB into RB with the chase down. Agile, he picked apart.
Okay. Bro, like, what is this? Oh, I did not grapple. I feel like that might just be better. Ah, what? So you have to dodge out of that. Why does it seem like the only way I can actually land this is if I don't do this to the side at the same time? Like, I don't know. Why is this slow? I just wish I had the answers.
This matchup, light attack followed up by another reset one. Lipo coming in with the dual halberd. He's going to send that double charge out, but Mike going to get that armor reset with his blue staff. Going to be setting up for the sneak attack. Lipo caught lacking right here. Going to get hit in the side of the head by the RMB of OUG's Mike's blue staff. Where are we right here? We're just like in an off area. Oh, we're slightly to the left of Imperium. As out, going to be sliding off right here. Multiple fireflies in this location. Grab some fruit, but the drop down out of nowhere. Wufong is gonna be joining into the mix right here. Gonna hit him with that nunchuck RMB. Light Pow ends up hearing the commotion, ends up tagging in, and now Azao is trying to get away from both Lipo and Wufong.
We still got to think about that Forbidden Seal. I mean, for Firefly aside, look at Light Pulse. He's like, let me walk away from this. RMBs are going to be spammed out here for Wufong. One chances to the next. If he can get elimination off A-Shot, this is a
Alright, he's
great
playing what?
opportunity to try and deny to the
Oh,
bottom
Spiders
12
on Tarka.
to make it through. A-Shot having himself for a clink here, looking towards one of these sidelines, knows that this is not going to be a space where he can exit. He's going to have to take the fight. Doesn't get caught to the trap there. Big chances right now for Wufong to get caught. Obviously, that was his own trap that he set up, but for A-Shot to get a full reset, a shy hill at 85%, and getting a full armor reset, this is where Light Polaris is going to be making really smart decisions upon just being spaced.
2 Temis, 2 Liams, 3 Cyrus.
Once that position is had, Aisha will definitely
Two
have to panic
Lonnies.
defensively ultimate. And for Wufang, look at this, man, he's hiding throughout inside of Imperial. Over towards the south side, Cinnabar Valley, as mentioned, 4 players are around here. Edward, the Fool
Adesina,
Blades and
Sheo,
Armor,
and
having
Tarka.
75% or 90% actually on his ultimate bar. For him, that's going to be a really good notion if he finds another opponent that he wants to take a close-ended fight against. Of course, there are 3 others over there, but for Arano, man, Mike with those uppercuts, free as can be, and gets a double tap R&B. That's going to be Arano going down for his first life, Mike for his first elimination.
With his dying breath, Rano pops at Temio, but to no avail. Mike is able to slay him with those 90s right here. Now we're going to get Lipo versus Wufang. We saw them a little bit earlier. Multiple armor resets around Lipo. I think we already went through, but Wufang with the 1 through 3. Lipo not having any of that. We parried those Wufang. Now Putty Light's going to be coming through. Instant Light going to be coming through. Looking for the overhold. Is going to bait out the parry from Mr. Wufang. Goldaff is going to be out. He crouch cancels into his ult. And now the Syras are going to be going at it with an ult. Looks like Lipo kind of wants to chase, Kanto wants to heal. What about we heal chase? XD, we get the bedazzle onto Wufang. Wufang trying to do the same thing back, but Lipo switching sides with him over and over. And
his F is out.
Gonna be used. Lipo dropping down from that focus attack, and Wufang just sending everything right here. Cancels this one, gets the scoop on the other one, cancels the next one.
Oh, we gotta be.
This one. We're going back and
How
forth.
are we not pairing the soul
Attack
breaks?
to fake focus attack, fake focus attack, over and over and over. My man gets put in the blender and absolutely destroyed.
That's great. Saki says, this is what the pro players do. Everything comes out here. Mike making sure you can try to skate away from Aisha, but Aisha is trying to create this hunt position. Of course, the Predator may or may not become the prey in the moment if Mike finds an armor swap, especially. Now, obviously, between both of their ultimates being at the same bars right now, there's an armor swap right there. Mike finds an R&B, and look who's at the lead right now. The hunter has become the hunted, but an armor swap from Aisha, kind of premium, I'm not going to lie. The F would have knocked back and forced this LMB situation. First parry comes out. Block extreme doesn't get necessarily needed as Mike goes ahead and avoids getting through with that parry animation. Nice grapple bump. LMB to the R&B, crouch LMB extensions. No, he jumped LMBs. This might be Aisha's position right now to lose track of Mike because Mike is looking for another armor right now. He's going inside the tents. He's looking for a sand pair potentially. Not having that buff. Make a break? Not really. But for Mike, this is going to be a spotlight right now if he gets caught by a stagger. If Aisha has the grapples in, it looks like he is not continuing to chase because he may or may not have just run out of resources. Just like that. Of course, for this notion, Mike gets a block extreme there. One R&B to the next, burns the Shio cooldown for the combo breaker. Finding a nice sign Fang for that dual ring animation. Aisha actually puts Mike in a position of combo breaking out, which then might switch up the pace. The tempo is going to be met for Mike if he finds another armor swap. He does. He has these behind his back of his head, and this is going to be the meter dump that he needs to just churn out the damage. For, of course, the ultimate bar are completing themselves to get to 100%, but whether or not Aisha can get his before the Liam, all Mike needs is a single R&B or a parry into it. With a Scare Rush Blue, he gets elimination.
Nice.
Mike with the chase down on his Liam, able to close out Aisha.
Nice
I
cross
wanted to
parry.
see this fight all week. We are going to go over down to the south. Chuz versus Wolves Pace. And Bowda's Chuz is going
There's
to
3
come
people
out
at 29. Okay, 29.5, 29, 29, 27,
26.5.
26.5.
Onto Spider, but Spider is going to get triple charged by the likes of the Temi Genuine. He does not want to fight right here. He is going to opt for
Already
the
has the
long
second
way.
life gone.
Now Bowda's Chuz does have infinite white heals with that tuna, so he can sit here and harass Spider for a little bit. Doesn't want to risk it all because the maximum correction does eventually hit us all. It just hits very little in the beginning of the game, so you should be able to pick up a lot of tropes that are still in the zone. Spider with the Temi. I just remembered it. He's on Temi. I was like, what character did he kill him on? Oh yeah, we got the Temi on deck. Are we going to take a fight versus Syra? It looks like Chuz wants a piece of it. He immediately jumps in and starts fighting them. What?
Huh. This is interesting. Forcing out the 5 Tuna Tarka right now. Chuz has his opportunity right now just to chill out because Spiritwell, for Spiritwell to go online, Spider would want to go for that purple armor, but he doesn't have the gold to purchase it. So Chuz wants to take the chase down. XY gets his spear for free. Nah, bro, we ain't giving this. All right, listen. One element to the next. Spider looks for it. Looks for the lethal jab potential. Looking for the R&Bs here. Looking for a blue focus clink. The option right now is only a matter of time. Look at Polaris right here. He is on nearby vicinity, and he's looking at this Lonnie. And since Spider had just burned the ultimate, he's still got 2 more throws to be had. Spider burning ult right there.
kills for
Chuz getting an extra kill, getting
Polaris.
the armor swap that he needs, and allowing for himself to manly heal. May not be the most opportune moment, but for Spider, if he gets into overheat mode, he still has a combo breaker. Look at that animation coming through here. Maybe we're looking for a shift punch if he catch him. Nope, the aerial probability of catching Alani, zip nada. And for Spider, he gets at least 1 common powder heal, but with XY here stacked with that purple armor, as we just saw from earlier for that Spirit Well to be claimed, that is going to be his guy upgrade in eliminating this Tarka potentially. Otherwise, though, we do have that Tempest kick coming through here for Mike, but of course, Flying Eyes in the build and with a bow, and his target is FPX Star.
FPX Star gonna go with the grapple up. It's a landing, absolutely clobbering Mike on landing. They're putting him so many light attacks, but Mike didn't be fighting back with the fade back focus attacks. He gets a light attack into the ultimate, but unfortunately, first to go, first to lose in the Liam matchup. Mike goes for, I guess like he goes for the another scoop, but it's very obvious from the Loki to respond correctly. Now we are going to go to the other one of the gang. Wufang versus Mr. Edward. Edward's going to be coming in. Big damage right here. Edward's is going to be coming in from Edward here, but Stone formed out. Now, the Cyber ult is going to be coming through. We are going to go into this phase 2, but the Cyber ult is just so oppressive. Even with perfect spacing, I think this would be very hard. Now, I think we're all dead. Wait, is there one turret up?
That's not right now for the bounce.
That's not our teammate. Oh, it is. Wufang is in here.
Look at the double 2.0 with the pistol shot. Okay, wait a second. 1 HP? 1 HP and Dream. They're both going for a reset. Combo breaker still up for Edward though. He's got to watch out for the scare rush. You saw how much Wufang was kind of going for the scare rush into R&B. He's doing that consistently, but one R&B, 1.2. Combo breaker is breaking now. We got 10 seconds on the clock, and I think Wufang gets.
Supposed to be his.
I can't. Yeah, he gets it. Jump R&B confirms.
His pop off game to put him in the fucking.
But Wufang gets his victory. He got gold
in
armor,
contention.
Gold weaponry to be built up.
Telling me he didn't kill.
We might get a replay, but Chuzhang, XY, they're fighting out each other. I don't see Spider. I don't see Light Polaris. Polaris actually dies out here. We just don't have a moment of seeing that. But we do see Star outside of his Rumyang with that gold staff. Still trying to see what is up. The deal is with his Liam. And since Mike lost his Rumyang, that's just the case scenario. Liam with the Roman Yang depletion means that the plays to kind of catch up to the point of the lobby and getting out of that.
Bro, honestly, if he didn't go for the kill, he should have looked around. Who did he die to even? Because if he died to Chuzhang, then it's like the same area. Yes, he died to Chuzhang in the same area. Was it Chuzhang or someone else? I don't even know who, bro.
Look at the overall standings.
Could have even been XY.
Off spawn, going to be able to get 2 kills. Mike.
But for real,
after his Yang depletion,
he should have just like looked for the other Cyrus.
The thing is blocking to find some Yang kills. Shen Yuan on his tried and true, damming up to 3 kills. Wolf's pace at 1. Now going over to Plume Castle, even though it's like guaranteed that you're gonna find someone, it's very hard to lock someone down in this situation because of how mobile some characters are with gold combo breaking their ultimate, like makes him move like a fighter jet. Mike is very interested with this money and this bounty.
You think it's more of a predict style to catch somebody off, like cutting them off where they might end up going?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because when you scout a team, you're not going to know exactly why they call left or right, but if you see enough patterns, it becomes more obvious what their rationale is.
This is Chang. He's getting caught out. Every clink comes out here. Once Mike locked him down in one spot, he's not going to be the prime focus inside this build. And still with Mike with the ultimate still on standby. Since Shang doesn't have ultimate ready to go immediately, that's just a dangerous position. Edward though, man, you looking for it. R&B hold check comes out here. Star ultimate. Next thing that he's gonna have to escape, and he doesn't get caught by the dazzle. So this actually might. Oh, he got counter grapple. Wow, Wufang canceled ult to go for the grapple stagger. Impeccable work, my friend. But 2 minutes left on the clock, and Edward isn't gonna stop here. Obviously, gold pole sword, it's gonna hurt for a bit. But if Edward catches his R&B, he could just go for the stagger. He's switching over to the longsword himself. Wufang wants to take this fight, slap central. And when R&B, blue focus doesn't come through out, and Aisha looking to grief this. Remember, Aisha, bottom of the leaderboard, needs to make this happen. Edward also needs to make this happen. These guys need to get past 28.3 or some bit, and that's a threshold that is still going to be increasing for the gatekeeper spot. And as long as these matches keep going where the bottom half goes crazy. Now for Wufang, still having Vermilion burst might gets a parry, nicely done.
Oh my
Might
God.
actually delete Edward as he has a combo breaker. He spaces out. But of course, Aisha wants to punish him throughout this entire fight, trying to get the elimination himself, but won't do so.
The R&B
Asia
did a lot of
with the
damage.
R&B is going to be able to close it out, eat up these soul balloons, hopefully get a little bit better gear. We are down to 7 players now. There's a lot more people favoring Spear and Staff within Pro League as well. A lot of the spacing. I feel like I like Staff a little bit more than Spear just because the focus attack's a little bit more reliable. R&B has the purple focus as well, so you can kind of send it out in retreat to defend and get some stamina back. We are going to get Shenyun versus Wufang. Wufang with the chopping R&B comes slamming down onto. What's this? I forgot who that was.
Mike.
Anyone?
Dun, dun, dun,
What's
dun.
Shannon?
Oh wait. Oh no, he's fighting against Asia.
We are gonna get what is this? Mike versus the clones. Clones. Does Punisher beat Syra? Nice little ring around a Rosie here. Double charge gonna be coming out. Big slam onto Mike, but Mike's gonna get the half charge out, but doesn't matter. We still got a gold combo break. Knocking him down. And again, this time, Mike with the light baits it out. Cross parries and no more gold pole sword for you, Missy. And now, longsword player, he's woo.
Oh, he canceled his ult for that. That's actually really
He's gonna
clean.
get Mike against the wall and combo him to death.
This is the second time we saw. This is the second time we saw Wufang cancel his ultimate like that. And Aisha caught in the Wisp Infinite. XY key proprietor for that. He's the one who makes it happen, and he gets a gold armor and the gold weapon, specifically a Heartstopper kick to be picked up, as well as looking towards a gold staff. He's also able to pick up, I believe, either an engraving or jabbing. I'm gonna have to triple check that later on. But if it's a jabbing with a gold staff, yeah, I can't just do it. Big damage coming out here. 5 minutes on the clock right now for Aisha. He's got to make his trek down southbound. This soul altar is all the way out here. Now, remember that soul bloom that he left behind. He had it for at least 2 minutes from the kills against Edward. And then when he killed off Wufang, he left the soul bloom for Wufang. Now, that soul bloom, 2 minutes on the floor, afterwards it expires. I'm not sure how much time has passed. But if he's not making his way right now to that soul bloom, that means he knows that it is over. It is not there anymore. And if he does end up getting it at the last possible second, he still has to contest Mike for it because Mike is over by this area.
We're by this area. 8 people left alive. Wufang, he will solidify his squad right here at 49, but the drama is, oh man, Fong's at 25, but you see how close all of the points are. 25.2 threshold is only 9 points, so that's 4 points. We just have to lock in for 2 kills each game. Azal is going to keep up the pressure onto Mike, getting multiple staggers right here. 1, 2, 3, Cyan Fang able to heal up Azal, and finally Mike over with taking so much damage from my man. Grabs the armor and is going to be backing off. Now, where is everyone else? I haven't seen any Tarka yet. Is
Spider dead though? He dead though. He died over by the east side of Foom Castle. We just didn't see it, as well as Life Polaris. So both of those guys got knocked out between XY and Aisha, I believe.
No.
Rest in peace.
Mike with the 1 charge parry is going to be able to
God
get
damn the damage.
that big damage. Flying Knives only has a singular hit for its parry. It doesn't hit you twice. So the second you get hit, you cannot gold F out.
Dangerous game. Star in the zone. Star of the lobby, dude. It's crazy too to think that, like you said, the leaderboard right now for Gatekeeper for top 12, it's really close. Like next game, I mean, paces are not paced. CDY is already out, fortunately, but it's up to Edward to kind of close that gap against him and Arano. And since Arano's already out this round, there's still it's just one round last chance. Fong 25.2. If he survives out here for the next 6 targets and might pick up 3 kill eliminations, gets first place, that means that's 7.8 points, or at least in terms of that he's able with 4 eliminations, 7.8 points, 6.6 if he gets to 3. And then that would be just a little bit more of a lump sum, considering that he is at 0 eliminations. But for Star right now, times of the ticking hour, man. He's going to be looking to try to get chased down, and Wufang is not letting up this pressure. He's being offensive as heck, but of course, for Star, having that last vitality in his hand, it's going to be the most important vitality in his life, because once it comes down to it, XY looking for the hard stopper kick, and if he finds a parry off of that, that's enough for him to go ahead, pick up the weapon, and back off. But then again, the lobby's looking straight at him. They don't know whether or not he has an ultimate off on the rip. They don't even know if he's going to be one of the Liams to be made out to be a major threat in the lobby, but they just looking at him as he is getting focused by one player. Shang in the distance, making his approach towards the Imperial Village, towards the Beast Pen, and Mike just on the high ground right now, just testing out the waters and seeing what's up. But for Star, Scare Rush from Wufang, massive damage comes out here, looking for a 1 armor heal if he can. That Rupture Gale is continuously keeping the burns, and Mike looking for a drop down blue focus with the flying knives from the distance. Either or, Star is looking in a massively bad
my teammate
spot.
has arrived.
Star with the cannon, surrounded on all the corners. 7 people left alive. Star is on the cuz. Can he really get past? I mean, Lipo and Edward are still on the cuz.
Imagine
He can
Mike
get
drops
pushed
his
out
armor
if he's not
to
careful,
Star and then
but
takes
so
the
many
empty
people
one.
are close, and you see that at average, closing the distance, all at 30. I would say this is the closest I've ever seen the league with, as far as like even in scores. No one's besides like Spider. And then there's a pretty big jump off at the top 5 with 10 points.
Plus G short hopping.
Everyone is still in striking distance to bring this back. Chuz, Combo Break's gonna be out. Gonna use the ball to get out of this situation, but has to be careful right here. The Moonbane has not been forgiving to everyone. Ball comes in. He's gonna be able to get 1 heal. Does he get 2? Tap dodge away. And Pace sees that someone's in there. Does he go in? Wants to go max. It swerves off. Doesn't want to go maximum grief here.
The fuck, bro, just a random kick. It was a single.
There are multiple.
Not even both kicks, it was just one kick.
The rare triple Cyber lobby. None of them made it to endgame.
I think Fong might be the only one.
One did. Feels bad, man.
I want to talk about this though, because I saw the kill feed. My man got a single RMB and returned the center from XY. Look at this. King into the hard stopper. Unfortunate. Into the LMB. Jump LMB, double jump LMB. That's crazy. That hard stopper that XY was able to pick up from the Rum Yang is kind of massive. Like I said, it was whether that he was going to be using the staff or the spear, and he's got both. Purple rarity staff. But having this hard stopper kick, having the ability to be able to spam this out is huge. Advanced heal, quick charge, thunder call, firewalls, a target lock, moral defiance. He's got an alchemy stacking up, of course, slowly but surely. He's going to be the one target though. Temi, like we mentioned earlier in the beginning, right? Tumult can be one of those big threats that if you allow him to survive in the end game of the lobby, he can make this a living hell for you. And XY, he's trying to decide upon whether or not to use the F skill, because Mike just shows up with his Merciless Havoc. And Spiro being contended for right now is whether or not an ultimate has to be used preemptive in order to ensure that there's 100% ult rage gain. And for Tumult, that is a big gamble, specifically considering how short duration his ultimate is going to last.
And Shiny One on the Temi does have hard stopper, is posting up right now. He is going to cut it in half with delayed ult, having his ult right back up again. Now, who is he gonna target first? So we got Liam, a Temi, a Justina, an Akos, a Temi, and a Syra. Well, Syra and first, we did find an isolated person. We found where Mike was hiding. I feel like she is gonna be a little bit jealous of this Genuine right here, able to get out of there. Mike, wait a minute, Mike ends up getting out of that situation. Genuine with the Mystic Mike wants to find Mike here, looks for the F. Oh, catches him off guard. Dragon Slayer gonna be coming out. Ooh, a little bit greedy for the combo. Wall griefs him right there. Mike clips onto the wall, not able dodging the follow-up, but runs out, hits the trap. Temiel's gonna be invested. No stamina to Mike's name. He's gonna jump the LMB to try to clank here. It's not gonna matter though. Shenju1 gets the RMB, bonks him out of existence.
And DRG Fong gets hit by Moonbane. Even after picking up the Soul Bloom, Still looking to a reset, and XY is going to be allowed for that at least. Going to see a Stanchion Sky Pillar, a Jabbing, and a Cyan Fang with a Sap Jade with a Rupture Gale from Fong. He was a menace from, named Dennis, to be able to pick up that weapon selection. Now for Fong, obviously he's going to be able to pick up the gear alongside that, but more importantly, XY has stacked out. Nice roll, man. I was a little bit spooked out here for a second, but he still has a chance here just getting struck by a Venn diagram. Make it happen at any point. Might be pulling out an Edward here. I'll stop. BXD, though, has his opportunity right now to hold Alpha into the corner. Has Justina ult still on standby. Blue Longsword is back. There it is. Looking at towards the next couple of seconds, 5 seconds to be exact, before this movement expires, and see what the lobby wants to kind of partition towards. Having an engraving, having a blistering edge, having a scatter shot. Pace has the opportunity right now to kind of work those Jades out, especially the engraving that we saw earlier in the first rounds. Benthic Ascent, Palm Lightning, and a switch Dazzle from Bowders to Shang. Having Purple Rarity, Flying Knives will definitely do him justice for that. And then for XY, forcing out this fight against a Syra, this is going to be a really strong notion on this Syra being the last one remaining. That's essentially the Sky Pillar after it gets procced out for the combo breaker. Lobby could take full advantage of this Raven and making sure that she gets knocked out. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a case scenario for that preemptive Syra ultimate. And once it ends, she can end up getting lobbied out.
Bong, last Syra standing. He's going to pop that ultimate. The rest of the lobby going to be keeping their eyes on this Syra. Now, some of these suspects, who's in this end game here? We got Pace, Chuz, Star, Bong, and Shenyuan. What's the likeliness of playing this all the way out to heal off? We see the chopping R&B coming down from Star. He's going to go with the triple charge, ends up taking down Bong. And again, Syra cannot live through end games. The CN Pro lobby does not let Syra get to the end game situation. Instead, we got Shenyuan on the Temi with 6 kills. We got Paste with 1 on Justina. We got Star on the Liam with 3 kills. And we have Chuz with 1 kill at 31. Looks like we're going to be going with an Imperium to the north. A little bit of a cliffside.
What is XY doing?
A little bit of trees here, you know. We'll see where this next circle is going to be pulling up. Star posting up with those knives, flinging them out. Shenyuan kind of happy with this situation. The only person who really has a chance to steal this MVP away is Star. So if I'm Star, I'm thinking of a sequence here that allows us to steal this away. And it looks like Star is going to be playing the slow and steady route. He's going to take this to full heal off with the Palm Lightning in there. I'm wondering what his weapon is that he feels this confident he can win the heal off. Now, it is Temi. He does have the pole sword. So, wait, does he? No, he has a spear. I think if Star has the pole sword. But everyone, get a kumbaya, wait to the last minute, and then commit to something here. Very interesting, too, that we have one of each character. We got a Temi, a Justina, a Lonnie, and a Liam.
Plus, we also have to keep in mind, I think XY picked up the Merciless Havoc as well. Someone has that in their back pocket. I'm not sure who, but someone's got that in their back pocket. And that's going to be a Jade of Destiny that comes out in the final moments for the next 100 seconds at least. But the terrain is kind of, iffy for this final circle, whether it's on the high ground or low ground. Right now, it looks to be a hybrid of both positions. And since it's a cliffside, that means that players can just start scare rushing and keep themselves aloof at least for a little bit. And Justina's really drive themselves onto that. And since Paste has that pole sword, in case he gets caught by any sort of RMBs or any blue focuses, he can just clink to Stow form, and he's still keeping himself nurtured. But Star here, looking at the RMBs back and forth. It's kind of like a dance, like a rhythm game, seeing all these players at the end moments here. But with 2 purple armors and 2 gold armors, it's really going to be a contesting between 2 things, right? Whether or not players are going to be mitigating the flat damage to be dealt out, or whether or not the burn ticks will come out in succession. Now, of course, Rupture Gale Orb, Blistering Edge, these are 2 J's that we have to think about in these endgame circles. Obviously, look at XY, look at those cannon shots. That Rupture Gale proc's coming out here, and it's going to take away that white health. Of course, though, for Star, he has a lot of HP J's to be working around with. So scaling off of that alone is going to be what it's going to make in this end game circle that much more impeccable. 37 seconds or 30 seconds, I should say, on the clock right now for Pace. Getting heal, avoiding into the mulch, wisp, wind wall. He, of course, has to be mindful about his positions right now because XY is looking up in the sky and Tashang looking to be the one target. Chuz is looking to try to get the Lonnie balls out, but he's caught by the wall. He's going for a white heal here, gets F1 knockback because Star using his F skill on an offensive basis. Nicely done. Star throwing out his orb somewhere in the Himalayan mountains because everything comes down here towards this. Star has himself looking towards the knockback and he catches nothing, but there's a last hit confirmation. There is 3 eliminations to be given to XY, actually getting all 3 kills in the final moments and earning himself an easy MVP. Nothing could be said earlier about whether or not that Rupture Gale was kills from all 3 targets at the same time, and it did. And this gives this man a 9-kill first place game.
But that means this was good because no one else got any kills.
Nothing but
who went out first? Star went out first. Chuzheng went out second.
There's a last hit confirmation. There is 3 eliminations.
And Pace went out last, which means that Pace passes Frost. Chuzheng and Star are still like behind him, so Frost is like what, 9th now because of that?
Very close. Wait, Spider played Tarka, right?
Yeah, but he got killed out. He got 1 elimination, I think. But he got knocked out.
Did we get a video of him fighting, or he just get eliminated?
We might get a replay later on to from XY in that fight. Maybe XY got the elimination on him. Wasn't 100% sure. Can try to catch that later on. But since Spider got out, I mean, this is a Tarka gameplay. He's the only person playing out the Tarka that round, but we still have round 6 to think about for the Tarkas. Whether or not Spider himself in a closeted position, one thing was certain in that last instance that we saw from him, he was an active ultimate and he was chasing Alani. And that's like that's the biggest thing that's a problem because he's chasing down a target that can be spaced away. And if any other targets that we saw XY, he earned himself the spear well. He got purple rarity weapon, purple rarity armor. What we saw was a Romy Yang. We cut back, 5-2-1 and also dead. And 5-2-1, Polaris was there as well in that fight. And then obviously we didn't see what happened to Spider, but his grave was also on that same point.
Yeah, well, it's still looking like Tarka's struggling with the same things we mentioned earlier. It's just the multi-way fight. He's just not the best at it. I do think he has some strength and possibilities for yoinking the kills with that giant pumpkin ball, fireball. It did get buffed a lot of damage. Even in V2, just the new secondary F is very strong as well. Now on CN server, the fact that you have a right click and not just only a normal left click is valuable. I think it's a little bit more valuable in trios that it has this consistent hitbox. In solos, the one bad part about the new right click fist reaction off F1 is that it kind of just goes everywhere and then goes in a straight line. But speaking of straight lines, the Spring Split random gifts are dropping, ladies and gentlemen. And we have one more question for you guys. Well, I think we have another question for Game 6, but for how many players chose Tarka G in Game 5? We keep talking about this. Was it A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or 4, D?
How many times have we talked about it?
Almost every round.
Every round.
I need more Tarka in my life to someone needs to make it meta already. But speaking of meta, Shen Yu won. Full meta, 9 kills. This is why we call him the GOAT Temmie. 13.8, he increases his average. That's a massive game right there. 9 kills. Wufang with 4 at 4.5, Star with 3 at 4.5, Mike with 3 at 4, DXT at 1, but 3 points because of his ranking points. Chuz at 1 at 2.5, and Azhao at 1. The overall standings, sir. Where's the drama going into the last game?
$64,000 question. Who wants to be a gazillionaire? We do have to worry about these guys because Asia 21.5 and 17th, and we got to go up 25. Okay, we can go up because Rano is the gatekeeper, 29 points. 12th place, and everyone beneath him is like a point, 0.3 differences between one another. And I know Bao Sheng is like also on that cusp of it. 31 points, 31.5 for FPX Star, PXT with 32.5 in 9th, Frostfist 32.6 in 8th place, while AS takes 36 points in 7th place. XY though, this man's climbing, bro. He's in the top 6 bracket, 41.8 points. Potentially, if we see him perform out next game, he could get top 5, he could get top 4, somewhere in the mid, because obviously Mike still having his chances kind of surpasses. Spider still is at the top of the leaderboard.
Wait. Yes. No, Frost is still 8th. Okay. Oh, Pace actually got a 1.5 from that. So he is literally 0.1 behind Frost. 29, 31, 31.5, 32.5.
In 8th place, while AS takes 36 points. The players are getting used to these new changes. Some of them getting surprised, like we saw with Wufang 1, 2, 3 blues 5 times in a row. Kind of diabolical. But like these replays and with the replays being brought to you by China Unicom, gotta look over to this Raven, because this is where we're seeing the current events of the matches ahead.
And going back to the realm of Yang, Star with the one charge parry onto Mike and gets the follow-up. You see Mike a little bit frustrated by that, and Star thinking business as usual, doesn't know who he just killed. Just took down Mike though. Wufang with the side. We're gonna get the nice carousel into the wall, turning it, and again Mike going into the montage, getting clipped up. Now Ajao on against the Temi of Shenyuan. Shenyuan gonna be rolling back in, gets the parry onto Ajao, gets the reset, is gonna get hit by 2 Fs plus some range pepper to close it out. Now Mike will have his revenge onto Ajao, gets him to parry, and then punishes him with a parry. Just absolutely brutal, but unfortunately for Mike, Genuine catches onto him again. Messes up the scale rush, goes for a slap kick, but it's not gonna matter. Mike does get third partied by someone else. The other third party, some paid actor. So Mike ends up dying to the wind wall, now going to this last loss situation. Shenyuan plays for the stall out, gets the last little bit of circle left, is gonna hit everyone with that Ruptured Gale, trying to show how healthy he actually is. While most of the players end up falling, Shenyuan prepped for that endgame, prepped for taking it all with those health gauges. Good stuff for him to use a Ruptured Gale to pick up some more kills, and not playing too defensive, but not playing and playing just enough aggression to capitalize on 4 MVPs. And looking at his Jades, he did have Mortal Defiance in the bag, and he did have Assault and Ruptured Gale. My man was burned crazy right here with 20k damage. Definitely was set up very, very nice to win this game, but still impressive. And I've seen an overall trend in the last 3 weeks that a lot of the times, besides like the first week where Lonnie was out, a lot of the times now personality picks are winning it out, like people's game 5 and 6. So just because meta is in the top 3 doesn't mean you don't play the other characters. The good thing though, when you do play a lot of the meta characters, you get a better idea of how to counter them with characters you may like, with Temi and stuff. I know Lonnie, since they removed a TOD, a lot of her playstyle kind of pretty similar to Vala now, with overholding her actual ball in Ultimate, where you kind of just like hold out to the last second, you throw it out, hoping that they're not ready and paying attention, just because you overheld the gold focus. And if they ever throw a light attack on you, you can get it off. But as we've gone forward, we've seen some changes going down, but for the most part, really, really good changes, because most of the characters are so even right now. But speaking of evenness, it's an uneven day because we're going into the last game of the day, but we will be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go any for it. We got one more day for this bi-weekly 4 Game 3 solos coming right up.
Okay, this shit is done. It's done, okay? Can we like discontinue this fucking... Please. Get nightmares from the stupid music, bro. It's done. The event, the collab. Okay, the skins are still in the fucking game, but the lobby is not like this anymore. This is just what is this? This makes this false advertisement now, right? The lobby doesn't exist in this current state anymore.
Before day 3. My name is Severio, alongside with Raven PLZ. Had a lot of action to kind of unpack here in terms of a quick synopsis so far, so we'll try to get right into it. First of all, we've been seeing how these picks have been kind of working their way throughout the day. Of course, the main meta picks somewhat getting outpaced by players that are playing out towards their comfort picks, especially considering what we saw last round. XY playing his Tumulch, superseding his scoreline by a huge margin, 13.8 points, gained that round with that first place victory. Then seeing about Justina, right, being chosen in the not in a place that you normally see here, but Wufang making it work into round 2 for that Holoroth round, thus putting himself out in the first place position as well. Then obviously going into the mix between all the other rounds, right, we've been seeing some text coming out from the players just going for those nunnies as the primary option, as a weapon that we've seen. But then again, the main conversational point, where is the Tarka gamers? We haven't been seeing the main pick, the main rework character to come out, probably the most lore friendly character to come through, or everyone is anticipating his return, but we've been seeing it in just slow but surely, piece by piece, layer by layer, Raven.
We don't have CDY playing right now, and unfortunately it looks like he was pushed out of the actual finals. Who else did we? Fong, Lipo, Edward, all still in contention right now. All of them within, what is that, 2 points? 2 or 3 points. They're gonna need a 4-point game to make it across the finish line, but to be comfortable, it's pretty much just MVPing this round. So for those 3, they're gonna be sweating it. Unfortunately, the Tarka God, Panda Man, or CDY gonna be pushed out, so we won't see his Tarka in finals. We will see the likes of Spider and Mike potentially, and maybe other people because of the 8th round. Now looking for more drama. Chuzeng is still here. Boundless Chuzeng at 31. He's gonna need to get at least 1 or 2 points to solidify his way through. Star at 31.5. Both of them kind of push a little bit further forward. A little bit uncomfortable though, because the threshold of 12th is 29 to 32. That's 3 points. So that's 7 points from the other 3 at the bottom. So if all 3 of those guys get 4 to 5 points, could push some people out of there. Now at the top, Shen Yuan in the top 6 at 41.8. All these guys are very much safe. Mike 16.5 at 47.5. Not as much of a big day as we're accustomed to seeing from Mike, but still very, very strong. Wufang a little bit ahead of Mike at 49.5. At the top, Mr. Spider. No surprises here. The normal suspects all the way at the top. But we're loading into the game 6. Not Pretorial, but ending on the tried and true Morris Fireflies. I expect fireworks to be going down just because of the Fireflies. I do expect and I demand more Tarka, sir. Give me more Tarka.
You think there's gonna be a phase where they double pick him just because? I feel like that might happen. We've seen that happen.
Spider could do it because he's all the way in first.
Yeah, you can test it out. I think he should be able to. I mean, obviously, if it happens in the early phase, then that just gives out players who, whether or not they are on the lower end of the bracket, that they can just power pick an option to try to get themselves out of that bottom threshold. Then again, double Tarka would be cool to see if they perform really good, or they would perform really well considering what we've seen so far. But like I said, day 2 day 1 when XY was playing it out, I mean, he was doing good work with it. It was kind of a surprise not seeing him play Tarka yet, so to the full capabilities that he was able to kind of showcase himself to bring out the power of the Fire God. But at the same time, his Tumulch was just too good, and that was his double pick for the Tumulch, so that's just going to be the case. Obviously, T's Wufang has been trying to make his strides to make it to the top 3, at least the top 4 for his game point game. Mike's still trying to just make sure he can go for top 3 at the minimum. But even with that, great to see this new blood coming through here this past year with ASE's XY, making that stride, right? Being one of the players to kind of make it happen. I mean, I believe he's actually wasn't new blood. He was playing during Koi Cup as Countryman. Am I mistaken? History facts?
Is that XY? I don't know if we ever confirmed whether or not Countryman was XY. I know what you're talking about. That was like it was like the cow Countryman. Not Kelly, but it's like the cow and Countryman. I think they're separate people. It might have been AS. I think you're thinking of AS.
I think so.
Anyway, looking at the faces though, first round, Arano, PX, and Pace. Oh my god, every time I say PXD, what is this? This rebranding. This is a rebranding season right here. But WZ is Arano with Wolves PXC in phase 1, always Edward, and SR Spider in phase 2, Baudas Choose, and ASC Genuine in phase 3, OUG's Mike, and FPX's Star in phase 4. And we see the picks going down. I'm gonna predict Lonnie phase 1. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Liam phase 2 with Edward and Spider. Ooh.
Pulling on the bingo
Phase
night.
3. We can't guess phase 3. It's just phase 3 has been.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Genuine with the Targa. Let's go. Got one more. Mr. Tarka coming out
Chayo.
here.
Chishang my Chayo, I'll be honest. Good Chayo.
Chusang likes playing very defensive. Or he wants to play very offensive, though. Will Mike go back-to-back Tarkas? No. Akos is so good on Morris.
Oh yeah. 100%. Justina come out here. Still got two options, bro. You think they're gonna choose it? They're on the bottom of the board, bro.
I mean, if someone's gonna show Tarka working, it might be
Justinas.
They're gonna go Justinas. It's just Justina is such a better pick. Yeah, to be honest.
Don't tell Duncan that.
He knows it too. The Ice Weasels is the better pick. With the changes of Justina, her F is more reliable. Plus, she can activate that freeze, and she has that AOE. She has so much going for her. I think she's underrated right now. All the pros are just like downplaying it. I think she's very strong right now.
Yeah, I would agree. I think one thing too is the imprint, right? When she places her hand, imprints on the ground. If someone gets caught out of that, like that's a free freeze, and then the next dash is just guaranteed past anything, especially against Alani and Ult State. We'll have to see what the skills are, right? Because listen, Atarka's skill ultimate, I don't know, bro. We've been seeing it, but it's been seen as being the premier picks for the skills, and it continues to stay that way. V1 F2 gonna be the play right here for XY. Looking at the Akoses though, F2, V2, standardized, and then all the other skills that we mentioned before, the Liam, the Temi, or Tumulch, the Justinas, the Lanis, the Shayos, they're all the same from what we've seen previous. With the combo breaker skill, alongside with the active ultimate, like V1 for Shayo, V2 for Lani, and then looking at the Liams, it's all going to be the same in terms of the skills that we've seen prior to this, but it's just how they're going to be able to capitalize onto which direction they want to use it. Obviously, when it comes to certain characters that would use your ultimate, the most versatile one I think here would just be the Justinas and how they want to use it up, whether for staggers or going for those guaranteed freezes when they catch their opponents with their pants down. And then all is for naught at that point. But then again, this is more style off rip. If we don't get Fireflies, if we don't have ultimate, might be a day gone by too soon, and we end up in last chance qualifiers, or we just miss out and watch this weekend with the finals.
It is very, very difficult to qualify. Now going into the last game, I expect some ooga booga. A lot more hot dropping going down. Top left, we got 5 people landing. Bottom right, we got 4 people landing. R21 DRG Wolves 8 or NSR. I feel like that's ASE. In the top left, we don't see who.
Yeah.
Then we have TOUG Alliance and the pink one. Pink logo.
Pink logo.
Sorry.
OA once again.
OA. That's why. GG, they're not playing. I have to start memorizing logos just in case I have to draw this again.
We're drawing to game 6, man. You know what this means? 4 players.
Wait, we in
The
there.
last ones to make it through. If they don't go through, it's over. It's over. And we're starting off at Mohism Haven. Mike versus Edward. Common armor as defaulted in the new patch coming through here. It's a great addition to see that common armor, though. I'll be honest. It's been a little bit too long since we had any significant changes off the beginning of this off rip of the game. But we are going to see this fight over by Noble K. Fireball might work out here. XY coming out here, catching Fong's combo breaker because of the amount of pressure. Nice scare rush. But can he confirm this kill? Otherwise, will it be given to PXT in this scenario? Obviously, the parry was nice. Next off of PXT, has just seen the ult ready to go. Uses it to mitigate, but gets caught with the Lonnie knockback, and that ball comes through and gets avoided. Fong still has 2 dashes. Just got to be mindful if you can find another armor to reset off of this.
Genuine and Fong gonna be going at it. Long sword on Fong, goes for the scale rush, but the Tarka ult is gonna be coming out. Fong backing off from here, doesn't want any piece of this, and Genuine gonna pop a heal off. It looks like, is his ult still going, or did he cancel it? No, his ult is still going. The flame trail is following, and Fong is gonna be backing off towards the no ult zone. I don't believe it is up. We see a fireball come flying through. But Fong is going to keep this going, looking for some loot, hopefully an armor reset. And finally, Shenyuan catches up, goes with the scale rush, gets the stagger, looks for the uppercut combo, but the gold combo break from Fong is going to come out. But the other Justina understands the mission. It looks like it is. Oh, it is. Shenyuan and Paste chasing Fong, and Fong fading away, throws an ill-advised focus attack, and Shenyuan catches it with the grapple parry in, and now Pace is going to sustain, keep out the pressure, but Fong has been going from armor to arbor, living up another day. The longer this fight goes on, the less skilled these teams are when you try to force your off-spawn fight. There is a point of sunk cost where you should let it go if it means you're able to scale up a little bit. Oh, that fireball. Doesn't matter though. Pace ends up stealing it with a chunky R&B on that pole sword, and Shenyuan is a mad Tarka.
He is a mad target. He's going for the 1-2-3 piece. Let's it go. He throws the secondary blue focus off of that one. So for PXT, having to find an armor swap right now is a crucial nuisance in XY's head. But of course, finds a nice uppercut, nice splice. Might be looking for a fireball. He does look for it, but it does not get a guaranteed hit. This forces this chase game as S1 again and again. One double B does not deny that scare rush. And for Paste, like I said, it's only a matter of time before he's able to get his ultimate back up online. He's at 95 or so, and XY is about to reach his ultimate threshold. There it is. He's ready to go. Going for the R&Bs, 1-2. The long ult is active now. Will XY use fireball here after he closes his position to mitigate this with an ultimate cast? There it is. Looks for a shift punch. Does not get any guarantee. Gets a nice fireball off of that. Goalie stance comes out. Does not get an avoidance. He's in overheated mode. He's got a combo breaker. He's got to line this lineup real nice with his grapple, because this next shift punch is going to be the determination whether or not he can get this kill. One clink to the next. One jump LB to the next. And looking for it with the F1 and doesn't get it. Yes, he will. First elimination. XY brings it out for the target this game.
Nice job from XY, picking up a kill. The lone Tarka running around. Now, Lipo. Where's Lipo on the leaderboard? 26.5. We're going to need 3 kills, and we're hoping to qualify for this bi-weekly final. Serrano's going to be going with the overhold with the staff. Not able to get it. Lipo able to find the courage to focus attack him in. He is going to get slapped by Arano now. Overhold's going to come out from Arano, but he fades out, just trying to clog the lane. But Lipo is like cold as ice, staring him down. Looks for the heal, and he's going to go for this scale rush, landing right next to Arano. Goes with the point blank. Gets the final third grapple, or third dodge cancel into Arano. Now Arano is acting a little bit foolish here, throwing back to back to back blues right there. Ends up getting parried, but Lipo now with the Justina ult is going to try to close down Arano as he's fading through these buildings. Sitting on the top right here, caps out his health. He is going to spot the Arano, but movement error, not able to get the grapple distance. Now Arano is going to make his way all the way into Slusho, And it looks like Lipo is going to cancel his ultimate, so he's going to have to, if he wants his kill, he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
An armor swap.
Yeah, chasing in Celestia. A menace. And this is going to be a scary area, especially considering if there's any Liams around. But of course, we do still have this area of control. As long as the bells are struck, players won't be able to have a field-wide advantage of knowing your exact location. We are going to switch on over towards what seems to be outside of Gamma Mine. Edward has himself with Fist Blades of Blue Rarity, having himself with a Liam ultimate actually on standby. Not going to be Gamma Mine, actually Sigma Mine, but he's Wufong, man, purple armor. He has 2 purple specialty Jades. Looking at the HP and a melee defense Jade for a melee hunt. Damage mitigation Jade, old school terms. We are going to see whether or not Edward has himself to really just work out this fan and dagger blue rarity. We've seen Wufong work with a blue rarity armor, blue rarity, dagger and fan, but at this point in time, like Polaris, he is also one of the players we have to look at the cut. He's got himself to really be careful because it's Harka in this small Yang circle. It's nothing to mess around with, and especially if there's a Liam on the mix to look for that yoink.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Remember, no free Yangs here. Spider gonna get shipped off. This Yang, I believe that's genuine on the Tarka right there. 12 people still alive. Anyone's game here, and there are a lot of players who are desperate to make it through, or if you just have nothing else to lose, you can like kind of just limit test. It's kind of grief, though, if you have no possibility of winning and you go fight someone who's like kind of in the middle. End up griefing their game as way. Looks like always Edward gonna make his way to Fireflies, while he's Wufong is gonna try to lock down his opponent, but they're gonna get into Realm of Yang instead of fighting, and we are gonna get an Azhao versus Fong for this is first Yang, I believe, right? Yeah, first Yang. 12 people alive. First Yang for Game 6.
Fist Blades, Assault Smolder, bow shots from the sky down. Fong looking for the drop down. Ooh, R&B might be the case, but he ain't gonna get a sack anytime soon. Ashao's being very pensive with his R&B, with his staff, and now looking to try to close the position. Looking at whether or not Fong's gonna release. He looks for first blink, uppercut, sky punch, Jade reveal. This is gonna be where Ashao really has to, okay, decide whether or not I go for a scale rush and I look to lock down for an uppercut or I get caught out. Because that switch up to the dagger, really smart for Fong here to create distance and actually just doing a little bit more than he was doing with those fist blades, just to create the intensity of whether or not he's switching from one weapon to 2 weapons. Now it's gonna be a chance for a parry attempt, but Fong has Combo Breaker up in a millisecond, uses it right then and there. But this is where I think it's gonna be a contesting between the Justina ultimates, because look, Imprint comes out, Justina ult dash number comes number 1, finding a stagger, double dashes to confirm, goes for a nice uppercut. Ooh, might be going for, yeah, that's great, because now with the Combo Breaker, there's a slap. He tried to do it, but he ain't gonna get it. And that's Fong with the dagger, folks. That's the man of the hour. We're looking to use his primo weapon.
Fong with the dagger, what he's known for, but Edward known for his Liam. He started off this season on the Liam, absolutely devastating everyone. There's so many different ways to play the V2, especially when you're inside Celestia. So many different lanterns to throw them into, so many different signs. The threat of fighting a Liam in Celestia is a little bit haunting. And there's still like some signs that I don't even realize that you can use to throw into someone, but still really, really good stuff for them. Now looking at the drama of the leaderboard, 17th, 16th, 15th, and 14th, Azhao, Lipo, Fong, and Edward, all on the cusp. 30 points is all they need to get. Azhao is at 22.5. He needs to basically full win plus 6 kills. Lipo is at 26, so he's around 3 points off the threshold. And Edward, similar situation, but 13th, SS1 on the cusp. I don't believe he's playing today right now. Still,
gone.
Rano Star and Chuzeng, or Chuz, still on the cusp. Any one of these guys can get pushed out if everyone else has like a stellar game right now. And you see how tense it is. Everyone's playing this actually very, very safe. They're not normally Firefly Day is very, very aggressive, but everyone's playing this very, very calculated now.
Yeah, especially considering we are right next to the south region towards the Sun Cave. We are seeing XY getting a confirmation for the Fireball to burn the Combo Breaker for Ashao. And now it's up to Arano to look towards it. Since XY lost his Roaming Yang, It's going to be a weird notion right now. A-Shot looking to scare rush upwards, 50-50 shot. He went and missed. But then again, that pocket blank fight between both between the staff and dual blades, and with the gold focus feel like the fireball, it's going to be a dangerous game right now. He's going for the ultimate cast after the uppercut because he does not want to guarantee any blue focus stagger to come out. Finds a nice shift punch. Still has overheated to look into. He's looking to try to knock him off into the ground. The F2 comes back up. But remember, A-Shot has his ultimate to come through. No chance of locking down the Justina. Unfortunate because now he actually looks to use a combo breaker unintentionally. I'll be honest. But for XY, he gets a reset here at least. Still has 100 seconds on the clock. A-Shot, though, on the board too for under 2 minutes. Having already burned it out. XY gets that kill with a burn. Can he get the Soul Bloom, please? Oh my goodness, Arano the Griefer. He picks up the Soul Bloom. That means there is no guarantee for XY to come out here on top for surviving as a Tarka in the lobby.
Genuine with a minute and 24 to his name. He needs to find a cleanse right here. Gonna pop that fireball onto the chasing Arano. He finally gets a stagger off, but Arano unfazed with this immediately instant light sends him an uppercut combo. Oh, misses a 1-2-3 though. We're back. He's with a light attack. Thought we were going one, we were going the other. Now we're going to this rooftop. We're running out of rooftops. Ooh, fireball. Denying the chase down. Get some Arano. Arano tries to ult us. Doesn't matter. We already won the war. We fireballed you. No. You get taken down by Arano here. Now moving over to Paste and Spider. Fighting for Spearwell? Yeah, fighting for Spearwell.
Yeah, Spearwell, I think. If he's going to get tested, PXT just starting to stay in place. I think one thing is for certain is that with 30 seconds on the clock, I mean, last hit confirmations, and Pace is really earning his keep right now. If he wants to defensively go up against Fong, that's one thing. But Fong is a man without limit right now, and he is looking to try to say, you know, all right, let's take this fight. He has a tuna proccing right now, so his armor regen is going to be happening passively. But for PXD, it's going to be a matter of just choosing the right target at the right time. And Spider is going to be making sure he can get that last hit confirmation. Look at that. Blue focus hold check. Not going to release it. We are still seeing Fong here with the gold, gold dagger off of his Roman Yang is crazy work. That's exactly what he's got going through for the next 4 seconds. No hit confirmations. He's trying to deny it, hiding behind the trees, and does not get that elimination to any of the players. Now it's up to the case. Lipolair is looking to try to pick up that solo and pick up the loot, but as it stands right now for the Roman Yang, if no players don't take any Roman Yang slots, I just believe because they want to play it extra safe. And DRG Fong is up against Blars in this close-winded encounter. Maybe. I don't know. I see 2 Justinas. I see Vin Diesel in my memory bank, bro. Everything is to be made to be very close guarded, but for both of these Justinas, they know that it's going to be a case for the Spearwell, whether or not another target decides to show up.
Cannon going to be setting up perfectly for this next round of Yang. Will Edward be set up? He needs to secure more points if he hopes to dominate this season as well, or this round as well, going into bi-weekly finals. Arano's going to be going in with the Lonnie, but Edward on his Liam. He's been doing so well this entire NBPL season. Arano going to be setting up on the bottom. Looks like we're going to go with the top left into stagger grapple. Not going to be able to get the opener that we're looking for. Looking for the trap for landing. No, we're going to deny landing. Fade out a little bit. Space out. Using that cannon. Try to get poke damage onto Arano, but Arano isn't going to bite. Does goes with the fade out, but oh my goodness, Edward catches him on the end, but forcing out the Lani. Oh, now the ball is going to be coming through. Still, we have our gold F up. Edward's holding this for Naraka too. But he finally uses
balls
his
in his
combo break
face.
out.
Oh my god,
Goes to
his
the top
balls
right
versus
now.
balls. What the fuck?
Looking to line of sight the next ball. Able to use 2 charges now, but going to the top ropes. Due to cannons trying out, baiting out a shot. Tries to tap dodge it, not able to get it. Does throw the ball, but nice job by Arano reacting and teleporting to the ball, denying that first catch. Edward has one more, and again, nice dodge coming out from Arano, just looking slick with it. Able to move left, right, goes for a heal. Wait a second. Revoke exchange heals right here. All right, Edward gonna go through, scale rush through with the parry, reversing the momentum, catches a wake up, sends a 1-2-3 into the jumping RB, looks for the wake up, not able to get it this time. Arano going around the corner now, and again with the parry, double charge is gonna be coming out, but the gold F from Arano's coming out, and again, Edward quick with it, fades back, throws a 1 charge, looking like a surgeon here inside the realm of Yang.
Now he's able to pick up that gold armor, pick up the Phoenix Blast.
Wow.
And he's just gonna have a good day so far. At least within the case, for the opportunity right now for Edward is that since he is one of the bottom 6 right now, they could have another elimination on the board. It's just teeter-tottering right now. And for Mike versus Spider, legendary fight, of course. It's going to be a legendary pull if Spider can get to pull this one off here. But of course, for any other targets, if they start making their approach down here because of that Valiant Challenger bound, it has to be anyone, especially Polaris, especially Fong, especially Edward. Now we're going to see the combo breaker to be utilized here for Spider. Looking for the blue focus hold check, looking at to see whether or not he's going to release. He does, in fact, do so. F2 available for Mike. Catches no stagger. Mike looking for 1 dash heal. He gets it. He is going to be holding the blue focus. And while he switches to pull sword, in a close pocketed position, he can scare rush this and go for the R&Bs. Back and forth, watch it. Ding, ding. There it is, right there. All the damage comes out for R&Bs with the switch up to the longsword. 1, 2, 3 attempt. Tempest kick, throwing it around there. Of course, there's going to be the F2 roar. Mike still not using any sort of opportunity of wanting to use the ultimate. F1 combo breaker from Spider, and Spider looks to space this one out. He does not want to take the time here of trying to fight this Akos in a close position, but if anything is necessary right now, next 30 seconds, still having a target on his back, Spider still has to make this one, for the make it count pretty much with his White Tiger's prowess.
Yeah, Spider with the gold armor has the advantage here, but Mike with that soul bloom gang depletion, sometimes when you need that soul bloom, it's kind of looked at as a buff that you don't care what's in your way, and that's how Mike's looking right. This skin kind of looks like Kylan, to be honest, but we are going to get switched over, and everyone's going to be piling in onto the Akos right here. Mike forced to pop the ultimate, and now all of the lobby looking in. Mike's not going to make it easy, though. He's going to use that Tiger to get deeper into Celestra, looking for that armor reset. Edward popping that V2 on the Liam, throwing out the capturing, trying to catch this runaway kitty, but Mike will not be captured. He doesn't want to go home yet. He wants to run away and be free, but the rest of the lobby is descending upon him. He's going deeper into the zone. He is going to cut back, though,
Polaris.
but Lipo is going to capture sight of him.
Did you get the kill? Oh my god, he doesn't hit him.
Work with here to heal.
Now fucking Edward is here. No, bro.
But he
Polaris
denies the kill to everyone else. Lipo, I believe,
might
got
be
the
fucking
soul
dead
bloom
here.
at least. I've probably picked up a little bit of loot, and we are down to 6 players now. Looking at the cusp, Arano at 32.
Yo, we're
Edward
popping
at
that shit in the mad
29.5.
open,
He is at 2
in the
kills. He just
open.
needs to
Okay.
ladder up right here. He needs to play this very, very consistent. Remember, Edward said if he doesn't make this bi-weekly finals, he will not have enough points and will have to go to last chance qualifiers. So definitely Edward is going to be sweating bullets going into the last 9 minutes of this final game of the day.
Last 2 minutes on that soul bloom for Arano. And then looking a little bit cooked right now for Arano if he wants to try to work this out. He gets confidence at this kick. I can't believe it. The blue focus comes out here, and this might be Arano's death door.
Polaris.
R&B is necessary, folks. If you get the stagger, that's all that's needed. For Arano, he's getting all the hit staggers he needs. F1 on the ledge line will be really great. He gets a nice scare rush from position on that wall. He's good to go, but look at Fong, man.
Fong steals a kill.
Trails, and
Fucking
there's
bitch.
Fong, +1. We still need that soul bloom. There's going to be the case right now. If Fong goes ahead and just hunts down Light Polaris, it's going to be a chance to make it be known. But five players left on the board. Justinas just want to back off against one another. Fong,
Oh my god, Chuzhong and Arano are both
still
dead.
needs
Wait,
3 point. He still needs 3 points.
I just
That's
realized
a
this.
lot. But considering if he does get three
This means
eliminations
Frost
in
is
first
safe.
place, that's realistically all he needs. Only thing he's got to worry about is those next spirit.
How many
Willows.
people at
That's
32
gold
points?
armor reset that supplies through the end game circle. That is Jade's Tuna with advanced heal and an explosive armor on Light Polaris, having purple dual blade staff, nunchucks, and a crossbow just to boot. And this is going to be whether or not he can lose up that body. And there's going to be Jade left alongside that. I believe that's a dragon ward left behind. Could be a dragon like Might. We'll have to see. But a Phoenix Blast, armor pierce onto Edward, has Rupture Gale Orb, Sunwing Shot, has Advance, has Tuna. Pretty much has the kit right now to kind of work off of utilizing the Jades at its utmost peak. And of course, if he does find a longsword, then he'll be able to get a high rarity damage spike, completely decimating someone's health bar once he has his ult online. But for Spider, spacing out here, the gold fist blades are in his hand, while Edward was able to kind of work around here and just looking to be that Liam in point blank view. No tumultuous to kind of work against him, especially if they want to try to consolidate one person to their own. Edward is the one guy who would be, or rather, a Liam would be the one unit that would be the focus.
All right,
We have
Justina's.
Farewell up though. Mystic Might and it's all up to whether or not the gambit of
Not
playing out the
contesting
Spirit
this,
Well
and they
with no
should be.
ult proc is going to work in his favor, Raven.
I don't know if playing it is going to work in his favor. Everyone's right on the cusp right now. 5 people left. We are going to get the Mrs. Mike for free, and we are going to be chasing DRG's Fong.
Yeah, GG.
Fong
Polaris
is
is
his
not
main
qual.
competition to get there now. Good work together, but working against him, considering the advantage right now, gotta say it's optimal. Edward, if he gets this kill though, we'll put him in good striking distance to possibly MVP the round. He still has to deal with the likes of Spider also on Liam. It's really hard to know where you kind of lie between everyone else while you're playing. Like as casters, as viewers, we get to see the actual points. So we know that Fong is trying to fade out and get away from the situation.
Fong, help me!
Lipo, same boat at 27.5, needs to have a bigger game here. Hasn't had any traction going into this end game, so it's gonna be pretty tough for him, especially now he's getting 2v1 by the Liams right here. He is gonna pop the ultimate, try to dash out, but Spider is gonna stay on top of him. With 5 people left alive, there's not really much people to look at right here. All 5 players are on the screen right now. And again, Edward is leading the charge with the Mystic Might, staying on type of Lipo. Lipo does get an armor reset though for now. And still going for the light attack into combo onto Lipo. 1, 2, 3. Gonna be doing a ton of damage to Lipo. Edward putting Lipo in the blender right now, just cooking a smoothie with him. But Lipo wants to slow things down. Explosive armor is going to be proc right now. Now down to half health. And Edward is going to have that pit stop for the gold armor. He looks for the first ball, not able to get it, but nice cross up, gets the Sagger with the dagger, but Edward's still going for
That just sent him flying.
Hit by these Moonbanes, and Lipo will not go without a fight. He got the alligator blood, sir.
He definitely does.
Well, now we're just
and one
dead.
thing is that we see, oh my goodness, he gets it. Ding, there it is, blowed up. There's elimination right there, knocking him out of the game and still not putting Edward in a position he wants. He needs one more kill in order to surpass Arana. If Arana hasn't already got more eliminations overall. And we're looking at Arana like, yo, how close is he? Oh man, I hope that movement strikes him right now. Listen, no man's worrying, praying on the demise of others, but you know, Arana looking back, he's looking back often. We're gonna have to take a look and see him because Spider is the one target that's looking towards Edward's position. Liam versus Liam, both their ultimates not in use, or at least not up right now. Star just smiling somewhere in the distance, knowing he made it, at least for now. We have Fong still looking to be on the background character that could be the mainline story character in arc, you know, having his own season arc. We do need to see, though, if Edward leaves these weapons and this armor available for the next, 2 minutes, they will be available for anybody to pick up. And that's a gold armor reset. That's potentially for someone to come through. This tuna, though, is going to be in the play. I think we see Fong with a narrow dash. I'm doubting he's going to see any sort of usage, but he does have an Assault Smolder. That endgame Jada just being able to burn out for free if you catch it, that's going to be a really huge play right now, Raven. And I think with all these tunas proccing right now, the sustain is going to be immaculate once we get to this end game.
Yeah, last game of the day, 4 minutes left. Star is going to get peppered up here by Spider. I got the 3 kills right now. And Star, oh my goodness. Shio just getting picked apart right here. 58%, doesn't have any ult to his name, and the cannon shots are going to be coming out. Ruptured Gale is going to be involved, and Fong is going to find the kill onto FPX's Star, and now backing off, just like in Fong style, going to the scale rush with that gold dagger, threatening that horizontal LMB with the dagger over and over, but Spider does not care. He's going to be staying on top of him, but we got a 3-way tie going into our last fight of the day. Edward at 3, Fong at 3, and Spider at 3. Both Edward and Fong need to find the 2 kills here if they're going to qualify. Maybe they could split it in a certain way and they'll be able to get through, but Spider has another thing coming for them with the scale rushes, with his gold fan just blasting through Fong. Non-stop.
There's no way
right here. I believe it's what, 2 Liams and a Justina. Tough break for.
There's no
Fong
way that
being
Edward
the
and Fong
out.
can
He
both
is
fall,
doing his best
because
to kite here through the
if Spider dies,
Focus
if
attack
Edward
from
gets
Dagger
second,
into the Dagger
it
dodge.
might not be enough.
Very, very hard
Or
to
maybe
catch.
it'll push
Very
him over
strong
because he has more
one. Probably
kills.
one
Who
of the
knows?
strongest weapons for running as long as you have a clip sight.
Because he has three kills and only
Cannon shots
2.
coming out from Edward. And Fong
There's
is
only
gonna
1 point
give him a lot
below.
of heal. No, he's not. Edward has him in a tough situation. Pushes him in the zone.
Oh, there goes
Jumping
Fong.
R&B. And Edward is going to take down Fong. And that's going to move him just past Chuzang and Arano. Arano gets pushed out right here. Edward is able to clutch it out. Now, will he be able to clutch the MVP for some more moolah? Edward versus Spider. No armor left.
No armor left. Cannon shots being rained down from below. And now Edward is getting the full reset for Spider for round 2. Both Liam ultimates are ready to go. We're going to see the engagement with 1 LMB to 1 RMB, making sure we can catch a stagger. That would be a great chance for a parry. And looking to close this position right in the face of danger. 1.
No Raw
2,
Dragon this?
looking for
Oh
it.
my
Misses
God.
it, but he forces
Ult him.
his damage that he was looking for into the teal. Okay, that's it. That's all we needed. And Edward comes out on top as the MVP in this round and making it past for qualifying. Our top 12 have been decided. Man earned his place, man earned his keep, and playing out the Liam to the best of his ability in order for him to qualify outwards towards from the bottom 6 to the middle. For OA's Edward, big games, big gains. Of course, a whole lot of Naraka that yet to be played for this weekend.
A whole lot of Naraka indeed, sir. Well, we do know that Edward
Well.
definitely felt some type of way not making last year's J-Cub. So this season, he's made it a point to show his strength and how much he's worked on his game in the offseason and transitioning it to this new meta. We see a new version of himself. We still see that very, very smart, methodical macro play, but we see another gear coming out from Wang Liang, now known as Edward. Just a lot more aggression coming out from him, a lot more, I would say everything's more airtight. Everything's a little bit faster, a little bit sharper. You even see his reaction here, just like another day in the office, another day in paradise. This is the rock of paradise we are living in. He's able to secure that last game, and it was a nail biter. And you can see Arano just like, very uncomfortable when you don't have your destiny in your own hands. It's better to be in the driving seat rather than the passenger. And Wang Liang is able, or Edward, I always want to call him Wang Liang, but Edward is able to clutch it out for this game 6. What a dramatic end to the day.
Yeah, having to see, like how you said, just refining it out. I think one thing that
Shuzhong like one spot below
themselves to refine their gameplay. Set for Spider for round 2. Both.
Interesting that they're both at 32. How did they determine this overall?
I'm gonna speak it out of my heart. I think it creates this middle ground of being ranged into being close range, but then also just
or whoever has more kills than the other,
then gives the opportunity for players just.
And then if you have the tied kills and it's who has more damage,
if you have it, if it's something that you want to try to switch off of, like Fong was able to switch off of, from the dagger to the bow in terms of using out the fist blades. Even when the opponent was able to kind of throw out those blue focuses, he knew exactly where to kind of space out, at least trying to get used to it. So whoever's able to adapt to it the fastest is another thing. But the problem with Fong there, in the last situation, 2 Liams, 1 Justina, not a great chance to try to get out of there. The circle was closing, and it was only a matter of time before one of them was able to get the elimination, and it going towards Edward in that favor.
Now, going into the last bi-weekly finals, Edward, he did talk about it during the interview with Leah. This was a big one for him. He doesn't want to go to last chance qualifier. If you're not familiar with the NBPL season, last chance qualifier, the top 6 of the overall points will be able to just bypass everything and already have their reserve spot to the NBPL solo finals. The bottom 12 will go to one more tournament, and the top 6 of those will be going through. It's a little bit interesting when it's the top 6 at the lobby instead of just like you're playing for first. That means we see a lot more conservative play, a lot more slow and steady kind of wins the race. So an interesting play style, and hopefully we'll see more Tarka moving forward. Today, this Today we saw a little bit of the potential of Tarka, still a lot of the shortcomings being exposed, but still the pioneers of NBPL, Mike, Spider, Genuine, all trying it out, all trying to make it work. Unfortunately, not getting any traction, so still going to be some laboratory work. But looking at the overall standings for the last day, serve for last game. Edward clutching it up with 5 kills, getting that 9 points and the MVP over Spider. Definitely a hard wall to climb over. Spider with 3 kills at 5 points, Fong with 3. Falling just short. It was between Edward or Fong. This time Edward edges out Fong at 4.5. Same thing with Arano. Arano could have just taken down Fong and Edward, but unfortunately only with his 2 kills and his 3 points, not able to hold.
And then I gotta watch the Fortnite Pro-Am.
With 2 at 2.5.
Genuine at 2. Start.
Now overall landings or standings, serve.
Overall landings.
Still surprising me that Ashao, a little bit of a drop off from him. Like he started off the season very, very strong.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it was a surprise maneuver seeing how well he was placing. I think he had what, like 9 MVPs, 8 MVPs in the first 2 weeks of playing.
The thing that I've noticed, like specifically with Agile, is that
it's just once something after season 16 update happened off to week 3.
He obviously has a very fast play
performance,
style.
in terms of making it
He is
throughout
definitely one of like the faster players in like the
which now
league, and I feel like
guarantees him
everybody
having
kind
the
of like
qualifier.
everybody
Which is gonna
kind of
be
saw
him
that
against the second to third group of players, right? So he has to no worry about
like
the top
everybody
6
plays
players
pretty
in the league,
quickly
unless so things kind of
in their 1v1s, right? Some people play like a little bit more conservative and more slowly. Some people are a little bit more.
Have with the proposed points. He's bringing
they're less chipped and they're more like holding.
Frost is making out with 32.6,
but they still have like a good enough mix up. I feel like with
pace with 4.5 proposed.
I feel like with Azile's
for Edward
game, he wasn't really mixing up that much, and he was always going for like the same things, which I feel like kind of just pointed out to like people.
Top 6,
yeah, this is who you're fighting against. If you know who they're fighting against, and they have like
nearly the 70 points, he
some
should have
clear weaknesses that you can exploit.
5.7 for XY,
and I feel like Azile has like one of the
6.2 for Verse from Team WP.
He has like the fast player syndrome.
With Wufang,
where they always like play. He does throw in parries here and there and everything, but I feel like with how fast he burns his stamina in fights, I'm just like, bruh, it's kind of cooked.
Honestly, because 24 match point,
he always like uses up most of his stamina, and then he like parries 1.0.
9 match point gamers. It's kind of a baller move to see that happen, but having players get there in the first place and it being such a low amount, I think really just fosters.
He's like he parries 0.9 and he parries like from 0.9 to like cross, like 0.9 to like 1.2.
Gamers United, because a lot of things are coming through here for these gamers, and Wufang being one of those, going up against Mike in the early game aggression with the elimination.
Now, going over the last highlights of the day, Mike versus Wufang here. Wufang's been so tricky with those focus attacks, but once he gets going, he starts snowballing out of control. Downhill, baby, with that nice light attack, able to cook up Mike. Now going into the realm of Yang, Spider's been using that.
Yeah, interesting
Jade
day.
Gets Mike on
GG's.
wake up here, sends him for a ride. 2 jumping LBs against the corner, covers the wake up with the R&B, just looking clean with it. Spider taking down his rival. Nice job in this end game. You're seeing that Liam clean play coming out from Edward. This character has definitely been his best character throughout this season. Getting the follow-up, putting Spider into the 1-2-3 uppercut combo, into the reset, into the zone.
Oh shit, what the fuck?
Going deep down in there just to add insult to injury, the guaranteed no mess-ups are there, and just a cold response from Edward, just looking like an absolute professional.
My camera just like tilted over.
Taking down everyone and clinching up his place.
Even though I'm not really using it right now.
NBPL Finals. MVP 12 times at 21k damage. Looking at his Jades, he is one of the pioneers of going those health Jades in endgame. As long as you have 24%, you're going to outlast most people. Sometimes he goes a little bit more depending on what good Jades are there. But again, some of those key jades that make you a juggernaut in endgame, Rupture Gale, Tuna is alright as well for the sustain, Advanced Heal as well for this to sustain, and as well as Storm Stride. Most people don't realize this, but if you have Storm Stride and you have a dagger or a fan, you can pretty much dodge and finish off your opponent very, very safely, just because every time you dodge, you do a little bit of a chip damage attack. But really, really good stuff from Edward to close out the day. He clutches it up and beats out Fong. Now, Fong originally started out this season pretty slow. We saw a little bit more of his glory days coming back, the tried and true kiting with the dagger, and following up a lot of situations and playing these end games perfectly. But first, ladies and gentlemen, before we close out the day, we're going to be doing one more interview and then have some wrap out before we say bye-bye for the rest of the day.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have TE 吴峰 come to our interview. So please hello to our audience first. 请大家先跟我们大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 我是吴峰，TE 的吴峰。
Okay, welcome. So in the middle of the competition, you went to the Chinese interview and you said you were really angry. Why was that? 那其实中场的时候去中文那边采访了，有提到觉得很生气，当时为什么那么气愤？
angry?
还记得吗？你在中文采访说很气愤，对于前3把的比赛，为什么？
没有，就把气愤，
为什么？
就是很气愤，就死的可能太冤了。
Or maybe just because in the game 3, I think I die so easily, so I feel really angry. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did TE 吴峰 use in game 6? 那这次我们的问题是，吴峰在第6把用了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是季沧海 ，B 是沙男 ，C 是蓝梦 ，D 是胡伟。也是请吴峰给我们倒计时一下吧。Please count down the time.
3, 2。
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢
？B.
Yes, the answer is B. Well, so for now, Tarka is such a popular hero, but you didn't use this hero today. Why is that? 那其实到现在可以说季沧海已经是一个非常受欢迎的英雄了。为什么今天你没有选用这个英雄呢？
我觉得不好打吧。周爵也可能不会出，可能在就是玩玩他们。
I think this hero is not suitable enough for this patch. Maybe for the bi-weekly final of solo, they won't use Tarka as well. So I don't want to use this hero today. Well, also a lot of people talk about like for now, like solo and trios, Tarka became like 2 totally different system. So how do you think about the skill, like the selection of F and V for Tarka in solo? 那其实现在包括13排，包括3排，大家在手火的时候，感觉已经成为了2种完全不同的体系了。
everyone clearly sees that V2 is way better than V1, but V1 is just better because it's a better choice because it's a combo break built into it.
我建议要玩火蓝就带那个。
But you first have to live long enough for that fucking combo break to be useful.
他能
after using his ultimate.
强尾连吧。
And since
然后 V 的话
his ultimate doesn't last that long. Actually, I think his ultimate is first lasts longer than his second, obviously.
To use F2 and V1 because F2 can counter a lot of like real combo in the game, and also for the ultimate, I think like V1 is more because you can use under attack. So I suggest V1. Okay. So the last question will be, because for today I saw your BP and you choose 6 different heroes. So how do you think the advantage of choosing 6 different heroes for the competition? 那其实，在今天整个 BP 看来，也是发现你是属于那种6把比赛都会出完全不同英雄的选手。你觉得这样去选择 BP 的话，优势在哪里呢？
没有优势，没有优势。
No advantage? Why? But why you did that?
练英雄，练英雄。
Oh, I just want to protect more, practice more hero in the regular game. So what about the bi-weekly final? 那周爵也会同样去采用这样的方式吗？
周爵如果开赛点了，我会选择我认为能绝杀的
就不会去考虑那些。Okay. So for the bi-weekly final, if I already reach the match point, I will consider to use the hero which I really good at. I won't like consider if I use it before. OK，带无风 come to our
Bro, what
Twitter，谢谢
about
无风
like
来到我们的
some?
赛后采访。
Wonder, are we
That's all
gonna
for
get
the
some
interview. Bye
Viper
bye
or
everyone.
nah? Also, let me
Really?
check.
Miss it. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Wufang, always a class act.
It's
But not
time to get
playing
my
Tarka is a sin.
my
And
drops.
he needs to play more Tarka. Now,
My
going
weekly
into
drops.
the 8-round pick, I talked to Frosted about this. I think most of the pros are probably going to play Tarka.
Ah, yes, my
for the
200 Tay and
8-round
200
pick. He's
Spectral
strong
Soak that I
enough to do
missed.
it. And there's a little bit more time to work on it before Grand
I
Finals.
am
right
in
now,
utter shambles.
there's just not enough time for him to feel comfortable for a 6th-round pick. And we saw today how strong Temi is, how strong Justina is, to the point where Justina was even a 3rd-round pick. Still how strong Syra is as well. So a lot of these characters, all of these players have been playing for the last 3 years. Tarka's meta was really, really old back then, and unlike all the other characters, he's probably one
What?
of the
I was
hardest
watching.
characters to
What are you
pilot.
talking? Okay.
Sir, any surprises from today for you personally, seeing what the solo players have done? And this is the last qualifiers before we go into the high pressure playing for keeps tournaments to wrap up this NBPL
Yeah, I mean, one
season.
thing for certain is just a consideration about when it came down towards that early game aggression. A lot of the players really kind of worked that into the first 3 rounds, but then you saw that like falter throughout the last half. So kind of an understanding for the players, like in the bottom 6, knowing what they can and cannot do. But more importantly, just
I
looking
think
at
what I'm gonna
pocketed
do
spawns.
is
Some players are
I haven't done
contesting
this
other
in a while.
players where they should.
I need
This
to
might be
like
Arano's death door.
reinstall
Obviously, if they're on the bottom and they
Naraka. You
wanna
know
try to
that
take
entire
advantage
thing that
of
we were
drop.
talking about
You
that we
mentioned
were
this, I
always
think,
doing?
once
Yeah, I
before
stopped.
about
I
how,
low key
you know,
stopped
if you
doing
go
that,
off
and
of a
maybe I
drop
should
and you
just
start
go back to
looking for
doing
a
it
weapon,
again.
it's only a matter of time before
But
your
that
opponent
means I'm
finds
gonna
one
need
before
to
you do. So
update
just having a weapon is a chance. It could be a range
my
weapon.
official
You could be picking
Naraka.
up 3 bows before you know it. Where your opponent comes out for the range weapon. And
Because I really
think
don't
playing
understand
it out
where the stuttering is
where
coming
players
from.
take a more
It
of a
honestly
stable
makes it
mindset
feel
of when to drop throughout
pretty bad
and
to
then taking the
play.
advantage of going to
I'm not
point A
gonna
to
lie.
point B. I think Arano would be one of those players that really just kind of makes that statement.
Like when I was
But
playing, I
Wufang
wasn't
really
even streaming
has,
last night. I
he
was
kind of
playing
surprised me out there, especially
Zero
off
Band
of
with
that round
Numza.
2 gameplay. We saw off the
That
drop
shit was
before
like
Fabiani, how he
terrible.
was,
Like I was
you know, he
literally
decided to just take a fight and
stuttering.
disengage
I
for
started
just a
stuttering
second,
like
not even
after the
healing,
3rd
just
one.
went right back into it. And then
Actually, no, I
even
think I started
towards that
studying.
secondary fight,
When did I start
he
studying
earned
even?
himself
Like it wasn't as bad as in the first.
this keep there.
I think it maybe
First
started
10
heavily like, or it
It
started
is kind of a tough
actually
break
like
seeing
being
some of
more
these
apparent
OGs
in the
not making it
second
through.
and
But
in the
then again,
3rd.
having a chance
And
to
then
see them
when
make it through for last year's
Wavesy
qualifiers,
joined
if
and
you're
I
not having
just
the
I
fighting
played
points,
that first
that's
fight.
gonna
I'm just
be
like,
what we
yeah,
can
no,
hopefully see
I can't even deal with
to
this.
give us an
I'm just gonna
opportunity
fucking
of
alt
what
F4.
they have to offer into the
That
end of
shit
the
was
spring
ass.
season.
Like I was 33
Now,
ping,
speaking of
but I
OGs
was
like
super
Shaw,
fucking
geez, Shaw, he was
stuttery.
knocking on
Every
the top
single every
5,
now
like
and
a
then I
lot
would
in
literally drop down
2023,
to like
2024.
one.
And, having a slump here going throughout the season.
Like my entire game would freeze. It also happened during like some solo games. I'm just like, bro, I literally like got someone low, and every single time I got close to them, like my game would just like freeze repeatedly.
And who did Arano dropping out? Arano also one of the top 5 players.
And if anything, it was more akin to like a memory
Versus
leak.
always been up here. Wufang and Star have kind of been battling out here. Star's fallen off, kept up with the fighting meta. Now remember, a lot has changed with fighting. Like they added knives to the series, and then as well as Tarka. So there's gonna be a lot of scrambling moving forward. Plus, Justina is very, very strong. Same thing with Shayo. So I do believe now in the modern Naraka, you have to be able to win Yang in order to win tournaments. Now that's like the top 3. Now you can kind of hover in the top 5 if you don't take every single Yang situation. You can play a more macro style and play out these end games, but it's a little bit harder to navigate, and sometimes things just don't go your way for loot. Now, tomorrow is going to be the last day for the bi-weekly trios. We're looking at the list of the maps going to be played. You always can tell the difference because for trios, we start with Midoriya, we end with Midoriya. First days are daytime days, and the last 3 are Fireflies for that nice speed up. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for some more Tarka action. We've been seeing that Karumi Tarka Monk coming at there. A lot more meta.
Okay, well, we're done with this. I mean, obviously there's literally nothing to do now, so I'm just gonna end. YouTube stream low-key, just better quality? Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm also like, I don't know. I feel like, dude, Twitch is just feeling more and more like it really does suck, and it does make it more eye-opening to be like, oh yeah, everybody's just like, if you can do this, yes, stream on multiple different platforms and make content from multiple platforms, because just signing yourself to one platform exclusively just is not really the best. But even with that, like, there's some shit that's going on right now, like fucking I don't think Twitch is gonna change the stuff that like Twitch that like we actually need to change. Unfortunately, when streaming on YouTube, I don't think streaming on YouTube, can you stream in, I'm pretty sure if you do source quality, there's no source quality here. I mean, there's auto, and then there's like the highest quality that you have, right? But if I go to like my stream, for some reason is only at 720p quality. I don't understand. I don't know why. Did I switch my output settings or something? My YouTube is supposed to be streaming 16K bitrate with the same encoder and higher quality and everything with it. Maybe I just need to change the encoder to AV1. I've been wanting to switch to AV1 for the longest time ever. And Twitch with its enhanced broadcasting was all like, oh, now you can stream to multiple different like streaming encodes at the same time, but you know, they only support 60 FPS, not 120. And I don't even know if you can stream. Is there any Naraka streamer that streams on YouTube that streams in 120 FPS? Like, I don't know if it's possible to do that. Actually, what in the inception is this, bro? Where's my last stream? This doesn't look like 120, and also it's not clear. Like, what happened with this? Okay, what if I go to like some older... This one has 1080p. But even this is, I don't think... This doesn't look like a 120. This for sure looks like 60 FPS. They do stats for nerds here. Yeah, it's at 60. So I don't even think YouTube supports 120 like Twitch does. Because it's like there's the best of both worlds. Or there is not the best of both worlds right now. Like, YouTube has way higher bitrate that you can use, so your stream will be like extremely clear. And obviously I have a shit ton of uploads, so I could set my bitrate to like, I could set my bitrate to 50,000. It wouldn't even like change anything. Like, it will barely be noticeable on my network. But we're stuck at 60 FPS, whereas on Twitch we can go up higher. Your stream can look more smooth, but it also like looks pretty fucking chalked. because it's not clear enough. The bitrate is not supported. So like, I feel like if YouTube ever allowed 120 FPS streaming, that would just be like the best thing ever. Let's actually search this. Can you stream 120 FPS on YouTube? Watch a YouTube video at 720 or 1080p in the quality menu. High frame rate will be listed next to the resolution. For example, a 1080p resolution video at 120 frames per second will be listed as 1080p 60. This doesn't answer the question at all. On Twitch, you can stream at any FPS you want, even above 60, but YouTube you can't, disregarding anything about percentage of viewers who can run it, compute power needed for the percentage benefit, literally anything not having to do with the question itself, because I don't care. Is there any benefit to streaming at 120 FPS in OBS to YouTube? Can anyone tell me if it can or can't make a difference? Is there anything in OBS that can utilize those extra frames to help stream on YouTube look smoother / better? YouTube always transcodes streams, doesn't have a source unmangled option like Twitch does, which is why the 120 FPS streaming on Twitch technically works. As such, YouTube doesn't do higher frame rates. It does allow basically unlimited streaming bitrate. You're much better served increasing the bitrate over FPS streaming there. Comment may contain rant. Yeah, so there's unofficial support for 120 FPS. Yeah, so it's basically cooked. I'm gonna try and figure out a reason, or the reason why my YouTube settings, or my output settings are setting my stuff to 720p instead of 1080p, which doesn't make any sense. Maybe I can fix that for next stream. But that'll be it from me for this stream. I'm gonna send you guys over to, or maybe I'm just gonna end. Who would I even read? I don't even know. I'm probably just gonna end here. I will catch you all in the next stream. Until then.